Hello, romance lovers. Today's story is called How to Be the Daughter of a Dark Hero. If you enjoy our videos, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss out on more exciting stories. The man sitting opposite the girl turned to her and said that he was offering her to become his daughter. The man's name was C. Alenda Levelton. He was the one who possessed all the wealth of the kingdom and great power. A little girl sat opposite him and thought that this couldn't be happening. She was just a minor character, a homeless girl who didn't even know when she would die in this story. Becoming this man's daughter was like winning the lottery. It sounded sweet, like a dream. But one thing was bothering her. The man looked at his interlocutor again. Since she did not answer, he asked her if she wanted to be his daughter. He was the main character of this book. The entire action of this story was connected with the man sitting opposite the girl. And at the same time, he was a maniac killer who would hardly do anything just like that. The little girl didn't know what to do. She was an orphan and had no one to protect her. At the same time, if she had become this man's daughter, it was unknown what would have happened to her in the future. A homeless girl tried to read a newspaper she found somewhere in the trash. She read Maids Wanted by syllables. She was happy because she could read 2 words today. Her friend, a homeless boy like her, came up to her and asked why she needed a newspaper, since she couldn't read anyway. But his friend decided to prove that this was not so. She leaned over the newspaper, which she had placed on the ground, and told the boy that, by the way, she already knew some letters. The boy was only amused by her words. He began to tease her and laughed loudly when she bent over her newspaper with a serious look. His girlfriend yawned loudly and said that she didn't want to continue being a homeless person. She absolutely had to change her fate. And to do that, she had to get out of these back alleys and find herself some kind of work. It seemed that the words spoken by the girl were completely unfamiliar to her friend. He was surprised and asked her what fate was and how she was going to change it. The little girl knew that all this was hard, of course, but she seemed to have no other choice. She asked her friend to be quiet and bent over the newspaper again, trying to concentrate. The life of the little girl was incredibly hard. She had no relatives, no home of her own, and so she was forced to spend days and nights simply under the open sky. After her mother's death, she was no longer needed by anyone and was thrown out of the house where they had previously lived together. And now the girl only watched how well other people lived and compared their lives with her hard, everyday life. She quickly found friends on the street who were just as poor as she was. They thought she looked cute, and that's why passers-by often gave her money or something to eat. The girl's little friends, who also lived on the street like her, began to look for those who looked richer and reported to her. She could easily get something from passers-by as a gift. This happened quite often, but there were also times when they were forced to starve. If she managed to beg for something, the children ate the food they received from passers-by together. When the boy started pestering her again with questions, calling her by her first name, L.E., she asked him if he hadn't noticed that she was very busy looking for a job, but her friend did not lag behind and tried in every way to attract her attention. He pointed to someone in the crowd and said that this tall man looked very wealthy. The girl looked in the same direction the boy was pointing. She tried to see the person he had noticed there. She asked her friend if he meant the man in the red cap. Indeed, he looked quite respectable and rich, but the boy said that it was a completely different person and pointed to the real one, a tall man in black clothes standing next to him. Elle realized that this was exactly what they needed. This man looked quite respectable for their simple neighborhood. She jumped to her feet and told the boy that she would get to work right away. The girl approached the man and pulled him by the edge of his coat. Who would have thought at that moment that this could change her whole life? She stood next to a man in black clothes and pulled him by his black cloak. The girl said that he could give her just 1 coin. When the man turned towards the girl, she noted to herself that he looked like a real handsome man. And besides, he was dressed very fashionably and richly. But to her dismay, he wasn't going to shell out. The man pushed the homeless girl aside, asking her to step aside, and said he was busy. And at that moment, the girl felt like she was falling somewhere, as if she was being transported to some other place far from the man who had pushed her away. And without wanting it, she found herself in some other life. There, her mother and father were standing in the hospital corridor, talking about something with the little girl's doctor. The girl was in a hospital bed in a ward, the door to which was slightly ajar. In the corridor, after talking with the doctor, her mother began to cry quietly, and her father began to calm her down. A seriously ill girl was lying in a hospital bed. The doctor's verdict was not very comforting, but she did not know anything about it yet and did not even guess. She was reading a fascinating book that captured all her attention. The little girl's attention was focused on the book that lay on her lap for the last time. Recently, after she was admitted to the clinic, she had had a lot of time, and she decided to devote it to reading an exciting story. Once she started reading this book, she couldn't put it down. The book was called The Days of Prince Levelton, and she really liked the plot of this book. The prince was very resourceful and agile. He easily found a way out of any difficult situation. And now the girl was wondering where he had gone. Had he really managed to get away already? The prince thought exactly the same thing to himself. He was looking for the escaped criminal and thought that if he was late, he could get on the train. The prince who was pursuing the criminal was unfamiliar with his appearance. He was acting at random, and the criminal was wearing a red beret, which distinguished him from other passers-by. After some time, the villain had already managed to change his outfit, and putting on a red cap, immediately mingled with the crowd as a poor man, so that it was impossible for his pursuer to notice him. C. Allen thought that he was hopelessly behind and would never be able to find this criminal. But he did not give up and ran towards the railway station. The prince's movements were swift. He kept speeding up his pace, trying to get to the railway station as quickly as possible to catch the criminal. But the pursued criminal had already begun the massacre. Nothing could stop him, and the blood of more than 30 victims gushed onto the ground. It seemed that this villain did not care who he killed. He had no signs of conscience or mercy. The first victim was a boy named Walter, and suddenly the little homeless girl seemed to be in a different place again. Just now she was reading a book, lying in a hospital ward, and now she was on a dirty street in her usual rags. She wondered where the criminal had gone and whether he had really run away. She thought that the same words had been in that book. And then she thought that her friend at Walter was in danger. L.E. grabbed the man running in front of her by the end of his cloak and began to pull him towards her, trying to stop him. She pulled the prince, who was hurrying after the criminal, with all the strength that her small body was capable of, trying to stop him. The girl shouted at him that he couldn't go to the station, otherwise people would die there. When the prince turned back to the girl, she said that they should not go to the railway station under any circumstances, because there was a strange man in a red beret there. She said that she saw him pretend to go to the station, but he hid in an alley. When Callan asked the girl if what she had told him was true, she added that he looked exactly like the devilish killer on the wanted posters. The girl shouted to the prince that he must not hesitate for a second, otherwise he might kill someone in the alley. She showed him in which direction the criminal had moved and asked him to rush after him as quickly as possible. The prince rushed headlong in the direction the homeless girl had indicated to him. He absolutely had to catch the alleged criminal before he began to act, and the number of his victims increased. The passers-by continued to move along the street, not even noticing how one of the people on the street quickly ran into the alley. The girl watched after the prince, but after only a moment, signs of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Loud screams were heard somewhere in the alley. People stopped and began to look in the direction from which they were coming. The little homeless girl became curious about what had happened there. She went to the corner of a nearby house and began to peek out from behind it to observe what was happening somewhere in the depths of the alley. After she saw it, she thought it was some kind of dark magic. The prince stood very still, not moving, and watched the criminal. He seemed to be bound by some kind of black cloud that lifted him above the ground and began to choke him, which is why he was now screaming loudly. Then the prince probably decided to loosen his grip. The criminal, who had been hanging in the air until that moment, fell heavily to the ground, and his pursuer slowly moved his hand over him. When the villain found himself lying on the pavement, Callan stepped on his head with his shoe and said that it was a great pleasure for him, and he could never deprive himself of such an opportunity. He smiled slightly, looking at the criminal lying at his feet, and said that he really liked bastards like this villain. The girl thought that this criminal was a complete psycho. He started screaming so loudly that she had to cover her ears with her hands. After a while, it seemed to her that the screams had died down. She removed her hands and began to listen to see if the criminal would start screaming loudly again. It seemed that the criminal had been finally dealt with. The prince was holding his head with his bloody hand. His cheeks and clothes were also covered in blood. Most likely, he killed the criminal with his cane, because the handle of this cane was bloody, and drops of thick crimson blood were slowly dripping from it. Ellie was very scared. She became afraid, and so the girl decided to run away, running as fast as she could away from this damned alley. The homeless girl ran quickly, trying to get to some safe place as quickly as possible, where she could hide from those around her. But this was not so easy to do, because her pursuer also really wanted to catch up with her and had already extended his hand to grab the fugitive. And the next moment, the prince managed to do it. He grabbed the homeless girl by the collar with his hand and pulled her hard towards himself. The girl began to scream loudly. She did not want to fall into the hands of a cruel man who had just killed someone, even a criminal, almost before her eyes. As soon as Ellie calmed down a little, the prince immediately let her go. He sat her down on the pavement near the wall and, standing over her, began to closely examine the little girl. Cialan leaned as close to her face as possible, looked into her eyes, and said that he wanted to ask her something. The girl was very scared. She started shaking violently and could not calm down. A request to this man to let her go escaped from her lips. Somewhere far away, people began to shout, and the prince listened to their cries. It seemed that they were getting closer and closer, and the people were heading right here, where he was now talking with the girl. Suddenly, the man told her that there were too many eyes to talk to in this place, and so they would not be able to have a proper conversation. He handed her his business card. The man slowly started to stand up, getting ready to leave the alley. He said his name was Callan de Levelton and asked the girl to be sure to find him. L.E. remained sitting under the wall of the alley. In her hands was a business card, and in her head were the words of the man about how they needed to talk about how she helped him. The girl lay down to sleep on the stone pavement and covered herself with old newspapers and some tattered rag. As she fell asleep, she thought that she had somehow ended up inside the story and was living here. She was offended that she was a secondary character in the story, plus a homeless person. She wondered if she was really destined to end her days on the street. L.E. thought that she had not yet had time to taste the joy of life. After all, her parents thought that in the next life their daughter should be born healthy and happy. The girl lay there and wanted to scream to her mom and dad that, unfortunately, all she was born with in the next life was health. She felt abandoned and unhappy. The night passed completely unnoticed, and the next morning the girl woke up as if nothing had happened. She began to yawn loudly and stretch vigorously. She noticed that on the newspaper that she had covered her body with at night to keep her body warm and not freeze at night, some red flowers had appeared. They were lying on top of the newspaper. And although the girl was very surprised by these flowers, she did not spend much time with them, thinking that she had no need for it now. She took the newspaper and began to read the advertisements. The letters she saw there seemed familiar to her, as if she had already seen them somewhere. She looked at the letters again. Circle, square, circle. It was very similar to what was on the back of the business card. They were exactly the same letters, in exactly the same order. Leigh began to carefully read the newspaper and compare what was written in it with the business card that the mysterious stranger had given her yesterday. The girl was very happy when she was able to read the whole sentence. There was an announcement that Prince Levelton was recruiting maids, and to do so, she had to come to his palace. She thought that this was a chance to change her fate, especially since the prince himself had told her to come to him. When she came to the prince's palace, the girl was met at the entrance gate in a very unfriendly manner. The guard standing there did not believe that she had received a visiting card from the prince himself. The homeless girl tried in vain to convince him. She said that the owner of this palace handed her a business card and told her to come to him here. And while the guard was examining the prince's business card, the girl thought that, although this was true, her enterprise would not be successful if she could not meet with the prince. She sadly lowered her head, hoping that the man standing in front of her would change his mind and still let her into the estate. The sound of a creaking wheel reached the girl's ears. A carriage was driving behind her, and one of the wheels was creaking slightly. The girl moved a little away from the gate leading to the palace. She decided to wait here if possible the carriage would be entering the courtyard. Then someone called out to her. A very elegantly dressed and rather rich-looking boy approached her and asked her what was the matter. The guard answered for her. He said that this girl claims that the prince himself told her to come here. L.E. thought that this was probably the prince's son Jad. The boy thought about the guard's words. He didn't really believe that his father could be interested in some homeless girl. But maybe his father had developed some new hobby. The girl tried to use her last chance. She absolutely had to get to the palace, and she told the boy that she had something important to tell the prince, and for that she wanted to see him. It seems her prayers were not in vain. The boy listened to her request and said that he would take her to the palace. He asked the girl to follow him. After they had crossed the vast lawn in front of the palace, he led her inside the palace, which immediately struck the poor girl with its size and magnificence. Elle noticed as soon as they walked through the palace an open door in which the man who had given her his business card yesterday was sitting at a table in his chair. Noticing the people who entered, Callan turned towards them and began to stare intently at his son and the girl he was accompanying. The little person had already begun to regret that she had come to this palace. She remembered how the prince had killed a man yesterday without any regrets. She became frightened and began to tremble. Jad asked his father if he knew this girl. He told the prince that she had her business card, and he wanted to say that perhaps she stole it. But the owner of the palace, sitting in the chair, answered the boy that they had indeed met this girl yesterday, and he owed her something. Jad asked if it was really true that the prince had called this seemingly poor and homeless girl here. Lee was completely beside herself. It seemed to her that she would never be able to begin the conversation with the prince, for which she had been preparing for so long. She wanted to hear what he would say to her proposal. But finally, they gave her the floor and asked her what she wanted and for what purpose she had come to the palace. The girl said that she wanted to ask if they were by any chance recruiting maids. As it turned out, her question surprised the owner of the palace very much. He asked her why she was asking about it. The poor, homeless, frightened girl did not know what to say. She was very scared, but she still dared to say that she had seen an advertisement in the newspaper, which said that the prince needed servants. When she added that she had helped him that time, and perhaps he could help her, the prince asked the girl how old she was. She realized that perhaps her age would be a hindrance, but she still decided not to deceive anyone and answered that she was 9 years old. But she wanted this job so much that Ellie began to tell that she was very strong and healthy. In addition, she could eat only once a day and could do almost everything. She told the prince that she knew how to wash floors well. She is also trained to do laundry. The girl looked at her hands and remembered how they hurt after she had spent a long time washing floors and doing laundry. But she was not discouraged and told the prince that she was small, and this could be a plus because she could clean the chimney. The girl became so emboldened and excited that she began to say that she was ready to do any work in the prince's palace, if only he would agree to take her as a servant. Ellie almost didn't hear how someone behind her began to move towards her, rustling their long dress on the floor. When she turned back, she saw a beautiful black-haired girl who greeted her and said that her name was Maria. This girl sat down opposite the girl and asked her where her parents were. L.E. remembered that this was Callan's sister. As she had read in the story, she turned out to be an extraordinary beauty. The homeless girl told her interlocutor that she once had a mother, but she died several years ago, and after that she was left alone and forced to live on the street. When the girl asked where she lived, their guest answered that anywhere, and she didn't have a home. The boy was very surprised by this, and he asked where she slept. The poor girl did not hide anything and said that she was sleeping outside in the open air. Then she alone raised her hands in front of Maria, who was still sitting there, and said that she was not sick with anything contagious. She slept on clean streets, collected discarded blankets, and covered herself with them. When she told all this to the owners of the palace, they remained silent. The girl could not understand why no one said a word to her, and therefore she became sad. The prince's sister said that she had heard that Callan wanted to thank the girl, and so he called her here. She asked her why she should become a servant if she could get something more. The girl hung her head down, ready to cry. She didn't believe that she could get something for nothing. She really wanted to get this job and thus change her destiny, and so she told Maria that she wanted to be someone else. When she grew up, she didn't want to be a beggar. She wanted to be someone more important, and she told the girl that she didn't want anyone to yell at her or call her names. She wanted to be as normal as everyone else, and she didn't know where else to ask for help. Maria stroked the girl on the head and said that she was very smart, and perhaps all her dreams would soon come true. And while the girl was stroking the palace guest's head, she noticed a red petal in her hair, which ended up in her palm. The girl screamed in surprise and asked what it was. L.E. took the flowers in her palms and said that these were the flowers that she had found this morning and brought them to give to the prince. Callan looked at the flowers in his little guest's hands in surprise. They seemed to interest him very much, and it was really so because the prince asked the girl to give them to him. He extended his hand to her and asked the girl where she got these flowers from. The girl immediately fulfilled the palace owner's request and gave the flowers to him. When he asked her who she got them from, she said that she didn't know, because when she woke up, they were already near her. She really didn't want the prince to think that she had stolen them. She told him that she had a friend who sold flowers, and sometimes he gave them what was left. Probably the guys had put the flowers near her while she was sleeping. The prince's sister looked at the girl and asked her what salary she would like to receive. Elle didn't think long and replied that she would take as much as they gave her. That's why they might have agreed to pay her a quarter of an adult's salary. The prince seemed to have forgotten about the presence of other people in the room. He was constantly looking closely at the flower that his little guest had given him. The girl was busy deciding what salary she should ask for. She had already reached the point where she was ready to be satisfied with only half a quarter and was showing with her fingers how much she should be paid. Finally, the prince remembered why this little girl had come to him. He said that he might take her to work for him, but first he had to check something. Then he called the little guest to him and asked her how she knew that he was pursuing a criminal. The girl thought it was a good thing she had prepared her answer in advance. She said she had seen a man who looked just like the one on the wanted poster in the alley. The prince picked up the flower again and began to examine it. He told L.E. that she had a very keen eye, but he asked again why she had decided to help him. L.E. thought that the prince decided to test her in this way. She answered him that it was just an accident. When he asked her about the coincidence, she laughed and said that she just wanted to help someone. And then she saw the prince. She added that he was so handsome, and she never thought that he was of such a high rank. But the prince did not calm down and said that he was interested in something else. He asked how the girl knew that he was heading specifically to the station. It was a very easy question, so she replied that there was only one reason why such a neat gentleman would be in a hurry to get somewhere, walking along a dirty alley. And she asked if he wasn't heading to the station, which was only 2 blocks away, since the back alley was the fastest way to the station. Kalen looked at his guest carefully. He did not believe that the child could be so smart. He told the girl that she was very smart. His guest became sad again. It seemed as if tears were about to appear in her eyes. She was haunted by the question of whether she had dispelled the prince's doubts, but she had not yet received an answer to it, since the prince pointed his finger to another room, where she should wait a little while he consulted with his family. When L.E. left the room, the door was immediately closed behind her. She was confused. It seemed to her that her plan had failed, and she wondered if she had made some mistake. She sat by the door and didn't even hope that she would be appointed as a kitchen maid or a dishwasher. She was even ready to clean the stables, or at least let her be taken on for a probationary period. Jad told his aunt that the child was not so easy to handle because he was not a pet. Maria didn't think long, but answered that she didn't talk about the girl as a pet. After all, there is food in the temple, and you can live there. Besides, they also teach there. Her nephew paused for a moment, as if considering what to say to her. He decided that perhaps his opinion did not really matter to the adults. The prince asked his sister to leave the girl alone because if she went to the temple, she would have to become a nun. His words surprised Maria beyond belief. She asked if her brother had thought about leaving the girl here. If they had such a young servant, strange rumors would certainly start. Jad decided that maybe he should raise this girl, and for that, he should just let her live in the mansion. He found the suggestion of his father very strange, and the boy told him that the prince's jokes did not seem funny. The prince did not respond to his son's remark, but only squeezed the flowers the girl had brought with his hand. He squeezed them with such force that it seemed that nothing was left of them, and after that, the prince smiled slightly, propping his head up with his fist. He explained to his sister and son that this was not a joke at all. Then the girl was invited back into the room and seated on the sofa. They sat near a small table, at the head of which sat the master of the palace. L.E. was incredibly surprised by the prince's words when he said that, in fact, the advertisement had been published more than 6 months ago, and during that time they had already hired 3 maids. The girl sadly lowered her head down, ready to cry. Her idea had failed, and now she thought what she had hoped for and had been such a fool. But that was not all, it seems. The prince told her that he had heard from her that she could do anything that was asked of her. His guest continued to sit on the sofa, her head down, and the prince told her that he would give her 5 gold coins every week. The girl was very surprised by his words. In her opinion, 5 gold coins were a lot, and she immediately began to count how much bread she could buy for them. But then the girl immediately became upset. She thought that no one would pay such a lot of money for nothing. Would she really have to pay for it properly? Ellie wondered if the prince really wanted her to become an object of his collection. She had time to notice that there were a lot of stuffed wild animals in the prince's house. She learned that the prince's hobby was collecting these stuffed animals. The girl began to tremble and did not know what to do now. The prince continued to sit in his chair. He said that he did not know what girls usually did because his sister grew up in the village and he himself had never had a daughter. After thinking for a moment, he called the little girl to him and asked her what she thought about becoming his adopted daughter. Lei wondered what his words, adopted daughter, meant. After all, it probably didn't mean that he wanted to adopt her. And so she asked the prince, adopted daughter. This was probably some kind of servant. After these words of the little girl, the prince's sister laughed loudly and could not calm down. She even began to cry from laughter. She told the girl that she would not be a servant. The girl could not believe Maria's words that she was offered to become a daughter. After all, she said that it was the other way around. Other maids would look after the girl. Maria turned to her brother and said that he had completely confused the poor girl with his words. First, he talked about money, and then he asked her to become his daughter. But the prince put an end to all talk. He repeated his words once more, his words that he was going to adopt this little girl, who by the will of fate had become an orphan, with no one to look after her. A moment later, the door to the room opened and the prince's butler entered. He asked for forgiveness and reminded that his master was awaited by His Highness the Prince. But it seemed that his words had no effect on the prince. He continued to sit. He said, "So what?" and added that he was talking now and therefore asked the butler to leave. The little girl who was sitting on the sofa at that time thought, "Is it possible to treat the royal family so coldly?" She thought that the prince's family must be very noble, since he allows himself to behave like that with the prince. The master of the palace came up behind the sofa where his little guest was sitting. He stroked her head. When the girl turned around, he looked her in the face and said that he could not make her work because she was too small. When the girl tried to object to him, saying that she would soon grow up, the man noted that he did not want to leave the girl to live on the street, and therefore she would simply live in this house. The little girl did not know what to answer him, and so she only clenched her hands into fists when the prince told her that he was asking her to be his daughter. Becoming Callan's daughter means becoming the most honorable girl in this country. But at the same time, it implies entering the house of a prince whose hands are stained with blood. Since the girl did not utter a word in response to his proposal, the prince became agitated and asked her if she did not want to become his daughter. L.E. bowed her head and began to think about what she should do now. She did not know whether it was luck or bad luck, but her fate was definitely about to change. Then the girl raised her head and looked at the prince. She decided that she knew one thing for sure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And so she agreed to the prince's proposal. The man who had offered to make her his daughter began to rise from his chair. He said that this was excellent and that he would entrust all necessary arrangements to his butler. It seems that the prince's decision upset his sister very much because she began to scream, asking what all this was about. She asked him if he even knew the name of this girl, but Callan didn't listen to her. He said that he didn't need the name his adopted daughter had on the street, and he was going to give her a new one. The little girl thought that she hadn't even told these people her name yet. She firmly decided that she absolutely had to tell the prince and his relatives her name. And then the girl shouted to the back of the owner of the palace, who was leaving the room, that her name was L.E. That was what her mother had named her. Hearing this, the prince told her that she was probably born on Monday. Surprised by his words, L.E. asked him how he knew this. The prince turned his head back for a second and told her that Le in the ancient language meant Monday. When the prince left, the butler immediately began all the necessary preparations. First of all, a bath with warm water with flower petals floating on it was prepared for the girl. The girl was surprised to discover that this bathroom was even larger than the room she had just been in. The butler, standing behind the screen, informed her that a maid would soon arrive to help her and said that he was leaving. But the girl did not let him go and immediately shouted after him, intending to ask him about something. The butler answered her that his name was Sion, and he thought the girl could ask the question after bathing. The young man had already turned around to leave the room, but the girl continued to ask him, saying that she had only one question. Then she stuck her head out from behind the screen and said that the prince had asked to become his daughter, and she wondered if the butler knew what that meant. Sion, of course, answered her question and said that this meant that she was now his little mistress. But the girl was not satisfied with his answer. She said that she knew about it, but she would be interested to know why the prince needed to bring some orphan into the house and what she should do now. The butler told her that he would answer her honestly, like an adult. Of course, adoption is rare in rich and noble families, but it is possible. There are cases when there is only one child in a family, and for his sake, they take another one as a friend. There are cases when adoption can be a form of charity. In this way, the child is given an education. The purpose of adoption may be the desire to make outstanding people out of these children. The butler told the girl that if she grew up to be a worthy lady of this family, then everyone around would praise the prince for his mercy. The girl sitting in the bath repeated the word charity and said that she understood everything. She thought that if she managed to become an outstanding woman, she would be able to thank the prince. She thought about the percentage chance of survival for a beggar like her in this world that was full of murderers. The girl sat in the bathroom and thought that everything had worked out well for her. Here she would be able to study and would always be well fed. Even if it was charity, she was going to be grateful for it forever. This is what she told the butler, adding that she would never forget it. The man apologized for his rude words and said that from now on he would address the girl as a member of this family. The butler also said that he wanted to add that the prince is not the kind of person who loves other people. He does not show kindness to everyone. L.E. smiled and said that she knew it for sure. In short, he is a real dark hero. Having already opened the door, the butler told his new mistress that the most important thing for her was to be healthy and grow up in a peaceful environment. The girl still wanted to ask the butler something. She pulled back the screen and called him by name. Since he did not answer, she thought he had already left. The girl settled comfortably in the bathroom and began to think about whether she would be able to be healthy and grow up in a peaceful environment, because she was adopted by a real maniac killer who had already killed 107 people. Naturally, the prince was no ordinary homicidal maniac. He was a top-level dark mage, born once every 500 years. High-level dark mages are cursed to survive only by killing people. They must absorb the magical power of human bodies to survive. That's why they are forced to kill. And the more magical energy they absorb, the stronger they become. That's why they are also called magic absorbers. After Callan's magical abilities became known to his entire family, it was decided to raise the prince as a weapon. Later, even the royal family joined in this matter to use the prince's magical power. And that's how he came to be. A villain who kills villains. A serial killer who kills other serial killers. It was a one-man Royal Special Forces unit. Lying in the warm water of the bath, L.E. thought about how lucky she was. Although she was a little scared that the prince did not pose any danger to her. She was sure that he stood on the side of justice and was something like a real hero. After a while, she began to feel like she had dozed off a little in her bath. And when she opened her eyes, to her surprise, she saw a whole crowd of maids ready to please their new mistress. When she saw so many women, she became a little scared and decided to hide in the water of the bathtub, diving into it in such a way that only her eyes and ears remained above. The maid standing closest to the new mistress cried out that perhaps she felt ill, and added that if the mistress was in pain somewhere, she should tell her about it immediately. L.E. did not complain about anything. She got out of the bath and was immediately offered to wrap herself in a warm and soft towel. When the girl looked into the bathtub, she noticed that the water in it had become almost black. She asked for forgiveness for this, but the maid who was drying her hair replied that it was nothing. They could pour out the water and fill it with new water. L.E. was surprised at how soft the towel felt on her shoulders. She even wondered if it was possible to dry her body with such a soft cloth. All the maids who came put their hands to ensure that, in the end, their new mistress began to look like a real princess, washed, combed, and dressed in a new luxurious dress. The girl looked at her hair, and it seemed to her that it had become different from what it had been before. She wondered if her hair had ever been this color before. She looked in the mirror and began to admire her clothes. It seemed to her that they were like those of a real angel. The maids seemed to like the work they had done, too. They cried out joyfully, praising their mistress. They said that she looked beautiful and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. When the girl was put in order, a woman came up to her and said that everything was ready for dinner, and asked her to follow her. In all the excitement and troubles, L.E. completely forgot that she wanted to eat. Because of her nerves, she did not feel hungry. And moreover, during the time spent on the street, she learned to restrain herself. The woman led her into a huge dining room. There were chairs arranged around a large table, but to the surprise of the little person, for some reason there was no one else there. When Elle looked at the table, she was literally stunned by the appetizers that were offered to the hosts of the palace. She had never seen so much food in one place at the same time in her life. Since there was no one there, she decided that she had to wait for the prince and his relatives. That is why the girl decided to climb onto one of the chairs standing near the dining table. Perhaps it was a bad decision because she was immediately tempted by the food on the table. She noticed that everything looked very appetizing. Besides the fact that the food looked great, it also smelled delicious. It was because of this that the girl's stomach ached and she wanted to eat. About 20 minutes passed like this. The girl waited in vain for someone else to appear in the dining room. She was already drooling to such an extent that she wanted to get her fill of something. She picked up a huge loaf of bread and thought that maybe she should try a little before the others arrived. She was so hungry that it was hard to wait for the prince. First, she decided to smell the bun. It smelled so aromatic that she wanted to bite into it right away. The next moment, she decided that she would not eat it all, but would just take a little bite, a couple of small pieces. To her surprise, Elle noticed that the bread was very soft. She thought that she had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. She remembered that in her past life, everything was completely different. Because of her serious illness, she had no appetite. Therefore, before she came here, the girl was forced to eat almost nothing. She herself didn't even notice how after the bun she started on the other dishes that were on the table. Time passed unnoticed, and it seemed that she didn't waste a minute. Eventually, she was full and thought everything was delicious. She decided that excellent food was also worth crying about, and she cried a little. She was brought out of her state of bliss by the words of a boy who sat next to her at the dinner table. He said that she was so small, and yet she ate so much. Le was very scared when she noticed her new relative next to her. She screamed and thought about when he came here. Jad pointed his finger at the chair his new sister was sitting in and said that she had actually taken his place. Le was horrified by the thought that she might look bad while stuffing her belly. She immediately asked for forgiveness. She felt so ashamed in front of the boy that she immediately screamed loudly and decided to run away from the palace to avoid her shame. But Jad saw this in time and was able to restrain the girl. Since he was stronger than her, it was not difficult for him, and he again sat his sister in the same chair. He said that she had absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. If she was hungry, then he was very glad that she was full and felt contented and happy. The boy sat down in the chair next to her and said that her place would be opposite his chair, and next time she should sit there. But the poor girl was no longer happy. She felt guilty and very ashamed that someone could notice how she was stuffing her belly with food. Jad noticed that something was wrong with her. He began to look at her, turning his head towards the girl. He noticed that she was emitting some strange aroma. He told her it was strawberry blonde, and that was why her hair smelled like strawberries. He added that it was probably the smell of soap. Le was not listening to the boy at all at this time. She looked at the table and noticed that most of the plates on the table had been put down, and she felt ashamed that she had left the rest of the family without dinner. The boy turned to her again and asked what had happened to her. He wondered if she might need his help. Le looked like she was in the water. She said that she ate all the food that was also meant for other family members. She was really ashamed that she did that. She couldn't forget that on the street, if friends managed to turn off something from passers-by, they always shared with each other even the smallest piece of bread. Only in this way, by helping each other, could children survive on the streets without engaging in theft, for which they were very severely punished. She told the boy sitting next to her everything and said that her friends always shared even the smallest piece with her. And then the girl started crying. She said that she really wanted to be friends with everyone in the palace, but now they would probably think that she was some kind of glutton. Jad immediately asked her not to worry about anything. He said he was just watching her eat. That's why he didn't show it. The girl looked at her brother in surprise. This was surprising to her, and she asked why he was watching her eat. Jad told her that it looked quite unusual. He had never seen anything like it before, and he kept wondering why she ate only once a day. It turned out that she ate a lot at one sitting. Le immediately wanted to explain everything to him, because on the street she ate only once because there was nothing to eat, and she was forced to eat only once a day. Was very upset and withdrew into herself again. She thought that her brother had misunderstood her words and would now think that she could eat so much food, but he didn't seem to care. He asked her to eat something else, and he added that it was very funny to watch her while she ate. Her cheeks would puff out and she would look like Popo. When the girl asked him who it was, he told her that it was the name of a cat he once had. This cat, as soon as she saw food, completely lost her head and ate more than her own body. Le almost choked on the cake she was currently eating after the boy said that the cat always kept treats in her teeth so that no one would take them away. She immediately put the piece of cake from her hands onto the table and told her brother that he must have loved this cat very much. He said that this was indeed the case, although she died as a result of a failed experiment. And when he invited her to look at the stuffed animal that remained of this cat, the girl categorically refused to do this and even changed her face, repeating to him that she was not burning with desire to do this. She asked the boy what kind of experiments he had conducted on the cat, and thought that he was not going to conduct any experiments on her either. Jad told her about the experiment in detail. He changed the environment she was in, put her in a warm place, prepared a bed for her, even gave her medicine. When he added that there was no particular effect and she was dying, The girl thought that this was not an experiment at all, but simply caring for a sick pet, and she decided to remember what Jad was like in the book. He was very unloved, living in his own world, not allowing anyone to interfere in his life, even his father. He was not bad, and she decided that everything looked exactly like in the book. She smiled at the boy and said that Popo was probably grateful to him for this experiment. Her interlocutor replied that he knew nothing about it, and immediately asked why she wanted to be friends with him. Le replied that, thanks to him, she was able to stay here in the palace, and now she really wants to befriend the boy as a sign of gratitude. He told her that it was just his father's decision, and even if he had been against it, it probably wouldn't have changed anything. When the girl tried to object to him, saying that her father was probably indulging his whim, Jad replied that this was not the case at all, and that they would not be able to become friends because brother and sister cannot be friends. His answer seemed to upset the girl very much. She suddenly fell silent, and her eyes sparkled with annoyance that she would not be able to make friends with her new relative. But then Jad leaned over and said that despite all this, siblings could be close. They could trust each other, and watching her gobble up food was pretty funny. Lei was not at all cheered up. She was still sad and told him that it was only today and that she usually did not eat so much. He seemed upset by this answer, but he did not show it and turned to her again, saying that he still wanted to ask her something. The boy's question concerned the red flower with golden hair. Like the prince, he was very interested in the flower the girl had brought. Jad looked her intently in the eyes and asked the girl if she really got it from someone. And he was also interested in how it happened. She was surprised by his question, confirmed that it was indeed so, and she didn't even know who she got the flower from. At the same time, she thought, is there something wrong? She remembered that when the prince took the flower in his hands, he too had a very serious expression on his face, as if something had really puzzled him. Le wondered whether the prince and his son could have thought that she had stolen this flower, because frankly speaking, she had not stolen it, but had simply found it on an old newspaper that she had covered her body with at night. Now it was her new relative's turn to think. He looked thoughtfully into the distance and began to wonder out loud why her father wanted to adopt her. The girl replied that she herself did not know why it happened. She was even more surprised when she was asked whether she had ever killed people, or perhaps been an accomplice to any crime. She also answered negatively to these questions. She immediately rushed to assure the boy that no one would die at her hands in the future either. He said, "Okay, that's clear," but then asked if she had done any other bad things. The girl thought for a moment, going over her past memories, and said that she had once been falsely accused of stealing a purse. She remembered that she had been unfairly accused of a crime she had not committed, and, what's more, severely punished for it. The girl touched her cheek with her hand and said that she had not stolen the purse. She simply wanted to pick up the thing that had fallen to the ground. Noticing the emotion on his sister's face, Jad asked her if she had been beaten hard. She replied that she had been slapped several times, and at the same time she thought that she had almost died then. Le was surprised by the boy's words when he said that in that case, she was not just a toy for her father, but something much more for him. She decided that under no circumstances would she agree to be anyone's toy. She decided that the boy was trying to check whether she was just a toy for the prince, and she wondered if she had done the right thing when she decided to come to the palace. Her brother turned to her and asked about the man who had slapped her. He said he was a bad man and asked if she remembered his face. Le tried to do it, but she couldn't. She replied that she didn't remember because it was too long ago. Jad smiled and said that she could tell him about it if she remembered, and then he would make her play with this man's head like a ball. She laughed in response to his words, thanked him, and said that she would definitely tell him if she remembered, but she thought that even if she did remember, she should never tell him about it. Deep night fell over the city. The full moon illuminated the almost cloudless sky, but not everyone was asleep in the prince's palace. His office for special missions was in the basement, and there were people there now. The butler was reading the file of the little girl who had become his master's adopted daughter. Name Elle, age 9. Born in a poor area. Her only relative was her mother, who died of illness. After that, she lived in the alleys, begging. The prince almost fell asleep while his servant was reading. He continued and said that the girl had never been involved with bandit groups and had not committed anything criminal and had no oddities. When his servant asked if the prince had adopted the girl because of that flower, he replied that it was absolutely true, because such a flower could not be found even if the sister country was turned upside down. She could not have brought that flower by accident. It is a very rare thing. It is not easy to find. red bell with golden stripes. This flower is not simple. It is very closely connected with magic, and it is a challenge to a fight for a criminal. These are the very flowers that the prince noticed near the body of his once murdered mother. This criminal, using such flowers, became her murderer. When Cyan asked the prince if he thought the girl was the killer's target, he replied that she was either the next victim or an accomplice. Whoever she was, he planned to leave her here and watch her. His servant told the prince that the 9-year-old girl did not look like a spy at all and looked like an ordinary child, no different from her peers. Kalin replied that she did look cute, but that one shouldn't pay attention to that, and added that his butler was too indulgent with children and animals. Cyan asked about his son. He said that he had not shown any feelings after the death of the chimera that had been given to him, and therefore he simply needed to be left alone. Then the prince looked down somewhere, rose slightly from the sofa, and asked the butler if the chair could move. He stepped on the head of some criminal lying at his feet. After this touch, the body moved a little and groaned. Cyan bowed before his master and asked for his forgiveness, saying that it seemed he had given him too little dose. The prince again pressed his foot hard on the murderer's head and said that he had killed 30 people, some of whose bodies went into his collection. After that, he asked the butler if he had returned the exhibits from this villain's collection to the relatives of the dead. He replied that he had not yet. Kalin thought for a moment and began to think out loud. He wondered what he should do and decided that perhaps he should divide it into 30 pieces and send them to the families of the victims as a souvenir. His servant came up to him and began to ponder the same question. He took the hand of the criminal prince lying at his feet and said that he could not yet understand how it would be used as a gift. It seemed that the man lying at their feet heard everything. The eyes of the criminals were filled with horror. He groaned loudly, as if afraid of the fate that awaited him. Cyan said he thought that might be sufficient punishment. The girl recalled her past life, but almost all she remembered from it was how she read books in a white hospital room. One day, when her mother came to see her, she told her that she wanted to catch criminals when she grew up, and asked her if she could do it, because she was in poor health. She broke into a wide smile when her mother said that, of course, because she was a very smart girl. She so aspired to be like the elegant and strong family of the main character in the story she had read. In recent days, the disease has progressed very quickly, and so she vaguely remembers the book about the prince. But it seems that this was the last book she read while she was alive. The last thing the girl remembered was how bad she felt before she died, and she could no longer hold the book in her hands, and it fell with a thud onto the floor of the hospital room. Ellie opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling of the bedroom in the palace where she had spent the night. She thought that she had dreamed about her past life again. The girl lifted her body from the bed and looked out the window. She was haunted by the thought of why she could not remember the contents of that book. She continued to sit on her huge bed and thought that maybe all this was because of a dream, because every morning she woke up and began to doubt the reality in which she now lived. To make sure that everything that was happening to her was not a dream, and that she was really in the palace now, she even decided to pinch her cheeks and screamed loudly in pain. After some time, she was dressed and quickly ran to the dining room where her new relative was waiting for her. She greeted the boy who was already sitting in his usual chair. He also wished her a good morning in return. When she noticed that the prince was not at the dinner table today either, Jad explained to her that his father was always busy and that today he had gone to the suburbs on some kind of inspection. The girl replied that she understood everything and thought that the inspection in the suburbs was just an excuse when the prince was leaving on a mission. She decided that she would not ask about it anymore. When she told Jad that she would no longer be interested in it, he replied that this was indeed very correct, and that she should not at all be interested in what their father was doing. Every morning she had breakfast with her brother. He began to watch her closely as she ate her food today. Ellie looked at her brother and decided that he was still a closed person to her. But they had become a little closer, and so now she called him by name. When he asked the girl if it was really that delicious, she replied that of course it was, and responded affirmatively to his suggestion that it would be a good idea for her to learn a little table etiquette and eat a little more slowly. She looked at the boy and thought that she could perhaps hope that they had become closer, and asked him if he was busy today and if there was a possibility, but Jad didn't let her finish her sentence. He said that he wouldn't be there today because he had to go to the academy. L.E., of course, was upset by his answer. She said that she understood and began to think about what she should do today. Her brother called the butler over and gave him some order, after which the man turned around and went off somewhere. After some time, Cyan returned, carrying with him a beautiful yellow balloon. He leaned over to the girl and said that she could play with this ball instead. the girl was very happy and amazed by the gift she received from her brother. Elle immediately started playing with it and asked if it was really meant for her, since the balloons were only given on special days. She remembered how her mom and dad sometimes brought her balloons to the hospital, and she was incredibly happy with such a gift. Remembering her parents from her past life, the girl immediately began to cry, and her brother and butler decided that this was probably from joy. Jad leaned slightly towards her and said that he didn't think she would like a ball so much. There was joy in the boy's eyes when he watched how happy his sister was with such a modest gift. He also liked the sincerity with which she thanked him for it. He decided to stroke the girl's head after she said that she would always carry this ball with her and would always remember her brother's kindness. Then a sweet smell reached the girl's nose. It was milk tea brewed from the tea leaves of the Ragul Empire. In a matter of seconds, she immediately grabbed a cup of delicious favorite tea and drank its entire contents in one gulp. Lee decided that today was a very exciting start to the day. She had slept well, eaten well, and received a wonderful gift. The girl did not have to think long about how to occupy her leisure time in the absence of her brother. The prince's butler decided to give her a tour of the palace and its surroundings. When they left the palace, they began to move along the lawn of the park surrounding the palace. Cyan said that it had its own history, and the prince was the only one in the capital who owned so much land. Lei was interested in who lived in all these houses that belonged to her adoptive father. The butler answered her that originally the prince's relatives had lived here. All these houses were occupied by them, but they all left, and now the houses are empty. He pointed his finger somewhere into the distance in the direction of a small hill and asked the girl if she saw an ancient temple in the distance. When she replied that she did, he told her that precious items from the prince's collection were kept there, and therefore she was forbidden to go there. The girl decided that the prince's office was there too, and she didn't have time to think about anything else because she was attracted by the sound of an approaching carriage. Both she and the man accompanying her turned in the direction from which the noise was coming to see who had arrived at the palace in the rapidly approaching carriage. It was drawn by beautiful white trotters and was rapidly approaching the place where the butler and his young mistress stood, raising clouds of dust from under its wheels and hooves. Cyan told the girl that he believed it was a carriage from the temple and that they had no need to worry. But Le was still scared. Her expression changed a little and she tried to hide behind the butler's body. The carriage pulled up and stopped right next to where they were standing. The man and the little girl waited for the person who would come out of the carriage to them. The prince's sister immediately jumped out of the approaching transport. She asked who was there and said that they had met again. When the butler told her that all they had seen was a carriage rushing towards them, Maria hastened to tell him that society was already full of talk about the prince's adopted daughter. Cyan was a little surprised by this. He said that he had tried to stop the newspapers from publishing articles about it. It was surprising that the rumors had already spread. The prince's sister explained this to him by saying that gossip spreads information much faster than newspapers. They are the main occupation of socialite girls, and they strain all their receptors, reacting sharply to every movement of the handsome prince. Maria laughed and said that Lady Rozier had already come to her to test the situation, and that she thought it looked very funny. Hearing this name, L.A. was slightly surprised. It seemed to her that she had heard this name somewhere before, and it did not bode well for her. When the prince's sister finished talking to the man, she looked at the little girl again and was slightly taken aback when she saw her outfit. It seemed completely inappropriate to her. When she told the little girl about it, she began to examine it. And the woman kept asking if her outfit was too big for her, and added that it was a very old-fashioned dress. Maria grabbed her head and said that she knew it all along. The sweet little lady came into the house and he bought her something that she didn't need and didn't suit her. The little lady standing in front of the servant did not answer the woman. She only thought that she liked her new clothes. Then the princess thought for a moment and asked if her brother was at home, as she had decided to talk to him about something. The butler replied that his master was busy and was not at home at the moment. It seemed that this only made her happy, because she began to smile and said that it was very nice, and said that in that case she would take this sweet little girl with her. He tried to object to her, saying that he needed the owner's permission for this, but all his persuasion was useless. The woman grabbed the indignant girl and dragged her towards the carriage, despite the butler's words that all the young ladies' exits had to be agreed upon with the prince. Maria leaned towards the girl's face and said that they could ask for permission later, but first they would buy new clothes and come back. At the same time, she asked Elle how old she was. She smiled sweetly at the girl and asked if she looked like a Mrs. When she told her she was 9 years old and called Maria Mrs., she said that at her age she should choose what women like, not men. If anything, she could invite the prince to the studio. He was probably sitting in the hotel under the pretext of going out of town. The butler told the princess that he was forced to agree with her. Then nothing could be done and the girl could go with her to the city. And the princess immediately suggested that the girl quickly get into the carriage, and when they sat down, it quickly moved along the road. And her companion did not stop talking and chatted incessantly, giving the little girl no peace. Sitting in the carriage, the girl continued to listen to the princess's babble. She told her that last time she seemed very cute to her, and now she was convinced that the girl was very pretty, and added that she had a keen eye and she saw the essence. When the little girl told the woman that she was so beautiful, the woman immediately said admiringly that the girl was very sweet and apologized for leaving so quickly last time. It happened because guests came to the temple. Having heard about the temple, the girl asked her companion if she worked there. Maria said that she has a very simple position. She is a holy virgin. It is a kind of special position. The girl immediately imagined her interlocutor as a holy virgin. She could not believe that she was sitting next to her in the carriage and chatting sweetly. Could this really be the Holy Virgin she was thinking of? The princess said she was very curious to know if there were any new dresses in the shop and added that she couldn't wait for them to arrive. Seeing that she had decided to smoke, the girl immediately realized that she couldn't be any kind of Holy Virgin. As soon as she inhaled the poisonous smoke released by her companion, the girl immediately began to cough and thought that it looked very ridiculous. A Holy Virgin who smokes. Although, on the other hand, no one forbade smoking. Realizing she had made a mistake, the woman immediately hurried to put out her cigarette and tried to turn it into a joke, telling the girl to just look at her and ask if she was surprised. Ellie thanked the woman and said that nothing special had happened. It was just that, in her opinion, the Holy Virgin should have looked a little different. Still, she thought that the princess was not bad. While talking in the carriage, the girl and the woman did not even notice how their carriage quickly reached the city. And now the horses' hooves were loudly striking the stone pavement of the street with their horseshoes. The girl was interested in looking again at the city, where she had been absent for some time. She looked out the window and, to her delight, noticed a toy store there. She looked at the window of this store and remembered that only recently she had been a beggar. And for her, looking at the windows of toy stores was the highest luxury. Very often, they would come to the window of a toy store with their friends and admire its contents from the street. This did not please the store owners, who considered them hooligans, and so they would chase away the tramps who hung around nearby. One day, an incredible thing happened to the girl. When the shop owner chased them away, she hid around the corner. And then she noticed that the owner forgot to turn off the lamp that illuminated the display case. Then he went home and the light remained on. As soon as he walked away, the girl immediately went back to the toy store window and began to look at the contents of the window. It was very amazing, and it seemed to her as if she was in heaven. She could not tear herself away from the stunning spectacle that opened before her eyes, and that time L.E. stood in front of the window of this store all night. And now, in exactly the same way, she peered out the carriage window, trying to see if any new toys had appeared in that store. Opposite her sat the princess and admired the curiosity of her little companion. She thought that if perhaps she was with Maria, then perhaps she would be able to get inside the shop. When the princess stroked her head, the girl thought that perhaps she would still be able to go into a toy store with her and touch some doll with her hand. When they finally arrived and got out of the carriage, the little girl's companion said that the goal of their journey was right here, and all the young ladies buy clothes at the Seville store. As they walked to the entrance of the store, the woman said that they would have to buy as much as possible. The girl may only be 9 years old, but if she lived in the prince's house, she would have to appear in many places. And then the princess began to list all the clothes that, in her opinion, her little companion needed. She named a going-out dress, a casual dress, an evening dress, and many other things. As soon as they entered the store, the women working there immediately noticed them. One of them even clasped her hands and screamed that the Holy Virgin had appeared to them. She happily announced to the other employees that their honored client had arrived and asked them to serve the people who had entered. As soon as the prince's sister and his daughter approached the sellers, they immediately began asking what dress she wanted today, and added that they had just received a new batch of silk. But the princess replied that it was not she who would be choosing the clothes today, but this child. Before these words, the child had been hiding behind the woman's back, but now she came out and greeted the shop assistants. She thought that she had previously thought that Maria wanted to drive her away. When the women working in the store asked who the young lady was, the Holy Virgin told them that she was a new member of their family. She also told them that they needed to dress this young lady as best as possible. She needed to completely renew her almost empty wardrobe. While L.E. was hiding behind the hem of her companion's dress and only sneaking a peek out from there, the salespeople asked how much they were expecting. The woman smiled and asked them if they really dared to ask Lady Levelton herself about prices. It seemed the women realized they had made a mistake, because the first of them immediately began to bow in fear and ask for forgiveness. The princess smiled at them and said that there was no need to apologize. She said that to begin with, let it be 100 gold pieces and that they should make sure that they could spend all that money. L.E. immediately began to imagine in her mind what a huge sum this was. A whole 100 gold coins. If a maid's salary is 1 gold coin, then 100 coins, if we calculate approximately, is a whole 100 million. Maria was very surprised when the prince's little pet rushed to her and declared that such a huge sum could not be spent. In her opinion, it was too much. Despite all the little girl's protests, the princess answered her that this was exactly as much as was needed for the first time, and asked her not to worry so much. L.E. thought that she was not his own daughter, and she could not spend so much money. She decided that the prince would throw her out, deciding that he did not need such an expensive daughter. She was very upset that the princess decided to spend such a huge amount of money on her. The girl seriously thought that she could be kicked out for this. The shop assistants immediately rushed to the young lady and began to tell her that they had many dresses that would perfectly suit such a beautiful lady. The girl decided that she couldn't listen to them. She noticed that the shop assistant's eyes were simply glowing. One of the women snatched the string holding her balloon from her hand and said that they would take it for safekeeping. The same woman took it upon herself to tie a rope near the window. She said that the balloon would remain there while they were choosing outfits, and there was no need to worry about it at all. The girl was literally dragged by force somewhere deep into the store. The salespeople said that first they needed to take measurements and asked them to follow them. L.E. did not understand whether it was really possible. The princess was sitting on a chair and only supervising the sellers. She asked to bring something more expensive so that it would correspond to the prince's family. After she saw what was brought, she declared that it was already out of fashion and asked if they were really going to dress such a beautiful child in such an ugly dress. The woman was choosing something from the catalog offered to her and finally seemed to have found something there, since she said that she thought this dress was quite nice. The saleswoman immediately told her that they had just such a copy of this outfit and asked if they would like to try it on. Quite naturally, the princess immediately agreed and suggested that her companion stand up and try it on. One of the sales assistants was about to escort the girl to the dressing room for honored guests. The dressing rooms for the guests of honor were indeed very impressive. They looked like real apartments with solid wooden doors decorated with carvings. When the girl put on the dress, the saleswoman began to lace it up at the back and said that it was intended for evenings, and that the princess herself had recently ordered a similar model. Lei couldn't believe that this was really happening to her, just as she couldn't believe that a princess could choose a dress here, and that she would be dressed in a similar outfit that the princess had recently chosen. Then the girl heard the fitting room door open and the saleswoman greeted Lady Rozier. The girl immediately remembered that she had just recently heard this name and thought that this was the one Maria was talking about. It seems that this woman was not distinguished by good manners. She rudely addressed the store employee and ordered her not to touch her, stating that her maid would serve her. The girl heard the angry woman shout at the crying woman that she was not going to tolerate this. After all, she would soon become a princess, and here was some stepdaughter. This woman began to talk specifically about the prince's adopted daughter and said that the prince's magical blood did not flow in her, as in her son. And in high society, there are various conversations about this. The girl remembered that Maria had spoken about this and decided that this was what the rumors were about, and that it was true that aristocrats could not treat the lower classes differently. The woman who came told the maid that education was not a problem, but how to make a person out of her. But at least there was still a way to marry her off early and send her to live in the village. The woman still didn't calm down. She added that it sounded good. If only this girl were beautiful. Otherwise, who would want to marry an ugly woman? When the maid replied that she had never heard anyone speak well of the prince's adopted daughter's appearance, the evil woman said, "Who knows, maybe everyone except her mistress has strange tastes. And if this girl looks like a monster, she will have to be sold to the circus." Seeing that the little lady was upset, the attendant who was accompanying her decided that they had to leave. She told the girl that she had to leave right now to avoid being seen by this woman. L.I.E. thought that she had seen people like this evil woman many times before. They all looked at her with contempt. She looked out through the slightly open door to make sure that this nasty woman was not there, and thought that she had nothing to be afraid of and was perfectly fine. When she appeared before her aunt in her new outfit, She immediately threw up her hands and began to praise her, saying that she was very pretty. One of the shop employees approached the princess and asked her what she thought about making her and her niece identical dresses, since they just happened to have a model with a similar design. The little girl was very happy that Maria looked so happy. She said that it was her longtime dream to wear the same dresses as her relative. The saleswoman accompanying the girl asked her to sit down on a chair. She promised to bring her something to drink. L.E. was very glad that finally all this trouble with new clothes seemed to be over. She turned her head towards the window, deciding to check if her ball was okay. But, to her regret, the girl noticed that the window was open, and in the place where her balloon was tied, it was not there. She rushed headlong to look for her brother's gift, ignoring the cries of the woman who had arrived and was bringing her a cup of tea. L.A. went out into the street and peered in vain among the passers-by, trying to find somewhere the gift so dear to her heart. It was nowhere to be seen. She was very upset because she couldn't save the balloon. She had promised her brother that she would keep it. And now it turns out that she couldn't keep her word. As she was walking down the street, suddenly a bony, scary-looking hand reached out to her from a dark corner, which frightened the girl very much. L.E. turned her head to the side, well, to the darkness, and from there, someone in a strange, creaky voice addressed her, calling her mistress, and asked if the lady from the noble family would like to tell fortunes. A bony hand grabbed her by the hair, and its owner asked the girl where she got such beautiful hair. The girl was terribly frightened by what had happened. Her throat was dry and she could not utter a sound in response. A terrible hand grabbed her wrist, and then a creaky voice told her that if you knew your destiny from childhood, you could be prepared for the future. The girl raised her head up and saw someone in a dark cloak. She heard him tell her that she should follow him, and there was a very famous fortune teller here. It would be enough if she gave her 1 silver coin. The girl immediately said that she would not do it and turned to run away. The bony hand did not have time to grab her by the red hair fluttering in the wind. L.E. ran with all the strength she could muster. She wanted to get away from this place and what she thought was the monster she had met there as quickly as possible. Her hand, where the stranger had touched it, ached terribly, and she touched her wrist with her other hand to relieve the pain a little. L.E. was completely exhausted. She ran as far as she could and ran around the corner of a house. There she stopped to catch her breath a little. She was very curious whether the strange and scary woman was following her. She turned her head to make sure that she really managed to hide from her. As it turned out, she found herself in a familiar place. Looking at the store nearby, the girl noticed with surprise that it was the toy store near which she often gathered with a friend to look into its window. The girl raised her head up and began to look at the toy store window. She had dreamed of getting here, but now, unfortunately, her balloon was more important to her, because it was a gift from her brother. Then she turned around and realized that she must have gotten lost because she didn't know how to find her way back to the store where she had been with her aunt today. The girl was annoyed that she had lost both the balloon and, probably, the chance to return to the palace. L.A. began to look for the way back and wander aimlessly through the streets of the city among the passers-by. She thought that the dress she was wearing now was not hers either, and she took it and ran away without saying anything. She was upset because she didn't know where to go. She thought that she needed to go back quickly so that her aunt wouldn't leave without her. But unfortunately, she didn't know which way to go now. At one point, a passerby pushed the girl, telling her to be careful. She fell on the stone pavement and noticed that she was in a lot of pain. Her knee felt like it was on fire. L.E. immediately decided to endure the pain and stood up. She began to shake the dust off her dress and knees, deciding that she should not get dirty under any circumstances. The girl realized that she was probably lost. She had no idea which way to go back. That's why she stopped and started crying, not knowing what to do next. Then she seemed to feel some movement next to her and turned her head sharply in its direction. She thought that perhaps some bird had flown so close to her. L.E. stood at the crossroads, hesitating to choose the next path. She still could not understand what it was. She noticed this next to her. People were passing by, but she remained motionless. And while she was looking around, a carriage drove up to her and stopped next to her. Someone's shoe appeared from it, and then L.E. heard a voice so familiar to her, which asked her if she had already started to run away from home. And then the owner of the voice so dear to the girl now appeared from the carriage. It was her adoptive father, whom she could not meet in their palace, but who for some reason was able to find her in the city. Of course, the girl was very happy that the prince was able to meet her in the city. This is exactly what she tried to tell him now. Kalen just smirked at her words and told the girl that he heard that she was heading to the studio. The girl began to stutter and falter, trying to tell her father what had happened to her. She could not express her thoughts coherently. The girl even started waving her arms and said that while Mrs. Maria was changing, she wanted to find the ball. When the prince leaned over to her and asked what ball he was talking about, she explained that it was the ball that Jad had given her, and she had promised him that she would keep it, but unfortunately she had lost it. Her father picked up the girl and carried her into the carriage. He called her a fool and said that she could buy a new balloon, but she continued to cry and thought that new promises could not be bought. Le suddenly became interested in how the prince was able to recognize her. She turned to him with this question and said that the last time he saw her, he looked completely different. The girl told her father that she had been washed, her hair combed, and now she and her aunt had chosen a very beautiful dress, and asked if she hadn't changed from how she looked before. The prince reassured her and said that, of course, she had changed, but as at their first meeting, she was all shining today, so he recognized her immediately. On the road, he noticed an angel, and when he approached her, it turned out to be his daughter. Le was incredibly surprised to hear such words from the prince. To her surprise, he knew how to say pleasant things. Perhaps this is what real aristocrats should be like. When the carriage stopped after some time, it turned out that they had arrived again at the store where she had previously chosen her clothes. The father still did not let the girl out of his arms, and frightened salespeople were running around the store. One of the women came up to them and told the young lady that she had disappeared so suddenly, and she was very scared and even wanted to call the police. Kalen immediately explained to the woman that his daughter was looking for her lost balloon, which is why she was on the street outside the store. The girl who worked in this store began to justify herself and said that another customer said that he was stuffy and asked to open the windows. She also asked for forgiveness from the young daughter of the prince. They heard the rustling of a dress very close to them, and a woman approached them, turned to the prince, and asked how he had ended up there. Then this woman said that if she had known that the prince would come here, she would have booked a table in the restaurant in advance. The woman began to smile and laugh artificially and told the girl's father that they had been seeing each other so rarely lately, and that this was very inopportune. It was the woman who had discussed the prince's daughter in the dressing room. She put her head close to the girl in her arms and asked him what kind of child it was. By the voice of Le also recognized the prince's interlocutor. She remembered that it was she who spoke so unpleasantly about her in the fitting room, and even remembered that her name was Lady Roger. The prince told the woman they met that they had indeed not seen each other for a long time, and then introduced the girl sitting in his arms, saying that this was his daughter. This nasty woman said that she had actually heard something about the prince adopting a poor commoner. She brought her face closer to the girl and told her that she should become friends with her, because they would soon become a family. The girl decided not to tell the prince yet that the woman was a liar. She knew very well that she had something completely different in mind. This woman could not calm down and wanted to please the girl's father as much as possible. She told him that his daughter was prettier than she thought. To Le's delight, her father replied to this nasty and evil woman that he did not know what she thought, but that his daughter was beautiful was undeniable. The woman replied that she respected the prince's hobby. In her opinion, charity is important. Then she asked if he had already found a teacher for the girl and added that she knew a teacher who could teach her properly. And she told about this teacher that he is very strict, if necessary, even practices beatings. Such a person will be useful to the prince to hide the girl's origin. Hearing the words of this woman, Le became very frightened and began to press herself closer to her father's body. She was ready to cry, hearing that she might be given such a terrible teacher. The prince decided to take the girl off his hands. He gently took her under the armpits and lowered her to the floor. Then he sat down next to her so that his eyes were opposite his daughter's eyes and asked her who he was. When the girl told him that he was a prince, the man replied that that was not it. The surprised girl heard from him that he was her father, and a request to call him something else. The man continued to look at her, waiting for an answer. He said that she was probably shy for now. The girl's face turned red. She didn't know what to say to the prince. And then he said that he had another request. When his daughter asked what this request was, the prince replied that she could tell this lady to leave here immediately. Hearing this, the woman began to scream, turning to the prince and demanding an answer as to what this meant. She screamed that he did not understand indirect speech at all, but the prince was not going to play with her or talk for long. He said that he was repeating his words once again, that she needed to disappear from his sight right now, and it would also be good if she didn't flicker before him in the future. Kalen told the woman that, to put it in polite terms, she should back off, and asked her if she now understood his words. It seems that this person was a lousy actress. She immediately began to pretend as if she were fainting and screamed at the prince. How dare he say such a thing to her? The girl looked at her father and thought that the prince probably always had such a difficult character. He was probably a bad boy all the time. And while the girl was thinking that perhaps she was mistaken in thinking that the prince was inhuman, he leaned towards her and, calling her a child, asked her to say goodbye. He leaned towards his daughter's ear and whispered softly to her, smiling. He told her that she would never meet this man again. Le took hold of the hem of her father's cloak with her hand and wished the woman a good journey. She also called this woman Aunt, which in this country meant either a married woman or an older woman. Hearing this, the prince smiled slightly and slyly, and then told his daughter that she was very kind, and that this was exactly how one should learn aristocratic manners. The man began to stroke the girl's head, and she did not dare to object to him, remembering that the maids had done her hair so beautifully that morning. The woman, who had recently claimed to be the prince's wife, could not calm down and now asked if they knew who she was. The girl began to straighten her hair on her head and answered the woman that she did not know who she was. And, on the other hand, considered it a relief that she was not as beautiful as the woman. When asked what her words meant, the girl said that if she were so beautiful, she would probably have to get married early. And then she turned to this nasty person and asked her if she thought she should be sold to the circus. Hearing this, Lady Rozier became even more angry and began to ask Lei if she was going around everywhere and eavesdropping on other people's words. The prince answered for the girl. He said that the woman should refrain from threatening his daughter and asked if she even knew what it meant to be asked to leave. Lady Rozier opened her mouth wide again and shouted at the prince that this was not his house. Other customers noticed that there seemed to be some kind of scandal brewing. They approached the woman and asked her what she was doing, and the little girl's father said that the street was his, and he thought that his interlocutor knew, and that's why she was hitting on him. He added that he was very disappointed and that he liked more secular people. The prince noticed that his young ward had reacted strangely to his last words, and he told her that, of course, he liked more secular people besides her, and that she didn't need to know anything, and stroked the girl's head. But this woman could not calm down. She again came close to the prince and told him that they were dating and asked how he could do this to her. It seemed that the prince did not pay any attention to her. He ignored her words, and so the lady, who by her behavior was not at all aristocratic, suddenly shouted the prince's name loudly. Kaelin told her that having lunch with him a couple of times was not the same as dating, and added that he had no idea that his friend was so naive. He decided to walk the woman to the front door and told her that if she was so sure about their relationship, then perhaps they should pretend that she was the one who turned him down first. The man extended his hand towards the exit of the store and told the woman standing next to him that it was time for her to go. Since she still stood there and didn't even move towards the exit, he looked at her intently and asked if she could disappear before he called security. The prince's young daughter watched all this closely. She noticed that he was very angry and was ready to simply push this woman out of his shop. Lady Rozier rushed quickly towards the exit of the store, and behind her the employee shouted after her, asking her to take back the clothes she had bought in the store. The prince decided to figure out what had actually happened here and turned to his young daughter with this question. Le thought that if she told everything, there might be problems. So she slowly began to tell, making up some plausible version as she went along. Luckily for her, her sister, the prince, came to her rescue. Maria jumped out from somewhere around the corner and shouted, turning to her brother, and asked when he had arrived. Then she asked him if he had been with the baby and had already started asking her niece why she was wearing the same outfit as 2 weeks ago. Instead of the girl, her father answered. He immediately bombarded his sister with questions. Not only did she not try on the new dress, but she also put on the same one she had worn before. It seemed that this very quickly sobered up and calmed the princess. She immediately rushed to her brother and began asking him to shut up and not mention her old outfits. Then Maria thought for a moment and said that her brother was very sharp-tongued. It was time for him to know that ladies could use the studio for different purposes. Kaelin replied that he would very much like his sister to know how much trouble she was causing him by being interested in men. Maria yawned deeply and replied, "Isn't she allowed to date anyone anymore? How should she be any different from other girls her age?" The prince decided to remind her that she was a holy virgin, and for her special profession this was very problematic. But the young woman did not want to simply submit to her brother's will and reminded him that he himself was dating all sorts of strange people, like Lady Rozier. The prince smiled and said that he had already parted with her. And when the princess asked her brother when this happened, the little daughter Kaelin heard from him the answer that she rejected him. Then the father looked slyly in the direction of his adopted daughter. as if expecting her not to reveal this little secret. The girl realized what their game was and put her fist to her mouth to show her father that her mouth was shut. When the man asked his sister if she had bought everything she needed, she replied that of course she had, and pointed with her hand to a huge pile of packed outfits. Ellie thought that she absolutely had to be stopped, and she cried out that she was very glad that she had been taken today and taken to the city, and added that she thought that her aunt had not spent all that money quite correctly. Seeing such a huge pile of purchases, the prince immediately asked his sister how much she had spent. Maria answered him carelessly that she had taken into account 100 gold pieces and asked him to give her all the silk and precious stones. When the girl heard that the prince told his sister that she was wrong, she first thought that she had done the right thing by telling everything. But then she was literally dumbfounded when her father added that she should have spent 200 gold pieces. The prince told his sister that he should give the women who worked in the shop an advance so that next time they would prepare the best silk. His sister agreed and said that he was a real fine fellow. Here, his little daughter intervened in the conversation and told the prince, who turned to her, that their children's outfits were enough for her, since she had 5 of them at home. Now it was the prince's sister's turn to be surprised. She said, "How can you think that you can fill a wardrobe with only 5 outfits? After all, they are not enough even to go to the evening." When the girl told the prince that this was too inconvenient, he told her that she should not worry at all, because this was part of the guardian's duties. And as they were leaving the store, L.E. thought that she had never heard of any obligation to spend huge amounts of money on shopping. When they reached the door, the prince asked his sister how many dresses she had bought. The woman answered him that she hadn't counted, but it seemed to be about 20. The prince's daughter thought that nothing had any effect on them when she heard her father's words about the need for them to bring more. She decided that she had one last way to stop this real madness. So L.E. took a deep breath and yawned widely, and then said that she was so tired that her eyes were closing on their own. Her attempt was successful, and the girl was very happy when the prince said that nothing could be done and that the rest of the outfits had to be returned. Her aunt was the first to leave the store. As she was leaving, she stopped in front of her carriage and told the little girl that they would have more fun with her next time. But the prince objected to her and said that this would not happen again, since she did not know how to handle children, and without his permission there would be no more trips. When the young woman's carriage had already started moving, she nevertheless leaned out of the carriage window and began waving to the girl, shouting that they would see each other again. She added that next time she could call her by name, and she did not need to worry at all about her father's words. The prince's carriage drove up behind them. He told the girl that it was time for them to return to the palace. When Ellie stepped onto the carriage's step, she remembered that she had, unfortunately, not been able to find her balloon. She was worried about what Jad would say. As she began to climb the steps of the carriage, a poor-looking woman jumped out from somewhere on the side, calling for help. She stretched out her hand, trying to ask for help. The woman's face was a very strange color. Ellie immediately found herself behind the prince, who protected her from the woman with his body. The girl thought that this stranger looked very bad and that she had a pale face. And literally a couple of seconds later, the woman stopped screaming. Her body fell face down on the stone pavement, right in front of the prince and his daughter. Kaelin approached her, trying to help this poor woman with something. The girl remained standing right behind him and watched from afar what he was doing. When the prince finished examining the woman, he told the girl that she was dead. She, as if in a stupor, repeated the word dead after him. The girl looked closely at the woman and said that she had no wounds on her body, and suggested that it might be cardiac arrest. The prince turned to his daughter and said that this was very likely, and added that his child was very smart. An elderly man approached them, said he was a policeman, and asked if they had seen the woman fall unconscious. When the prince, at his request, gave his name, the policeman immediately took off his hat, greeting the prince and asked his forgiveness for not recognizing him. He also informed the prince that he had a few questions for him, and that this was just a simple formality. The police officer also said that the dead woman's name was Vinette Aliam. She had no illnesses, and the presumed cause of death is a heart attack. She is said to be the daughter of a merchant who owns several shops in the seafood market. The policeman asked the prince for forgiveness for taking up his time and said that he had no more questions. Now they had no reason to linger in the city, and the prince and his young daughter moved towards the river that stood nearby. The senior policeman and his subordinates bowed as they saw the prince off. L.E. remembered how the book described the capital not only as being rich in crime, but also as having many incomprehensible deaths. She wondered if this really was a normal heart attack. It would be great to know the full contents of the story she had read in her past life. Her thoughts were interrupted by her father. The prince told her that she had been so brave the first time they met, but now she was shaking with fear. He asked his daughter what had frightened her. Le remembered how a bony hand reached out to her from the darkness, and someone, calling her a lady from a noble family, offered to tell her fortune. Then she remembered the touches to her hair that were so unpleasant for her. She remembered how the sinister stranger grabbed her wrist and said that if you know your destiny from childhood, you can be prepared for the future. She again remembered the offer to tell fortunes, but decided not to tell the prince anything, and only answered that anything can happen in this world. The girl again grabbed the place on her wrist that had recently hurt after the touch of the terrible woman, and answered that she was completely fine. It was already late evening when the prince's carriage drove up to his mansion. The girl had spent the whole day in the city and was very happy to be back in this wonderful place. As soon as the prince's carriage arrived at his palace, his butler immediately opened the palace door and greeted his master and young lady. The young man immediately asked the prince how it was that they had returned home together. He replied that he had simply picked up something that was lying on the road. The young gentleman also came down the stairs to greet the arrivals. He also asked why they had arrived together and where they had been. And while the butler was still trying to get the prince to answer his question about why they ended up together, the girl looked at her brother, not knowing how to tell him that she had lost his gift. When the prince said that something had happened to them on the way, Jad immediately asked him what exactly had happened to them. But the prince, it seemed, was not in the mood for a long conversation and walked into his room. Then the boy turned to his sister and asked her what had happened to their father. Le didn't know what to answer him. She kept thinking about where to begin her story and began it with a request for forgiveness for losing the balloon. When the boy asked how it happened, she prepared herself for her long story. The prince's children sat down on the path that was laid on the steps leading to the second floor and began to talk among themselves. The girl decided to tell her brother about all the events of this long day. She ended her story by saying that in the end she was unable to find the balloon, which probably flew away somewhere from the window of the clothing store. Jad listened to her attentively and, seeing tears on his little sister's face, decided that he absolutely had to calm her down. He stroked her head and asked her not to cry over something that could be replaced. Then the boy asked her if she really liked the balloon so much. Then the boy stood up and told her that next time they would go and play boats, and asked her if that was an activity she was interested in. Ellie raised her head up and asked her brother if he was busy, but he told her that he would find some free time for her. And after his words, she decided that he was probably trying to comfort her in this way. The boy turned to her and said that she was probably tired and needed to rest a little at least before dinner. He extended his hand to her and said that he would walk her to a room where she could rest a little from the events of the day. Tears appeared on the girl's face again, but these were no longer tears of grief, but rather tears of joy from the fact that her brother was no longer angry with her and forgave her for losing his gift. And the girl was absolutely happy that everything turned out so wonderfully. She took her brother's hand and laughed merrily. The prince had not yet undressed in his room. He sat still dressed in an armchair and drank whiskey. He told the butler that so far he had managed to find out that this child named Le was very cute and nothing more. His servant stood next to him, and now he told him that it did not matter whether it would help him or not, but everything must be fine. The prince performed some kind of magical action and said that thanks to his message he was able to immediately find the little girl. But everything is not so simple. The young man took another sip from his glass and declared that it turned out that raising a small child was not at all easy. It seems that this day was hard for the owner of the palace, too. He did not calm down until he had completely drained the contents of his glass, and only then did he put it on the table. The prince approached the gramophone and decided that the record he had just chosen was just right for the evening. This music was in perfect harmony with his current mood. His little daughter looked at this device and thought that for the first time she saw a gramophone that worked with the help of a magic stone. For the first time, she saw magical objects. Now she was sitting next to her brother and drinking light wine. The girl decided to ask how old her brother was, and heard in response that the boy had just recently turned 14. She thought he was still very little. She thought he was about 17. And Le screamed, asking if he could drink wine yet, since he was still underage. Jad replied that it was nothing. All members of their family were adversely affected by alcohol and medicine. But then the prince appeared from behind the girl and said that she could not drink wine because she was too small. The girl was forced to agree with her father's words. The prince told her that when she grew to at least half the height of her brother, only then would she be able to drink a little. She immediately, for some reason, began to put her hand to the top of her head, performing some strange manipulations. When Jad asked her what she was doing, L.E. replied that she wanted to grow up as quickly as possible. Their father watched this conversation closely. After this, the young man decided that he also needed to rest a little. He sat down comfortably on the sofa and began to drink wine. But he did not have long to rest because Cyan appeared and informed the prince that an urgent dispatch had arrived for him, and he immediately brought it to his master. Without a moment's hesitation, the prince immediately grabbed the envelope with the letter and opened it. He began to read the letter, which apparently contained something important, because he immediately became serious and concerned. His eyes sparkled as he began to read. From the letter he received, it followed that His Majesty had sent him another riddle. The girl sat down next to her father and listened to him think out loud. The man said that he had a heart attack of unknown cause, which meant that this incident was far from the first. There were already several similar envelopes on the prince's desk. He said that the second case could still be considered an accident, but it seemed that after the third, the police took up the matter. As far as he knew, 3 different women had died in different places. They had only one thing in common. All the women had red hair. They were all of different status. The man finished reading the letter and began to think. He was very interested in this complicated case. He wanted it to be a good case, and in the end, he would be able to solve this difficult riddle. The little girl sitting next to him began to tremble slightly. She thought that this was certainly a good thing for the prince, since he could hunt. However, she was afraid that something might happen to him, and then there would be no one to take care of her. The change in the girl's mood was noticed by her father, who was sitting next to her. He looked at her closely and noticed that she began to tremble. Callan told her that she seemed to have a very strange expression on her face, and that she also seemed to be not feeling very well. The prince decided to test his guess and touched his daughter's forehead with his palm, deciding to check if she had a fever. It happened to her again. The girl seemed to be somewhere else and could not control her body and mind at all. She clearly saw something in front of her. August 9th, Tuesday. This time the target was a little common girl. She heard the words spoken. Check if your mother is living well in heaven. All she had was the name her mother gave her. It's a pity that she immediately gave in to temptation and ended up in an iron cage. And no one will look for this poor girl. She was treated differently than other women. Then a maniac and murderer approached the cage where the girl was, holding a bloody saw in his hands. He told her what a beautiful hair color. These were the last words before the girl's left hand was cut off. Then, as if in a dream, Elle heard someone calling her child and asking her to wake up. When she opened her eyes, she saw 2 men and a boy with worried faces asking her if she was all right. She immediately asked what date it was. They told her it was the 9th of August and immediately asked why she suddenly decided to ask about it. L.E. suddenly realized that August 9th was today, the day when the poor girl who found herself in the killer's cage would be killed. The criminal had a mother who was too attached to him. He loved her and hated her at the same time. Experiencing these conflicting feelings inside himself, he suddenly realized that he wanted to take his mother's place. It was this attachment to his mother that led him to switch to his victims who had the same red hair as hers. Girls who had red hair were invited to a mysterious fortune teller who predicted the future. The same fortune teller offered the girls miraculous beauty products. It must be said that this remedy did have a certain power. It made the girl's skin turn red for a while, which made her attractive. But in reality, this miracle cure was a slow-acting poison that, after some time, caused cardiac arrest in the victim who used it. Suddenly, the girl remembered lines from a book she had read, which said that women with red hair died from cardiac arrest, and this was not an accident. The girl decided to tell the prince about all this and told him that the fortune teller she met in the alley was the criminal, and these were real murders. This concerns the deaths he had just spoken about. The prince doubted her words and said that if this was someone's plan and someone was trying to kill women in this way, and asked if there were other common signs. He asked his daughter what she was talking about. L.E. immediately went deep into her thoughts and began to ponder what to say to her father. She said that, for example, it could have happened that all the murder victims liked to tell fortunes. She thought that red hair was, of course, an important clue, but it did not lead to a fortune teller. It seems that the prince was interested in her words about fortune-telling, and he asked her why she thought so. The answer was, it would seem, obvious. Most fortune-telling houses were located in poor alleys, and she had heard that even aristocrats went to famous fortune-tellers. L.E. did not stop trying to reach her father. She told him that when it came to a restaurant or a clothing store, people usually only went to those that matched their status. but a place where people of different classes could come was precisely a fortune-telling house. The prince thought carefully about his adopted daughter's words. It seemed to him that there might be some truth in them. It looked funny, and perhaps it made sense to conduct an investigation into the fortune-telling houses. Suddenly, the girl felt a strong pain in her head. It kept growing and getting stronger. She pressed her hands to her head because she couldn't stand it anymore. The prince did not notice at first that something was happening to the girl. He told his butler to contact the Information Guild and collect information about fortune-telling houses. The next second, he turned around and saw that L.E. was not okay. He quickly put his hand under the little girl's shoulder so that she would not fall to the floor and began to ask her to come to her senses. But his daughter closed her eyes, and exactly the same thing happened to her that had happened several times before. The line between this life and the one she had lived before began to blur again, and she saw the pages of a book she had once read. The floor in the maniac's dirty basement was covered in the blood of a little girl, whose body was now hanging over him. The maniac, having fulfilled his promise to cut off her hand, was now quietly humming a song to himself. Without stopping, this cruel killer put on a red wig and his mother's ring and stared into the mirror standing on the table in front of him. A little girl named L.E. was lying at that time in the same iron cage. After the sadist had done his bloody deed, he put her back in the cage. Her body was bleeding profusely where her hand had been. The girl was moaning in pain and thinking that it would be better if he killed her. At this moment, a man entered the basement. It was the prince, who had completed his investigation and was now examining a sheet of paper in his hand. He said that it seemed to be called fetishism. Dressed in women's clothing, the maniac immediately turned sharply towards the person who entered and shouted at him who he was and what he was doing here. The next moment, the prince immobilized the criminal with his magic. A black cloud in the form of a snake immediately wrapped itself around the neck and head of the villain, and he was immobilized. His body hit the floor with a loud thud. His wig flew off his head, and now he continued to lie in the corner of his basement, where he committed all his bloody crimes. The prince's magic continued to wriggle near the criminal's head. The maniac realized that he would certainly be punished and began to tremble. The man who managed to catch the criminal leaned over his body and said that the pieces of his meat would have to be cut up beautifully. The man then turned around because he heard something coming from the cage next to the wall. He decided to go over and look at the person inside. There he saw a little girl with hair of a very strange color and green eyes, which had already begun to lose their shine due to the fact that she had lost a lot of blood. The prince felt very sorry for this poor child. He pulled her body out of the cage and began to support her by the shoulders. All the girl's clothes were stained with her own blood. He told the girl that he had to take her to the doctor, but at that moment, a sharp iron arrow pierced his body. The amazed girl saw how her savior's blood began to slowly flow from his chest, pierced by an arrow. Just as quickly, blood began to pour from the throat of the man standing over her. The little girl could not understand what had happened and who had killed this man. She began to peer into the depths of the basement. After that, she saw before her the villain who had lured her here earlier and cut off her hand. As if nothing had happened, he was rubbing his neck where the snake had recently been. And grinning, he looked at his captive. And again, the girl was transported to her current life. She was lying on her bed and staring at the ceiling of her bedroom with amazed, motionless eyes, trying to analyze what she had just seen. When she raised her body and sat on the bed, her father sat down next to her and began to look at her carefully. He could not understand what could have happened to this girl. The daughter continued to tremble, so the man gently stroked her shoulders and asked her if she was okay. The butler and the girl's brother were standing nearby. They were worried about her health and did not understand, just like the prince, what could have happened to her. Lee still couldn't calm down. Her body wouldn't stop shaking, and remembering what she had just seen, the girl suddenly realized that she wasn't the only one involved in this crime. She suddenly clearly saw before her eyes that tonight the prince would be wounded by an arrow, and after that he would fall into a coma and find himself confined to a hospital bed. The doctor who examined her father said that the arrow that hit the prince's chest was poisoned. The prince's upset son will demand that he be saved. The best doctors and priests will be summoned from all over the empire, trying to save the life of the wounded man. But all efforts will be in vain. C.A. Len will lie unconscious for a whole month. No efforts of doctors and priests will be able to raise him from his bed. As soon as the prince's difficult situation becomes known, a whole line of people will line up outside his palace, coming to the prince's house. These people are not here just for the sake of mercy. Most of them are those who have borrowed from the prince, or those who want to win over the young heir to their side. Many of the people who came will harbor a secret thought of getting rid of the prince, who has not regained consciousness, and some of them will try to destroy him. Unfortunately, that was all the girl knew from the book about the future. At this point, her memories stopped again, and she could remember absolutely nothing. It was at that moment, when she was reading this episode, that she lost consciousness, and this became the last page she read in her past life. L.E. literally got angry with herself and began to angrily hit herself on the head with her fists, thinking why she remembered such an important detail only now, and she also thought that she shouldn't have told the prince about the fortune teller. Out of helplessness, she continued to swing her fists, but suddenly someone grabbed her wrist and asked her to stop. Jad standing next to her. He grabbed the girl by the hand and asked her not to hurt herself, asking if she had come to her senses. L.E. suddenly realized that she was lying on her bed in the bedroom of the palace. It was her room, and next to her were her father, brother, and the prince's butler. They asked how she was feeling, and the girl replied that she was already fine. She wondered why they were looking at her so strangely. And Cyan told her that if she had pain somewhere, she should tell him right away. These men surrounded the girl, and she wondered if she had said something strange in her sleep. The butler said that since the lady had come to her senses, the gentleman could go and rest. But it seemed that no one was going to leave the girl alone who was feeling ill. The girl looked at the people around her in surprise. She couldn't understand why they weren't leaving. She suddenly thought that maybe they were waiting for her to wake up. Someone knocked on the door. When the butler went to open the door, one of the maids appeared and said something to him. Cyan approached the prince and informed him that the results of the investigation he had asked for had already arrived. The prince said that it had happened even faster than he had expected. Kaelin immediately sat down on the bed next to his daughter, opened the envelope, and began to read the results of the investigation that had been brought to him. The girl wanted to look at these papers. It was a report on the traces of crimes at the murder scenes of victims with red hair. She thought that if the prince read this, he would go to the fortune teller's house that very night. L.E. firmly decided that in any way she had to prevent the events that were described in the book. It was for this reason that she grabbed the prince's clothes with both hands, trying to draw his attention to herself. Her father tore himself away from reading the report with difficulty and, looking in her direction, asked what she needed. The girl began to mumble something incoherently under her breath. She didn't know what to tell him. She couldn't tell him that they were living in a world she had read about in a novel about a past life. And finally, it dawned on her that all her words might be meaningless because the prince wouldn't believe her anyway. That's why she lowered her head, exhausted, and closed her eyes. When the prince told her that there was nothing to worry about and that she could speak, the girl continued to remain silent and thought that he would not believe her. When the girl grabbed the hand in his shirt again, the prince turned his head in her direction, looked up from his reading, and said that she could speak. L.E., feeling her powerlessness to change the future, immediately began to cry and asked her father not to go to the fortune-telling house. The prince switched back to reading and began to carefully reread the information about the places visited by all the recently deceased women. From the papers brought to the prince, it followed that the only place visited by all those women who had recently died of a heart attack was the fortune-telling house, the red-haired fortune teller. This is exactly what the prince read. The young man was very surprised because, if you believe these notes, everything was exactly as the girl said. Everything fits too well to be a coincidence, and he wondered if they were luring him there on purpose. Next to him, his little daughter continued to cry. While the prince reread the information brought to him, L.E. continued to cry into his shirt and repeat that he could not go there. Kaelin couldn't understand what was going on. He looked at the girl and wondered what she was thinking this time, and why he couldn't take on the task of finishing this. For the umpteenth time, Lo repeated to the prince that he should not go there, and all the while her face remained red and wet with tears. Because the girl was crying and suddenly began to tremble violently, the prince dropped all these papers from his hands, and they rustled onto the floor near the bed. All these sheets of paper were scattered on the floor, and his daughter kept telling him not to go to that place. Despite all the requests to calm down, she continued to cry bitterly. L.E. was not shaking from the cold. She was very scared, and she said that she had dreamed that the prince would suffer greatly. And in her dream, everything was so clear that she began to worry very much. The girl raised her eyes to look into the prince's face and asked if he could stay with her at least just today. Seeing that her words were not producing any results, she continued to cry, wiping her tears with her hand. She said that it was not a lie, and thought that again the prince was not answering her. Kaelin seemed to heed her persuasion. He said that today he would probably stay home because it was more important for him that she be calm. Le did not believe that she had managed to achieve what she wanted. To check once again that the prince was not angry with her, she asked him about it. When her father said he wasn't angry, she asked him if he would send the girl away. But he said why would he do that? But it seemed that the girl's nerves were completely upset. Despite the fact that her father promised to stay with her, she began to cry again. Her brother came up to her and began to stroke her head. He said that this should not be done. The butler, who was also in the room, decided that there was no other way out than to tease the little girl a little. He immediately began to playfully whine and cry, as if teasing her. The prince immediately ordered the butler to immediately go for a sedative, which he did immediately, jumping up from his seat and running out of the room. When her brother asked the girl if she had finished crying, she apologized and said that she thought she had calmed down, but the tears would not stop flowing. Jad continued to look at his sister with pity, not understanding what was the reason for her bad mood. Cyan ran in, bringing something in a cup. He told his mistress that she needed to drink some medicine. When the man approached the girl, she immediately began to refuse, saying that she was already fine, and the most important thing was for the prince to be nearby. Then her brother took the cup and asked her to drink it, because she was feeling sick. If she didn't drink it, she would have stomach problems and would have to have an operation. Having heard about the operation, the girl was forced to agree. She didn't want it. She didn't want to be sick in this life, much less have an operation. Realizing that there was no other way to get rid of these people, and also deciding that she had no reason to get sick, the girl drank the medicine in the cup in one gulp. As soon as she drank it, she immediately began to grimace, noticing that this medicine was very bitter. After that, Cyan started wiping her face, despite her claim that she could do it herself. Jad offered her candy to sweeten the life after the bitter medicine. Lo's father leaned over and asked how she was feeling. He also wondered why she couldn't sleep alone. The girl immediately categorically shouted at him that she could not do this, and that today he had to stay next to her. The prince was very surprised by such a statement. He thought that this was not even his own daughter. It was surprising, and her threatening gesture was very sweet. He told the girl that that was exactly what he was going to do. It was a very strange situation, in his opinion, and for some reason he couldn't shake the feeling that the girl was right. The prince placed his hand on the white sheet of the bed and told his daughter that she should now lie down. She absolutely had to sleep, because that way she would get better faster. Here, Le told him that she did not want to sleep. She thought that if she lay down and fell asleep, she would not be able to be at peace until tonight was over. Her father had to agree with her. He lay down on her bed, put his hand under his head, and asked her if it suited her. The girl continued to sit on her bed and, pouting her lips, thought about what else she could do to ensure that the prince would definitely stay next to her that night. She lay down on her bed and slightly closed her eyes. The girl thought that she would only lie down but would not sleep under any circumstances. When she told the prince lying next to her about this, he immediately agreed with her, saying that everything would be fine. Then Callan turned to his son, who was standing next to the bed, and told the boy, who was surprised by his words, to also come here and lie down next to them. Le opened her eyes and noticed with satisfaction that her brother was also lying down next to her, on the opposite side from the prince. She was simply happy that her entire family was now next to her. And besides, the prince would stay at home and not go to that ill-fated fortune-telling house. The prince nodded approvingly to his butler when he said that he would be somewhere nearby, and if anything happened, they should ring the bell. After the butler had turned off the lights in the room, the girl's bedroom was lit only by the moonlight coming through the window. Her father and brother lay next to her on her huge bed. Le's eyes were open. She still couldn't calm down after remembering the pages of the book. Then her thoughts switched to something else, and she thought that they were lying in such a way that it seemed as if they were really one family. The girl's eyes began to slowly close. But she kept thinking about the situation of her adopted daughter, and whether she could, in the depths of her soul, consider them all a real family. Lying next to her, Jad opened his eyes again and, looking at the girl, told her that if she wanted to sleep, she could sleep. Le complained to him that it looked very strange because she had just been so cheerful. The boy told her that after taking medicine, you usually always want to sleep. The girl yawned and said that she had been deceived. She asked the prince again if he would leave and asked him not to leave even if he fell asleep. Her father immediately promised her that he would stay by her side and not leave her that night. The girl looked again at the darkness surrounding everything in her room and reminded the prince of his promise. Le closed her eyes, and her last thought before she fell asleep was that she should get up early tomorrow and file a police report. If they were calling for a criminal, then the prince... As soon as the girl fell asleep, a quiet movement began in the palace. Her father, seeing that the children were asleep, decided that he had to act and went out into the corridor. While his servant was helping him put on his cloak, the prince thought that he had not taken the report with him, and then decided that there was nothing wrong with that. He thought that his son seemed to like this girl very much. When the butler asked if he wanted a report brought to him, the prince replied that this was not at all necessary, since he already remembered everything. Kalen turned to the servant and told him that he too had become interested in the girl. He thought she would tell him some information, but she began to cry and beg him not to go, which seemed like a mystery to him. Already heading for the front door, he told the servant that he would not know whether it was a trap or not until he went down there. If something happened to him, this child. His butler said that perhaps the red flower was here for a reason, and he sent the girl here as a spy. But his master objected and said that, in his opinion, things were much more complicated here. After Sion said that his assumptions could not be false, the prince only laughed, raised the collar of his cloak, and said that it was time to begin the hunt. The moonlight in the windows of the young lady's bedroom had already given way to bright, sunny warmth. It penetrated into the girl's room and warmed everything around it. Lo lay without lifting her head from the pillow. She felt the warmth of the sun and thought about what was shining in her eyes. To her surprise, she realized that it was already morning, sat up in bed, began to rub her eyes, and decided that she needed to quickly contact the police before the prince woke up. She sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed, and was surprised to notice that the prince was not in her room. The girl immediately began calling him by name. When she decided to get up and go to the prince, she noticed with surprise that her foot was lying on the papers scattered near her bed that her father had received yesterday. The girl quickly grabbed these sheets of paper in her hands and began to look through them carefully, trying to find the answer, you, to all her questions. When she finished reading, she realized that she needed to act, and her brother, who was also in the palace, could help her with this. She ran quickly to him, trying to wake up the sleeping boy. The girl ran to the bed where her brother was lying and began shaking him with all her might, trying to wake him up. She appealed to him to wake up immediately. He muttered in his sleep why she needed it. When Jad raised his heavy head and heard the question about where the prince was now, he told her that he had gone out at dawn and said that he needed to find out something. The girl immediately started screaming that her father's words could not be trusted. She thought that this was natural, and that this prince would not listen to her. She should not fall asleep under any circumstances. L.E. quickly moved as close as possible to her brother, who was surprised by her appearance, and asked him if he knew how to ride a horse. The boy, still not understanding anything, heard from his sister that she had a request for him. L.E. said that he should definitely listen to her and agree with her, and then she promised to do whatever it took to thank him. Jad didn't understand what had happened. He saw that his sister was very excited, and it seemed to him that something very important must have happened, since she was so excited. The boy grabbed his head, which still refused to think, and said that so be it, he would agree and fulfill her request. While he was still thinking about where to start, the girl began to quickly lift him from the chair by the hand, urging him to quickly go to the stable and reminding him that it was very urgent. When they arrived at the stable, L.E. was very surprised to see a horse in front of her. Never before had she seen them so close as this time. Jad led out of the stable a beautiful brown trotter who, judging by his eyes, was very intelligent and meek. The boy was preparing the horse to go on a ride. He had thrown the saddle on and was now tightening the girth from underneath the horse. His little sister was still amazed and wondered if horses had always been as big as this one that now stood before her. After all the preparations were completed, Jad quickly jumped into the saddle and found himself sitting astride in the saddle. The boy extended his hand to his sister to help her climb onto the horse in front of him. When he offered her his help, L.E. immediately grabbed the hand he offered her with both hands, and the boy pulled her up. L.E. said that they needed to get to the city as quickly as possible, and her brother drove his horse as fast as he could through the city streets, where there were already a large number of passers-by. It was her first time riding a horse. She was very scared, and she grabbed the horse's mane with all her might and screamed loudly, overcoming her fear of riding fast. The wind roared in her ears, caused by the horse's rapid movement. It was breathing loudly, and its hooves were clicking on the stone pavement. The girl screamed that she could not hear anything. When Jad leaned towards her ear and asked if she was okay, the girl replied that it was. When they arrived at their destination, Lo began pointing her index finger in the direction of a house and said that it was here, adding that they needed to move towards the third alley. The children immediately climbed back on the horse and continued moving in the direction the girl thought they needed to go. She decided that the house they were now standing in front of was the fortune teller's house. Judging by the description and address, it was here that the bloody events described in the story took place. The girl quickly ran towards the house, and her brother thought that this was the fortune teller's house, which meant that she asked to bring him here to find their father. Jad thought that if anything happened, they could just go back. After all, it could happen that his father might not be here anyway. Her brother tried to stop the girl. He grabbed her hand and told her to wait. The brother continued to hold his sister's hand tightly, did not let go, and asked what she knew. The little girl looked him straight in the eye and reminded him that he had promised to help her and asked him not to ask her about anything for now. The boy, ashamed by her, immediately agreed, hanging his head. He understood that he had to keep his promises. He let go of her hand and said that he was ready to fulfill any of her wishes. The girl went to the door and pressed her ear to it. She thought that everything behind her had suddenly become quiet, and had something really happened to her father? She thought that if all her guesses were correct, then either someone was hiding behind the door in this room, or there was a gang of fortune tellers there. Elle decided that her brother was stronger than the average adult, so he should be able to handle whoever was at the door. She told him that if there was someone near the door, he should be grabbed immediately. When Jad completely agreed, the girl extended her trembling hand to the door handle, thinking that something was definitely happening inside. She imagined the face of the maniac she had read about in the story and who had been haunting her mind that night. The girl was scared, very scared, but she knew that she had to go through that door to save the man who had become so dear to her lately. She was firmly convinced that nothing bad should happen to the prince, and so she abruptly opened the door leading into the room. Her brother followed her in. As soon as they entered the house and their eyes got used to the darkness that reigned there, the girl saw a man standing in a pool of blood spilled on the floor. There was a body of a man hanging in the air. He was dressed in a red dress, and from underneath it you could see men's trousers and exactly the same men's shoes. The man suspended in the air had a black rope tied around his neck, created by the prince's magic. He screamed loudly and begged for mercy. Next to him, with his cane thrown over his neck, stood the father of the little girl. He watched as the snake, which had appeared at his will, powerfully squeezed the neck of the criminal. The prince tightened the rope around the criminal's neck, and he struggled to break the snake's strong grip. The wig had almost flown off his head, and man's hair was visible sticking out from underneath it. When the girl called out to the prince, he immediately turned in their direction and asked what had happened. The little girl and her brother looked at the scene unfolding before their eyes in amazement. The girl saw the prince's magic in action for the first time. Judging from the boy's eyes, one could think that this was also new to him. Kalen immediately ordered his son to take the girl and leave. He said that he was busy now and promised to talk to them after he finished his business. Jad tried to cover the girl's eyes with his hand and said that it was too early for her to look at such things. He asked her to leave the room. She didn't want to listen to him and reminded him of her request again. And although she saw that there was no one else there, she thought about what was written in the book about some shot. When the girl looked closely at the body of the hanging man, she noticed that he had done something with the ring on his finger. It seemed to her that this maniac began to slowly turn this ring. Probably it was done with some purpose. Her brother tried to force her out of this house, but she was relentless and, realizing that it was a trap, decided to break free from his embrace. The girl looked at the wall opposite her and realized that it was a trap with a shooting installation, which was set up in such a way as to kill the prince. Le immediately broke away from her brother's embrace and ran towards the prince, screaming that he should not be there. Her brother's screams were useless and went unanswered. Her father continued to stand in front of the maniac hanging over his head and did not even suspect the danger that now threatened him. And his young daughter was now rushing to him to warn him about this and protect him from death. She was confident that she would be able to save the prince from imminent death, and that was precisely why she was now rushing towards him as quickly as possible. Kalen was very surprised when the girl appeared next to him and pressed her small body against his back. He turned to her to ask what she wanted and was even more surprised because his daughter was pierced by an arrow shot by someone. The assassin captured by the prince smiled maliciously, seeing that his arrow had reached its target. He was glad that he had not prepared his deadly weapon in vain. The prince immediately grabbed the girl in his arms, and his son rushed towards them, repeating the name of his little sister. He held the body of the little wounded girl in his arms and called for her to wake up, calling her child. Leonie moaned. Tears appeared on her face because it was so painful. She wanted to cry even more because she understood that inevitable death awaited her, because the maniac's arrow was poisoned. The prince continued to ask his daughter to wake up. He said that she must not lose consciousness and asked her to look at him. The girl finally opened her eyes and told him that she was in great pain and that her shoulder was hurting badly. The prince did not know what to do. He only asked her why she was so kind. The girl seemed to be losing consciousness. The images of her brother and father seemed to float. They leaned over her, and Jad said that it was nothing, and that she would soon recover. Lai remembered the faces of her parents, who had leaned over her in the hospital in exactly the same way. They had also assured her that there was nothing to worry about, and that everything would be fine soon. There, in the hospital, she also felt very bad and was ready to die. These were the memories before she was taken to the operating room. The girl extended her hand to the prince's face, stroked his cheek, and called him Daddy. She continued to cry and look into his face. Then she said the word, sorry. The little girl's hand remained on the prince's face. She stroked his cheek and called him her papa. Noticing that the girl's eyes began to close again, her brother rushed to her and began asking her to wake up. The prince held the little girl in his arms and asked only one question. Why? Then his butler came and apologized for being late. He said that when he learned that the young lady and gentleman had disappeared, and then he became seriously excited when he saw the scene that met his eyes. Cyan fell silent, and a small tear ran down his cheek. He saw the whole family of his masters and also a little girl who seemed to be dying. The prince still held in his arms the body of his little daughter, who said the word mama. The prince's father called him a monster and a curse to our entire family. He always envied his son, who was a more capable magician than he was. The man was both jealous and afraid of his son. He said that his son had summoned a spirit that even he had not been able to make a contract with. The little boy was deprived of the love of his father, who constantly punished him, finding any reason for it. Callan loved only his mother. When the prince was a small child, he was often beaten like some kind of animal, and he cowered and hid behind his mother, who protected him. His sweet mother always reassured the boy, saying that it was nothing and that she was with him. The woman repeated that she would always love him. Very often, she asked him for forgiveness, saying that she had so little strength. Sometimes she got it instead of her son. When his mother died, the prince felt as if the whole world had collapsed for him. It was exactly the same now, when he saw the death of his little daughter before him. She lay in his arms, and he wanted to bring her back to life. He knew that perhaps with her actions, she was trying to save him from death, and that made the weight of this loss seem even greater. Callan looked again at the face of that poor girl from the street, whose name was Lee. He had adopted her because of his fleeting whim. The prince was still haunted by one thought. He could not understand why this girl, whom he had only recently met, wanted to save his life. He leaned over this child dear to his heart and thought that she had seen him kill a man, but it still did not cause disgust in her. The prince's servant and son bowed down next to him and also began to address the little girl, calling on her to wake up and return to life. Their faces were very excited. They, just like the prince, did not want the death of this sweet girl who they had fallen in love with in such a short time. When the prince called the butler by name, he immediately raised his eyes towards the master and prepared to fulfill his every wish. Callan ordered the butler to tie up the trembling criminal lying on the ground nearby. Cyan looked at the man and thought that he could kill him now with his own hands, but he only answered the prince that he would now carry out his order. The prince told his son that he had to help him. He explained that he would now try to stop the bleeding, and the girl might feel pain. When he told his son that she should put something in her mouth to keep her from biting her tongue, Jad immediately began to tear the hand in his shirt with his teeth. The prince decided to use his magic. He raised himself and began to cast a spell. It seemed that his magic had begun to work. The girl began to shudder, and only the cloth bandage kept her from biting her tongue after her body began to shake violently. When the magic session ended, the girl's body calmed down, and it seemed that she began to breathe a little more evenly. But she was still unconscious, and her health was of great concern. The prince decided that he had done all that was in his power for now. He said that the bleeding had stopped, but unfortunately there was nothing more he could do. While the boy was examining his sister's wound, the prince told his servant that it was necessary to move the girl to a safe place. The young man was busy tying up the captured criminal with a rope. He told the gentleman that his hotel was not far from here, and it would be a good idea to take the little girl there. That's what he was doing now. When the body of the little victim was placed on the bed, a doctor was immediately called to examine her. After the doctor finished examining Ellie's body, the prince turned to him with a question, asking about her well-being and whether anything threatened her health. The doctor immediately reassured everyone. He said that more details could only be given when the surgeon arrived and examined her. But it seemed that there was no danger to the little girl's life. The doctor added that fortunately the arrow was not poisoned and, moreover, did not hit the child's heart. The prince looked at this little girl, dear to his heart, and said that this is how it should be. And if she dies, then he will destroy all the doctors in the city. He leaned over the girl's body to look at her again, and the doctor said that he would do everything in his power to save her life. Le continued to lie unconscious. Her breathing was regular, and since the bleeding had stopped, she seemed to be in no further danger. The prince sat down next to his daughter and looked at the child again. His whim seemed completely thoughtless to him. When he invited the girl to his palace, he simply wanted to give her something. And now it turned out that his decision to adopt her had become dangerous for the girl's life. He reproached himself for having acted in such a way. It seemed to him that if she had continued to live on the street, she would have remained healthy, and her life would not have been in danger. The man kept trying to figure out who this girl was. Perhaps she was a spy for the killer with the red flower. It was also impossible to rule out the possibility that she was the target of this criminal, who killed with enviable regularity and whose victim was the prince's mother. Kalen thought that at first he thought that the information the girl had given him last night was either a trap or an accident. But after the girl, while dying, called him dad, his opinion completely changed, and it began to seem to him that she was sincerely attached to him. He stroked the cheek of the girl lying before him and thought that he could not have foreseen this. Just as he could not have foreseen that she would suffer in his place, having decided to save him from death. The prince put his hand to the girl's forehead and thought that he wished it were a trap. And for the umpteenth time, he wondered who this young lady was. The prince was troubled by his thoughts. He thought that the girl should survive and bear responsibility for her words. If she called him father, then a familial bond had arisen between them. The man took the girl's hand in his own and said out loud that it didn't matter that she wasn't his own. He could still make her his daughter. He hugged his unconscious daughter's hand and said that when she woke up, they would have to change the training plan and raise her to be arrogant and selfish, so that she would not care that an arrow or a knife was flying at someone right in front of her. He kissed the girl's hand and continued talking to her. The prince said that at first it would be necessary to keep her locked up, like in a greenhouse, because it would be calmer that way. He really wanted the girl to at least hear him. He wanted even more for her to finally wake up and become healthy again. The prince continued to kiss Ellie's hand and asked her to come to her senses quickly. But unfortunately, these wishes of the young man were not destined to come true. His adopted daughter continued to lie motionless without regaining consciousness. By his order, the best doctors of the empire were gathered, who examined her every day and held their consultations. Each time the prince stood behind them, trying to hear something from their conversation in the hope that his daughter was getting better and would soon wake up and be healthy. His faithful servant accompanied his master every time. He noticed that he had recently begun to look worse. He had lost his appetite and sleep and only constantly asked about the well-being of his adopted daughter. This time, when his master returned home, Cyan asked him what the young lady's condition was. The prince answered him that they said her life was not in danger and asked where his son was. The butler replied that he had been waiting all this time until the operation was over and was now resting in his room. The butler began pouring wine into the prince's glass and told him that for the first time he had seen the young gentleman restless, although this was quite understandable, considering the closeness that had arisen between him and his sister. The young man asked for favors, whether he sent a person to the temple. He hoped that the high priest certainly knew magical techniques to remove pain. The prince looked at his servant carefully, and he said that he had contacted them, but there was an event at the imperial palace today. Most of the high priests had gone there, but they promised to send someone as soon as it was over. The prince took a few sips from his glass and told the young man to listen carefully to what he was about to say and to convey it word for word to the emperor. He placed the almost empty glass on the table and said that the emperor should be told that if he did not send all the high priests here immediately, in that case, the prince promised he would be forced to go to the palace himself, and he would make the first member of the imperial family who caught his eye experience exactly the same suffering that his daughter was now enduring. Lei was still lying motionless on her bed, not regaining consciousness and not opening her eyes. Her breathing was quiet and calm. The boy who had recently become her brother never left her bedside. He thought that perhaps this girl would never recover and could make a better stuffed animal, like Popo. His stuffed cat was in the library where his father's books were collected. Its presence often reminded the boy of the experiment he had conducted on it. For a moment, the wings of this cat, once given to him by his father, appeared before the boy's eyes again. When he was a little boy, his father decided to give him such a gift and brought him Popo. It was an unusual cat because it had wings on its back, but at the same time it looked very cute and loved to cuddle at the boy's feet. He immediately picked her up and told his father that this was an unusual cat. The prince hastened to immediately explain to his son that this was not an ordinary cat, but a chimera. He explained that a chimera is a magical animal that shares life with the one it belongs to. If one person gets hurt or dies, it will affect the other one too. The cat sitting in the boy's arms immediately began to cuddle up to him, and the father said that from today on he would be the owner of this baby. Pop looked with his blue eyes into the face of his little master, and the prince said that he should take care of his pet as well as he took care of himself. For some reason, these were the memories that came into the boy's head now, as he sat by his sister's body. He thought that he later learned that all the prince's words were a blatant lie. Jad touched the girl's cheek with his hand and thought that her sick appearance reminded him even more of Pop. But in his opinion, it was not enough to just be similar. She was still different. He remembered how cheerful and happy she had been on the day she had received the balloon from him as a gift, and he wanted to see her speak and laugh again. He remembered how the body of this little girl was pierced by an arrow shot by a criminal, and he thought that she had done something that he could not even imagine. Jad was constantly haunted by the thought of why he simply did not believe her, and why she sacrificed herself to save her father. The boy felt as if something was stabbing in his chest. He touched the place and thought that it was very strange. He realized that it was his heart that was hurting. The pain was so strong that he even lowered his head onto the bed and clutched the sheet in his hand. As if through some kind of veil, extraneous sounds began to penetrate the girl's consciousness. She heard someone crying. Then someone said that they really wanted to see the faces of their children. Someone begged and simply implored her to wake up. L.E. finally managed to open her eyes a little, and again heard someone talking about how it didn't matter at all who was chosen, and then adding that, "Let's not be upset with each other." She couldn't understand what all this meant. When she looked up, she saw a very strange ceiling. The curtains hanging from it looked just as strange. The girl couldn't figure out where she was now, and then she remembered how she saved the prince. Someone shot an arrow at him, and the girl became an obstacle in her path. When she opened her mouth to call out to someone, she was surprised to find that her voice had completely disappeared, and not a single sound came out of it in her futile attempt to speak. The poor girl decided that she must have died again and was in the afterlife. Her body began to shake with heavy sobs. Then she seemed to feel some movement near her head and looked in that direction to find out who it was next to her. To her great joy, Elle saw that it was her brother, leaning on her bed and sleeping next to her. This meant that she was not dead yet, and it turned out that she was still alive if Jad was next to her. The girl immediately jumped up joyfully. She looked at the sleeping boy and could not understand why he was sleeping here and not in his bedroom in the family palace. The boy heard someone moving around next to him on the bed and began to slowly wake up, opening his eyes. After that, he raised his head, propped it up with his hand, and said to the girl, "Hello, princess. You're awake. I've been waiting for you for so long." His sister still couldn't come to her senses. She felt much better and couldn't understand why she hadn't died from that arrow, because it had to be poisoned, as described in the story. But in the end, she decided not to fill her head with stupid thoughts. The main thing was that she remained alive, and now her beloved brother was next to her. The girl immediately began to jump up and down on her bed, happy that she was still alive, and that her father was still alive and the poisoned arrow had not killed him. She really wanted to say something, but unfortunately she lost her voice, and instead she began waving her hands and showing some figures with them. She looked at her brother and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For some reason, the boy looked at her sadly and didn't say a single word. He finally seemed to figure out why his sister couldn't speak. He took a jug of water and began pouring water from it into a glass. He decided that if Elle drank the water, she would be able to speak again. He approached the girl and handed her a glass of water, which she took from his hands with both hands. As it turned out, the boy was right. She immediately grabbed the glass and began to greedily drink water from it. He asked her to drink a little more slowly. When she had completely drained the contents of the glass, she smiled and began to make different sounds, happy that she had regained the gift of speech. When she asked her brother what this place was, he told her that it was a hospital and she had been there since the moment she was hit by an arrow fired by a maniac. To her question about the prince, he replied that their father remained unharmed, but she had been unconscious for a whole week, and they had already begun to think that she would never regain consciousness, or might even die. His words surprised his little sister very much. She couldn't believe that she had been lying in bed for a whole week and hadn't even noticed it. Then Jad pulled aside the curtains that hid the girl's bed and shouted loudly that the child had woken up. His little sister became very curious about what was hidden behind those curtains, and she timidly looked out from behind her brother. Ali saw that a great many doctors had gathered in the hospital room. They surrounded the oldest of them, who seemed to be feeling very unwell. Some of the doctors had tears on their cheeks, which they wiped away with their handkerchiefs. Seeing that the girl was okay, the doctors began to cry even louder, but these were tears of joy. They could not believe that this had really happened, and the lady opened her eyes. Some of them simply triumphed and shouted that they were saved. The girl thought that maybe they had prepared a surprise to surprise her. One of the doctors approached Jad and asked how long he had been there, but the boy said they didn't need to know. His sister assumed he had sneaked in. She became curious about who all these people were. And when she asked her brother about it, he answered that they were doctors. He said that when they saw her shoulder wounded by an arrow, they began to say that she would survive and would soon come to her senses, and that no poisonous substances were found in the arrow. But a little later, it turned out that the arrow had been laced with a narcotic. It is not so easy to detect, so at first they could not find it. Jad told his sister that she was still too young, so even a small dose would be enough to put her in a critical condition. The girl immediately began to rejoice, thinking what a relief it was to find out that she had not died after expecting a fatal outcome from the shot to the shoulder. The boy, hearing this, asked what relief it was if she had been hit by an arrow. He could not understand what his sister was talking about. The girl realized that she seemed to have said something unnecessary, and immediately told him that she could have spent her whole life in a coma because of this drug, and added that she did not know whether she was lucky, but she needed to think positively. Jad replied that he understood everything, and it was truly a miracle that she finally woke up, and he was very glad that she survived that ill-fated shot. Then the girl had another question. She pointed her finger at the people who were rejoicing in her room and asked why they were all talking about how they were now saved. The brother said that she was probably interested in such fun among doctors, and said that he would explain everything to her now. The boy said that she probably knew about their father's strange character. The butler said that the prince was very angry when the girl was unconscious for a whole week. He walked up and down the corridor like a madman. All this time, he kept repeating, "I can't stand it when someone sacrifices something for me. And if something happens to my daughter, I'll take my anger out on the first person I come across." He repeated this tirelessly and walked back and forth. Hearing this, the girl was surprised again and decided that the prince was definitely strange. But if you think positively, it meant that he was simply very worried about her. Jad bent down to get something from under her bed and continued his story. He said that after talking with her father, they were going to draw lots if the girl didn't wake up today. The boy took out a cardboard box and told her that they were going to draw lots for one of those stupid doctors, to show by him how they planned to punish them all, and asked her if she would like to choose the lot. The girl put her hand into the box and pulled out a small piece of paper, thinking that it was some kind of punishment, like in a game. When she unfolded the little piece of paper, she saw that it had a skull drawn on it against the background of two crossed bones. She thought that this was probably some kind of winning, and in vain she thought that the one who pulled it out should receive some kind of prize. But then it dawned on her that this could not be a prize. It was more like a punishment, and a very dangerous one at that. It probably meant death, and she couldn't understand how the doctors were to blame. She asked her brother if they weren't doctors, and he said that they were. 7 of the capital's best doctors had been gathered. They had been invited here when the girl was wounded. But she thought that the word invited sounded like dragged when he spoke of them. When she asked if the imperial palace allowed this, Jad said that it was the imperial palace that helped gather all these doctors for the little girl. Le realized that her father was probably a very important person in this country, if the emperor himself helped with doctors for his wounded daughter. She thought that this country was very dependent on the prince, and she was perhaps very lucky to be a member of his family. The conversation between the brother and sister was interrupted by the doctors present. They apologized for interrupting their conversations, but they had to fulfill their professional duties. People in white coats lined up in front of the little girl's bed, and one of them asked the little lady for permission to examine her. The most senior of the doctors approached her and, placing a tube on her chest, began to listen to her breathing and heart rate. When the examination was over, the doctor took off his stethoscope, pulled it out of his ears, and breathed a sigh of relief. He told the girl that she would now get better, and added that the shoulder should be left as is for now, and that her condition should be checked again after lunch. After the boy asked whether he was speaking accurately this time, the doctor began to nervously wipe his face, which was covered in sweat from worry, and said that he was accurate. The other doctors, as if on command, immediately began to bow before the young lady, saying that she was a real success for the empire, and if something happened to her, then they would be in trouble. The girl listened to their words and could not understand what luck for the Empire meant. Was it really that serious? These serious people remained standing in front of the girl sitting on the bed and the boy standing next to her. So great was their fear of punishment that they could not move from the spot. Jad told the doctors that luck was on their side and the draw had already been prepared. This time, they were just lucky. The doctors began to cry again and thanked the young master and young lady for their good treatment of them and for the mercy they had shown. The boy raised his hand, asking them to be quiet. He said that they could all go, and when his father gave them permission, they could come back again. Lee immediately ran to her brother and asked him to tell her what had finally happened. She was curious about what had happened while she was unconscious and why she was called Luck. When they sat down on the bed again, the boy told her that he was going to tell her everything anyway. But she couldn't stand it and demanded that he start the story quickly. The boy said that she probably remembered the house of the fortune teller where she was hit by an arrow. There were many different traps set there, and the shooting device that shot the girl was one of them. When the fortune teller turned her ring to the right, an arrow with deadly poison flew out. And if she turned the ring to the left, an arrow with a narcotic substance would fly out. And while the father held the villain by the throat, the criminal tried to start this mechanism. If the ring had turned to the right, an arrow poisoned with deadly venom would have flown out and the girl would have died. Now she understood how it was that she had survived what seemed to be a fatal wound. She was very lucky that she had been hit by an arrow with a narcotic substance. She remembered that in the book the prince was hit by an arrow and that arrow had a deadly poison. That is why he died. Jad explained to her the motives of the criminal. He was obsessed with his mother and pretended to be a fortune teller in order to kill women with red hair. To kill a woman with red hair like hers, the girl decided that it was similar to what she had known before. He took advantage of the fact that different women came to him and chose a victim with red hair. The boy said that the villain was a real scumbag. He said that the arrows with the drug substance were intended for women because he felt sorry to kill them right away. The little girl thought that just from the stories alone she was already getting scared. What kind of criminals are there in this world? She thought that now she would feel sick. When she began to tremble, her brother told her that everything was all right now, and her father punished him thoroughly. He stroked his sister's head and asked her to calm down. The poor girl decided that these words only meant that the prince had killed this maniac. When her brother asked her if it hurt, the girl replied that it wasn't particularly painful. The wound was probably not deep. Although at first she thought she was dying, her brother said that a piece of flesh was torn off her shoulder. The place where the arrow hit her body, you could even see the bones. And there was a crack in the bone, and she could have died from blood loss. Lee was ready to scream in horror, hearing and imagining what a wound was on her body. She began to rejoice that now it seems she has recovered. The boy said she shouldn't worry. The high priest had been using magic to take away her pain for a week, so she wouldn't feel it for a while. Besides, they were still waiting in the next room. The girl was surprised by this. Even the priest came for her. She had heard that people who use sacred magic are very valuable. Jad asked her not to worry about anything and added that they were ready to squeeze the last life force out of these people, just so that she would not be in pain. He reminded her again that his aunt was a holy virgin and there should be no reason to worry. If it bothered her so much, then he could repay the priests with generous donations. Her brother stroked her head again. She thought this was what they called the rich man's world, but it should probably be called the villain's world. In the end, she decided that she could not change anything in this world. But saving the prince was indeed a big deal, which she managed to do. Her brother put his hand on the girl's forehead and told her that he had many questions for her. But the first of them was, why did she do this? He looked her in the eye and told her that if that arrow had hit her father, he would have been almost completely unharmed. So it was unclear why she had put herself in his place. The girl didn't know what to answer him. She quickly found an excuse and said that even an arrow with a narcotic substance could be dangerous if it hit the heart. When she added that everything ended well and everyone was alive, and isn't that the main thing, Jad said that his sister was very unusual. She was still so small, but braver than many people he knew. L.E. laughed and said that she was not at all like he thought. She just did not want the prince to suffer and for the boy and the butler to be sad because of his death. The boy told her, "Okay, it still feels good after a sweet candy." His interlocutor decided that both the prince and his son were not quite ordinary, and she should not even try to understand them. Jad asked her for forgiveness for not believing her and said that he should have trusted her from the beginning. She was surprised by his words. Was he really asking for forgiveness for not believing her and for her getting so angry in the fortune teller's house? When she remembered what had happened there, she was horrified that she could have behaved in such a way. And now she didn't know how to explain what she had said so that he would shut up. The girl covered her face with her hands and began to think. She couldn't tell him that she had read it in a book. She was glad that he hadn't asked anything about it yet. Lee suddenly realized that she simply had to end this conversation before she got into any trouble. And so she said that she seemed to be feeling unwell, and that she was hungry and sleepy. The boy immediately realized that he had to end the conversation. He said that everything would be fine and that he would immediately order food to be prepared for her. When the girl finished eating, her little brother realized that she really seemed to be getting better, because her appetite was exactly the same as it had been before she fell ill. Elle ate everything that the maids brought her. She smiled happily and sat on her bed. The girl thought that now she could live. Lei wondered where the prince was now. This was the question she asked her brother. The boy answered her that his father was at home now, and if necessary, he would send a man to call him here. She certainly didn't want that. She immediately started screaming loudly that she shouldn't invite the prince. Everything was fine and nothing like that would happen. She didn't have to see him. The reason for this was quite simple. The girl had simply not yet come up with an excuse. And even more so, she had seen the prince kill a man. She was afraid that he would tell her, "You know too much. I cannot leave you alive." The little girl began to tremble violently, not knowing what the future held for her. She was afraid to imagine what the prince might do to her to silence her. The boy saw the change in her mood and was very surprised. He asked her if everything was okay with her and what it all meant. Lee immediately began to stutter, making excuses. She said that of course she would be glad if the prince came, but he was so busy, even if he couldn't visit her in the hospital, it wouldn't matter. Jad leaned close to her face and asked the girl if she thought her father had never come to see her. She replied that he probably had, at least once, when they arrived at the hospital. The boy immediately grabbed her cheeks with his fingers and told her not to talk nonsense. He said that the prince was here every day. He just left for a short time. Jad told her that her father was very worried about her illness. He came here every day and asked about her health. It was on his orders that all these doctors were gathered here, but the girl still couldn't calm down. She thought that it meant that he was so angry with her that he kept coming, maybe even to kill her. The boy said he needed to go out. He opened the door to the hallway and, turning his head towards her, said that they would talk about the incident when his father arrived. His words only upset the young lady. She sat down on the edge of her bed, dangling her legs, and began to think about what excuses she could come up with for the prince. She had several options for how to answer. First, she could say that she didn't remember anything, and apologize for that. Or perhaps she should say that her mind was completely blank. She didn't know what to do, and she thought maybe she should say that she didn't remember anything because of the shock of the wound. She ordered herself to think and grabbed her head with both hands. She thought that the prince would never fall for something like that, and she needed to think of something else. The prince and his faithful servant came again to the place where they had been the last time. It was the basement of the house of the criminal who had wounded the prince's little daughter. Callan couldn't understand how this could have happened. There were piles of red flowers with golden hairs all over the house. They were on the floor, on the tables, on the stools, and even on the cage where the little girl was kept. The prince approached the pile of flowers and touched one of them with his hand. He said that it was unclear what the police were doing, and while he was not there, everything had managed to become overgrown with these flowers. He was looking at the flowers lying at his feet, and something seemed to catch his eye. He looked at them intently and called his assistant to him. When Cyan approached him from behind, the prince explained to him that he should tell the police to come inside immediately. When the prince slightly moved the leaves aside, a motionless hand of some man fell out. The prince said that there was a corpse here. The police were forced to cordon off the red-haired fortune teller's house while they investigated. A crowd of onlookers immediately gathered around the house, wondering what had happened. When the body was freed from the flowers that were covering it, the body of a small boy was discovered, and 2 police officers were looking at him. According to the investigation, this was the boy who sold flowers on the street. When the prince asked the senior policeman whether the boy was connected with the fortune teller, he replied that, according to the children's stories, he told the aristocrats where they could get medicine and served as an intermediary between them and the fortune teller. The prince began to think. From the policeman's story, it turned out that the boy was the fortune teller's intermediary. But since they had managed to catch the fortune teller earlier, it was unclear who could have killed this boy. The prince felt as if he had heard something about a boy selling flowers before. someone had told him something similar not long ago. He thought it was unclear to whom the flowers were sent. And he also remembered that his little daughter had found the same flowers when she woke up on a city sidewalk. Perhaps they were somehow connected. The prince asked the policeman what he had said, and the commissioner replied that, let's say the flowers were needed to hide the body in them, but for some reason there were too many of them in the room. Callan immediately pounced on the surprised policeman with his questions. He asked the one who testified about this boy whether they were by any chance the children from the gateway. The prince was not very surprised by the old man's answer, because he said it was all true. The children said that he sometimes gave them the remaining flowers. He remembered that on that first day, his daughter said that someone had given her a flower. The policeman turned around, called out to the prince, and told him that he would question the little children again, and perhaps he would be able to find out some more details. The young man left the fortune-teller's house and walked towards his carriage, which was waiting for him not far from the building. The prince decided that he would learn nothing new here, and perhaps he should talk to his daughter again about this matter. That is why he was now moving quickly towards the carriage. He stood on the step of his carriage and ordered his butler to follow him. Ellie had to be checked immediately. The girl continued to sit on her bed and thought about what answer she should prepare for the prince. She thought that if he asked this, then she would answer like this. And then again, she thought about what else he might ask. Eventually, the sound of someone moving quickly reached her ears. The girl became frightened, thinking that it might be her father. She decided that the best way out would be to pretend to be asleep. And for that very reason, she quickly jumped up and plopped down on her bed. She was very afraid that she would have an unpleasant conversation with the prince. And although she had prepared a couple of suitable answers, she thought that it would not be enough. And now she looked out from behind the curtain covering her bed with apprehension. Callan literally burst into the hospital room. He opened the door wide with a sharp movement of his hand. He was impatient to make sure that his daughter was safe as soon as possible. His butler came running after him. The men looked tired after their fast walk, and the girl was surprised to notice that there was something strange about their faces, as if it was relief from what they had just seen. The prince moved quickly towards her, and Le decided that he was angry after all. His face looked exactly like that. She curled up into a ball, ready for any action the prince might take. The girl didn't know what to do. Perhaps she should speak first, but she didn't know where to begin. That is why she closed her eyes and began to cry and whine quietly. When the prince approached her, he handed the girl a handkerchief. After this, the young man hugged his daughter tightly with both arms and pressed her small body to his chest. L.E. was very surprised by the prince's words. She expected anything from him, but not this. He said to her, "Child, Papa has come." Then he let her go and looked into her face, said that he asked her forgiveness for arriving so late, explaining that he had some business to attend to. The girl was amazed by his words, and the prince added that it was very good that she was okay, because he was very worried about her health and would never be able to forgive himself if she had suffered. Until now, the girl lived on the street, and if something hurt or she was hungry, she simply endured it. She remembered that although she had friends, she had to take care of herself when she was sick. And now she realized that it was a very pleasant feeling when someone was worried about you. L.E. decided that she should not get used to this feeling, because the prince could always change his mind, and then she would hope and wait for him. L.E. decided to start the unpleasant conversation herself and asked the prince if he wanted to ask her something, since she had left the house at night without his permission. Her father replied that everything was correct, but in his opinion, now was not the time for this conversation because there was something more important, and now he would like to ask her a few questions. He pulled a red flower out of his pocket, held it out in his palm towards the girl, and said that she had seen such a flower before, and asked if she really knew nothing about it. L.E. took the flower in her hand and said that it was the same flower that she had brought with her when she came to his house, and added that the only thing she knew about it was that it was very beautiful. The prince continued to sit in front of his young daughter. He looked into her eyes and said that this was enough and asked her forgiveness. The girl could not understand what was going on, but the prince took his head in his hand and told her that he wanted to tell her a lot, and when she was completely well, he would definitely do it. The prince extended his hand to his daughter and thanked her for saving him and asked her not to do it again next time. He also said that he was her guardian and she was his daughter. Fathers are obliged to protect their children. The man began to stroke the girl's head and said that she should never sacrifice herself for him, and not only for him, but also for others. He simply forced her to agree with his last words. When the girl tried to object, he immediately stopped this attempt. His faithful servant continued to stand silently near the door of the hospital room. Cyan heard the entire conversation between the prince and his daughter. and now only smiled sweetly. Le was very pleased with the touch of her father's hand. She also liked his words. After all, it meant that the prince was worried about her. Kaylin suddenly picked up the girl for some reason and asked her why she looked so slow. After all, the doctor said that when she came to, her life would no longer be in danger. He was simply furious, deciding that these doctors had lied to him again. The girl immediately hurried to answer so that none of the doctors would get hurt. She said that she was not at all inhibited, but simply because of excitement. The girl thought that the prince would have many questions for her. But as it turned out, it was he who told her that she probably had questions for him, and looked into her eyes. Le immediately began to think about what she should ask the prince. Nothing came to her mind. Callan asked her if she wasn't interested in who he killed and what he was doing there. The girl replied that she didn't know for sure, but that the man was bad, and that's why he did that. And she added that he couldn't attack an innocent person. Her father continued to stand by her bed, and his adopted daughter thought that he did not touch the innocent, but only those who had killed or were going to kill. These were his unquestionable rules, but she could not understand what kind of reaction this was, and perhaps she said something wrong. When the prince asked the girl where she came from and whether she was not afraid of him at all, the girl told him that, of course, she was afraid. But did he really expect her to run away from here screaming? The prince said that was excellent, and he could not help but ask. The prince said that according to his son, that day she told him that something would happen in the fortune teller's house, and asked the boy to take her there. That is why the prince asked how she knew he was there. The girl nervously clutched the fabric of her dress when her father said that this matter was not over yet and she should tell him everything. His daughter was ready to cry, because she did not expect this conversation to be resumed. She explained that she saw the sheets of paper that the prince had left in her room. After the question about the sheets, she thought that she did not know the real reasons, but it was a fact. That night, Callan left papers in her room that contained an important clue. It seemed strange to her. Why did the prince, who was always neat and precise, need to leave clues related to the crime? The prince thought about her answer and said, so that's it. The girl was talking about the report about the traces left by women with red hair, but he still had questions. And one of these questions came from the lips of a servant present at their conversation. The butler asked the prince whether their mistress could read. The prince thought that these words made sense. He himself became interested in how the girl could read something in the sheets scattered on the floor. That night, an incident occurred in the house of the red-haired fortune teller, which is located near the girl's alley. When the prince asked her if she knew this place, the girl answered that yes, there lived a fortune teller, tall and strong. There were also rumors about her that she caught and devoured small children to maintain her magical abilities. She told the prince that she saw familiar letters on those papers and thought he was there. As she said, the fortune teller's house was the only thing that united all those women. Lee told the prince that this was why, since she had spoken of this house, she thought that he had gone there, and this made her feel ill. She decided what would happen if the fortune teller ate him. Then she woke up her brother and asked him to go with her. The young man said it was impossible to believe. And not because he didn't trust her, but simply because it all seemed like a miracle. The prince thought for a moment and then said that it turned out that she had drawn conclusions, including the guess that he was most likely investigating this very case. The young man could not understand how the little girl had managed to do this. At first, she put forward a version that all three women could be connected by fortune-telling, and then, relying on sheets of paper scattered on the floor, she was able to find the house where the criminal was hiding at that time. He decided that this was enough and told the girl that this was the end of it, but asked her not to do anything like that next time. The girl promised to listen to the prince's opinion from time to time, and that is why she would be forced to ask often, to which the butler replied that this meant that his mistress was very smart and perceptive. While the prince stroked her head again, Le thought that he had misunderstood everything. But for now, it was better to leave it as it was. Le still could not understand why the prince again began asking her questions about this matter, and also why he was so interested in red flowers. When she first came to the palace with this flower, he was also very surprised, and now he brought it here again. She was curious about what this flower meant. Le decided that there would be no better opportunity for this, and asked the prince what this flower meant, and why, every time he looked at it, he had a very strange expression on his face. The prince did not know what he would answer his young daughter. His servant silently watched this scene. They could not tell this little girl what they both knew, that this flower was a challenge from a murderer who had once killed the prince's mother. Looking again at her silent father's face, the girl decided that maybe she had asked the wrong thing and began to reproach herself for being too talkative and inquisitive. She looked into her father's face and she already wanted to ask forgiveness for her question and even wanted time to turn back. But at least she got some kind of answer. The prince said that this flower was left by a bad uncle. A very, very bad one. When the girl asked how bad he was, to her surprise, she heard that the prince himself did not know this, just as, unfortunately, he did not know who he was. After this followed a very long story from the prince about what he knew about this ill-fated red flower. The prince learned from the capital's police that there had been several murders in the city where these red flowers had been found at the crime scenes, and that this was some kind of clue. No one could understand how these flowers had ended up in those places. It was suspected that they were committed by the same criminal, who killed people and then, perhaps, scattered red flowers over their blood and bodies. The prince told the girl that it was unknown who this criminal was, and she wondered who left her this red flower with gold threads. The girl thought for a moment and decided that perhaps the prince had adopted her precisely because it was not just luck, but because she had brought him red flowers as a gift. L.E. was very worried about the idea that he had adopted her precisely because of the flower. And if he wanted to find out something in this way, he was mistaken, because she knew nothing about him. Perhaps the prince doubted her, or there was something else that she did not know. L.E. thought about what would happen to her now because she liked the prince, his son, and even their butler so much. She asked the man to serve her and said that she honestly knew nothing about this flower. She thought that the book also did not say anything about this flower. It seemed that the prince was not upset by her words at all. He only noted that the girl really was a very quick thinker. He began to stroke her head again and told her that at first he had doubts, thinking that she knew something. But as soon as she began to help him every time he found himself in a difficult situation, he immediately changed his mind. Hearing this, La asked him if he doubted her, but the prince objected and said that now no longer, because she saved his life. And now all this does not matter, because the relationship between father and daughter can be different. Hearing him call her his daughter again, the girl seemed to perk up and wanted to hear again the same words he had just spoken. Deciding that she was worried about something, the prince looked at the girl's face again and told her that everything was fine now, and he would try to make sure that everything remained that way. That day, the prince and his adopted daughter spent a lot of time in the hospital ward, sitting on the girl's bed. He told her many other things. He also said that he punishes bad people, does what the police cannot do. She listened carefully to her father and wondered if what he was telling her was his secret. She didn't think he could tell her something like that. Kaylin told her that she had helped him a lot this time. He was very grateful that she had not spared herself to save him, and he added that only his butler and son knew about all this. The prince said that she was his daughter and therefore also had the right to know about everything and asked if she felt anything. L.E. couldn't understand what he had just asked her. So she looked questioningly at the man sitting next to her and asked him, "What?" The prince told her that recently she had become a real member of their family, since she had learned his secret, and now she could no longer just leave. L.E. convincingly said that she would always keep this a secret, and would take all the secrets of their family with her to the grave. Her father said that he needed to ask her something else important. She seemed saddened by this question. She was convinced that this was the end of all questions, and that she would no longer have to rack her brains, coming up with some excuses. Kaylin turned to his adopted daughter and asked her why she called him Prince. He leaned closer to her and told her to call him by his proper name and asked who he was to her. Ellie couldn't understand why he had suddenly changed the subject so abruptly. She didn't know what to answer him and timidly said, "Father," but he objected and said, "Not like that," adding that she had already called him that word. The little girl blushed a little and quietly, in a half voice, said the word "daddy" to her adoptive father. The prince told her that she had done just fine and asked her to now try to call him Dad. It was impossible to say that the girl did not like the prince's request. In her opinion, it only meant that she was as close to him as he had become to her recently. She was glad that the relationship between them had improved. When the prince asked where his son was, the girl replied that he was sleeping in the next room, and the butler added that yesterday the gentleman spent the whole night next to the lady. Kellen told the girl that she had the ability to charm everyone in the house and asked his butler to call Jad. His servant bowed to his master and went to the room in which the prince's little son was now resting. After this, Kellen picked up the girl in his arms, hugged her, and said, "Let's go home, child." How happy these words made her. She did not want to stay in this hated hospital room at all, and she was glad to go to her room in the palace. The girl smiled and hugged her father around the neck. When they went outside, the prince's carriage was already there. On the occasion of his daughter's recovery and her discharge from the hospital, the carriage was decorated with many balloons. The girl could not hide her amazement and even, sitting in the carriage, looked out the window onto the street to admire these colorful toys. She held another ball in her hands and tried not to lose it. She asked her brother, who was sitting opposite her, if these balls really belonged to her. A joyful Jad immediately confirmed that all of this belonged only to her, and promised that when they arrived, he would personally remove all the balloons and bring them to her room. L.E. immediately cried out, "Wow!" and began to thank her brother and the prince for the gifts. The prince looked at his delighted adopted daughter and told her that if she wanted, they could stop by the toy store now. Lee asked again, "Toy store?" and wondered why he suddenly decided to take her there. She thought that perhaps the prince was being so kind because she was sick. Kalen told her that he saw her looking at the toy store that time and added that she was so cute as she looked lovingly at the window. She couldn't understand what he was talking about and decided that it might have been when she was looking for her lost marble. It was surprising that the prince still remembered it. The girl remembered that when there were celebrations on the street, she often saw children going with their parents to the toy store. She was a simple homeless girl living in a gateway. And these were people from a completely different world, and she did not even dare to envy them. L.E. decided that if Callan was in a good mood today and not busy, maybe she could do the same as those guys. The prince said they could go to the toy store anytime she wanted. The girl said yes, sometime later. But her father said he didn't know what she liked, so he just bought the whole store. At first, the girl thought she had misheard. She couldn't even imagine that someone would buy a toy for her. But then it turns out that the prince decided to buy a whole toy store because he didn't know which one to choose for her. The girl screamed the word "what" so loudly and shrilly that it seemed like the carriage shook and the balls came off the ropes that were tied to it. The horses seemed to run faster. L.E. screamed, turning to the prince, why he bought the store, and asked the butler if it was true. The young man told her that he tried to stop the prince, but the owner didn't even think to listen to him. The prince seemed upset by his adopted daughter's reaction. He thought about it and told his butler to stop talking, but the butler could not be stopped. After calling the girl to tell him everything, he told her that the day before yesterday, the gentleman had gone to the toy store to buy a gift to give to his daughter when she woke up. The girl once again reacted loudly to the butler's words that her father did not know what to choose as a gift for her and looked very awkward. That is why he was forced to buy a toy store. The prince seemed unfazed by this. He said that, to be precise, he had simply paid for his purchases in advance, and that this sum would be enough to buy the entire store. Still, she couldn't believe it and asked him again if he was telling the truth. She also asked if he didn't know what to buy in a toy store and had never bought anything for his son. The prince said that he didn't know what girls liked. Moreover, he never bought presents. Once, on the advice of his sister, he bought a toy for Jad. It seems it was a teddy bear, or a toy in a military uniform. His son immediately confirmed that it was a bear cub in a military uniform. And then he told his father that there was no need to show him special care, as is customary with ordinary children. The prince also said that his son was mature beyond his years and, in his opinion, did not need toys. Then he told his father that they should have a rational relationship between father and son. The boy sitting next to them in the carriage immediately confirmed this. He said that, in other words, he was in favor of cutting down on all those annoying things like birthday presents, since the butler chose all his presents anyway. The servant sitting next to him immediately leaned over and looked into the boy's face, and then asked the master about the fact that, it turns out, he knew about everything. To his chagrin, the prince heard a reproach in his son's words. He said that every year he was given useful things, a sword, books, or rare stuffed animals. But his father would never have been able to choose such good gifts. L.A. looked at her father, who tried to object. He asked who they all thought he was, and explained that he was the one who let his son into the room with the stuffed animals and bought the poisonous snake he wanted, even though it was already dead. She couldn't understand why the father-son relationship was so cold, and why he didn't buy him any presents for his birthday. Sion tried to justify his master and quietly whispered to the girl that their master was not very knowledgeable about children's toys and gifts. The prince began to think out loud and said why the boy needed some small bear cub when there was a stuffed bear that he had caught with his own hands. It seemed that everything became clear to the girl. In her opinion, the prince never received gifts from his parents because he could not live like an ordinary child. She decided to talk to him and took his hand, then said that they say that a teddy bear drives away evil spirits when they appear in a bad dream. But the prince answered her that this was just superstition and one should not trust everything that people say. Then L.E. loudly, so that everyone present in the carriage could hear, declared that when the prince had a bad dream, she allowed him to come to her room. He could hug her, since he did not have a teddy bear. She screamed so loudly that she even closed her eyes. And when she finished and opened them, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. The prince said that he would definitely do this as soon as he had some terrible nightmare. He put his hand on his adopted daughter's head and began to stroke it, and she told him that she was still sick. The prince looked at his little daughter with affection and said that he wanted to bite her. He liked her so much. The girl said that she understood how he felt, but asked him to refrain from such phrases. The butler asked his little mistress if she wanted anything. He said that she was still weak and therefore travel was contraindicated for her. But if she wanted something, he would bring it from the toy store. The prince asked if there was any way to cancel the purchase of the store, but then decided that he would not do this and told the girl that when she grew up, he would give it to her. But his adopted daughter immediately declared that she did not need a whole store, but she would be very happy if the prince himself chose just one toy for her. The girl was surprised when her father asked her to say it again. She asked what, and he answered about the toy. The prince wanted to hear this phrase. I will be happy if the prince himself chooses a toy for me. The man kissed the girl on the forehead and said that he was sorry that he had become a prince again, and promised that he would buy her the best gift. She laughed and put her hand to the place where traces of her adoptive father's kiss could still be felt. It seemed that the carriage was approaching the destination of their journey. They were almost home when the girl told the prince that he must definitely return the store he had bought. The following days in the palace became simply unbearable for the girl. Her health was guarded in every possible way. She was not allowed to do ordinary things, and it was very boring. The butler immediately told her to rest completely and that she was not to get out of bed until the high priests and doctors arrived. Ellie couldn't believe that she was actually dying. She felt great and had no pain. Perhaps it was thanks to the high priests. But she wanted to move as much as possible. Her whole body was numb from lying down, and she needed to walk at least a little. That was why she moved to the edge of the bed. Lee jumped out of bed and began to pace around the room to at least stretch her numb legs a little. She seemed to feel a little better, and she immediately decided to run barefoot near the window. But she must have overestimated her strength because after a while she leaned over the floor, feeling tired. She decided that this would not work because her body had become so heavy. Since the girl was not far from the window, she looked out of it and noticed that there was an unusually beautiful moon today. She couldn't tear herself away from the view of the heavenly body. She remembered that today was a full moon, and therefore the moon was larger than usual. Lee remembered how the prince had told her that he would sometimes listen to her opinion from now on. But unfortunately, she realized that she could not help him in any way, because she only knew the contents of that book before these events. She remembered her conversation with her father about that criminal and thought that she would really like to know who this very, very bad man was. She would so like to help the prince. The story she read about her past life only spoke about how the prince brilliantly solved crimes. Now things were different. Some man who was sending red flowers, something sinister was emanating from him. The girl remembered that there was something suspicious in the book. The medicine the criminal used was said to be tasteless, odorless, and came from a very rare plant. And now all the thoughts of the little girl who could not sleep late at night were turned to how the fortune teller from the poor alley could get such a rare thing. The girl decided to air out her room and opened the window wide. She thought it would be interesting to know if the prince was thinking about it too. She remembered him telling her, "Great, now try calling me Dad." The girl thought more than once how great it would be if she had a father. She always understood that being alone was very lonely, and spending her days and nights on the street, she could not even dream of a family. But thanks to chance, her life changed dramatically. She found people who became her real family and who seemed to care about her too. The girl thought that so many good things had happened to her lately, more than had happened in her entire previous life on the street. Sometimes she felt very scared because of it. She had imagined many times what might happen if she called him Papa and something bad happened, or suddenly he got tired of her, or she turned out to be useless. And because of this, the prince drove her away. Ellie stood by the open window and thought about what awaited her in the future. She would like to bring the prince at least some benefit, so that he would need her and would never be able to refuse her. And she found nothing better than to simply pray, looking at the full moon. She began to ask for protection and help in her life, promising that she would not be too greedy. The full moon in that cloudless sky silently and indifferently watched the little girl, who at that time sat on her knees and continued to pray to her. The girl's greatest wish was to stay in this house. This is what she was asking the heavenly body for now. At this late hour, it wasn't just the little girl who witnessed the full moonrise. There were a couple of other people watching, and nothing good could be said about them. The man stood on the balcony of his house and looked at the moonlit sky. He said that they had dealt with the boy who sold flowers. He had left the body in a conspicuous place. The boy was the fortune teller's middleman and knew them by sight, so there could be trouble. The man continued to talk. He told his companion that it was unnecessary to give the rare potions to this vile fortune teller, and then asked him what he would say about finding criminals who would be more useful. His interlocutor was dressed in a dark cloak which hid half of his face. He did not answer the host, nor did he respond to his remark that today was a full moon, and as they say, at a full moon, everything in the world becomes the same. After admiring the moon, the man returned to the room and sat down in a chair, crossing his legs. He informed his guests that he would continue to help anyone who needed him, because planning crimes was his job after all. He remembered what they had talked about before and asked the newcomer again if it was true that the prince had an adopted daughter. Without taking off his coat, the person who came to this house said that everything was exactly like that. This girl's name is L.E., and she is 9 years old. This seemed to surprise the master of the house. He said that she was still too young to receive flowers, and therefore his flower was the first one received from another person. According to him, it was an interesting experiment and asked who she would become in the prince's house. The man thought for a moment, pressing his hand to his lips. He said that he was looking forward to meeting this girl. After this, he added that this meeting should be very interesting and it would be necessary to prepare for it properly. L.E. slept soundly in her bed. After she had watched the moon at night, her sleep was especially sweet, and she did not want to wake up. Suddenly, she felt something strange touch her face. It was soft and pleasant. L.E. opened her eye to see what had disturbed her sleep and was surprised to see something lying in front of her. She received a present. It was a beautiful teddy bear. The girl immediately jumped up, grabbed it, and began to throw it into the air. She couldn't stop admiring him. She hugged him, pressed him to herself, and said how sweet and soft he was. And in addition, according to her, he was very handsome. Then she looked closely at her new toy and noticed that it was a little strange. The strange thing was that the bear had eyes of different colors. Besides, when she had played with her toy to her heart's content, L.E. found another envelope lying next to it. She picked it up and thought that maybe it was a postcard from the prince. She sat there on her bed, holding the teddy bear under her arm and the envelope in her other hand. Eventually, she realized that she needed help and would have to ask Sion to read her the card. L.E. did not hesitate and immediately, without even changing her clothes, rushed to look for Dvoretsky so that he could help her find out what her father had written on his postcard. The servant of the princely family was busy giving some instructions to the senior maid standing next to him. He was holding a piece of paper in his hands and was reading something to this woman. His young mistress called his name so loudly that the young man and the girl standing next to him immediately turned in her direction with concern, thinking that something bad had happened to her. But to their joy, they noticed that the young lady was all right. She was happy and cheerful. She ran towards them with her favorite teddy bear and waved an envelope in her hand. She immediately showed her gift to the servants and held the envelope high above her head, telling the butler that he must definitely read what was written there. The young man approached the girl and told her that she should not run, otherwise her wounds might start to hurt, and also reminded her that she had gone out again in her nightclothes. L.E. told him that she was no longer ill and asked him to look at it, holding out her teddy bear towards the man. She said that when she woke up, the teddy bear was at her head. Zion said that it was a gift from the prince and that it took a long time to make. Then L.E. handed him the envelope and said that there was a postcard in it, and asked the butler if he could read it to her. The servant took the envelope in his hands, opened it, and took out a sheet of paper. It seemed to the girl that when he read what he had written to himself, his face looked discouraged and surprised. When Zion finished reading the note, he smiled and told the girl that it was a real gift from the prince. When she repeated the words, "a real gift," after him, the man said that the prince had wanted to give it to her for a long time. He handed her the envelope back and asked her if she would like to ask the prince to read it personally, noting that he would like it. The girl was interested in what could be written there, and when she asked the butler about it, she was surprised to hear from him that her new name, which the prince had given her, was written there. Holding the note in her hand, Elle thought that she really didn't want to lose the name her mother had given her, and besides, aristocrats had very long names. She was worried about whether she would be able to remember everything. They didn't even notice that the prince had arrived. He was standing quite close, leaning against the wall. The man said what was wrong with it and told the butler that he could read it too. Cyan turned back and told the gentleman that he had not even noticed when he approached, and in his opinion, these lines should be read by the one who gave the gift. But his master only smiled in response. He said that there would be no harm if he read it anyway, and he ordered him to read. Cyan sat down again next to his young mistress, took a note out of the envelope, and, sighing heavily, began to read its contents. The words written there were, "Hello, princess. I am a teddy bear. Think of a name for me." The prince, hearing his words, immediately laughed and told the servant that he needed to read with expression. The man walked up to his daughter and put his hand on her shoulder. She started laughing at his joke too. After this, the servant took the toy in his hands so that the bear looked at the girl with its multicolored eyes and said, "I will now be your friend. I will give my princess a new name." Her new name was related to the moon, the very one she had asked for help from the previous night. The new name of the sweet princess will be Lettucey, which means sky with 1,000 moons. The butler continued reading. He read that the teddy bear would protect Miss Lettucey from nightmares. Its eyes were stones that complemented her moonlight, and he asked her to treat it with care. L.E. thought that her previous name meant child born on Monday. She was very grateful to the prince for keeping her real name and making a new one, which was very similar to it and, in her opinion, also suited her. This meant that the girl could keep memories of living on the street and of her beloved lost mother. The girl looked gratefully at the real prince next to her and thought that many children were born on Monday, and she was one of them. And thanks to the prince, she received the moon, which is capable of filling the entire sky. The butler, who was still sitting next to her, asked the girl if she liked her name. She replied that she did and thanked him for reading the note. When the prince told the servant that it was funny, the young man replied that he had tortured him so much and asked if the prince had really written it. The young man told the servant that it was a secret, and then turned to the girl, calling her by her new name, Lettucey, and asked her if she liked her new name. She replied that she did. It was very beautiful. Kalen told her that he had thought long and hard about what name would suit her. He said that their first meeting was quite unusual, and he was very glad that she liked the name he had chosen. When the girl told the prince that she was very happy, he replied that, by the way, he still did not know when she was born. That is why today will henceforth be considered her birthday. The day she gets her name should be meaningful, and let it be her birthday. Then the prince said that all the more so because she had survived. And when his daughter tried to object, he said about the doctor's words that her wound was not fatal. He replied that at some point the thought must have crossed her mind that she had died, and therefore this day could be considered her birthday. The butler, who heard the dialogue of his masters, was no longer surprised by anything. After he was forced to read the letter from the teddy bear, he was ready for anything. The prince, with a smile on his face and love in his eyes, looked at the girl and said to her, "Happy birthday to you, my daughter Lettucey." Lately, she often thought that she had become the happiest girl on earth, and that she no longer needed anything. But as it turned out, the prince managed to give her what she lacked. In addition to such a beautiful toy, she received a new name today. And on top of that, it was her birthday. To thank her father for all this, she threw herself into his arms, hugged him around the neck, and called him as he asked the word, "Daddy." The girl thanked him for today's gifts. The prince felt as if something warmed up in his chest. He was very pleased with the touch of this girl and the emotions caused by her behavior. He had never thought that it was so pleasant to give someone gifts. Lee grabbed her teddy bear with both hands and told him that he needed to go and brag to his brother, and the prince immediately agreed with her. Without letting go of the received toy and the envelope with the note, the girl quickly headed to Jad's room, wanting to share her joy with him. Her father still couldn't get over what had happened recently. He thought he wanted to bring this girl a little joy, but it turned out that he himself was able to get a lot as a result of this, and he was very pleased with it. The closer the brother's room was, the faster the girl's movements became. She wanted to show him this cute teddy bear as soon as possible. But even more, she wanted to tell him about her new name and that today was her birthday. When she came into her brother's room and loudly shouted his name, he, with difficulty, without lifting his head from the pillow, opened one eye and asked her what had happened. It seems that her appearance was not very timely. The boy was excited by the suddenness of her appearance and still could not understand her words about her having a name. She walked over to her brother's bed, placed the envelope on it, and began to tell him what had happened to her that morning. Elle showed him her gifts and told him that her name was now Lettucey, and that was what her father had named her. They also agreed that today would be her birthday. The boy told her it was a beautiful name and it suited her very well. Her father had not told her this beforehand, so she begged him for a present for her first birthday. Leticia couldn't believe her brother's words about the bear having beautiful, precious stones. She was surprised to hear that these weren't just simple glass beads that served as his eyes. Jad took the little teddy bear from her hands, looked into its eyes, and said that it was indeed so. He pointed his finger at these eyes and told her that the red stone was a ruby and the blue one was a sapphire. The girl dropped the note from her hands in surprise at what she heard. She could not believe that the prince had given her such an expensive gift. But in her opinion, this was absolutely unnecessary. She even thought that it was unacceptable. This is what she decided to tell her father during breakfast. L.E. told him that she wanted to say something, and she said that it would be fine if it was an ordinary teddy bear, but she didn't need expensive stones. She was afraid that this way she would get used to luxury. Without looking up from his breakfast, the father replied that she could get used to luxury because he hoped she would become so spoiled and accustomed to wealth that others would not be able to cope with her. The girl was surprised by his words. She did not want this at all, and therefore she told the prince that then no one would love her. Kaylin just smiled at her words and said that it was not bad either. She needed to become someone who was worthy of living in the prince's house, and she also needed to always be his daughter. His little daughter was still not appeased. She wanted something completely different, and she asked the prince if she could be his daughter without the precious stones. The prince seemed puzzled by her words. He did not know how to solve this problem and assured the girl that she only needed to accept this. And that would be the end of the expensive toys. Jad, who had heard their entire conversation, continued to eat his breakfast calmly. Only a slight sly smile appeared on his lips. When it was carried into the banquet hall, the little girl immediately began to scream. Wow, white and beautiful. That was exactly what the cake was like as it was now carried into the dining room. The butler brought it and said that the prince had secretly ordered the kitchen to prepare this cake. This dish was for the first birthday of their little mistress. L.E. jumped up from her seat to get a better look at this festive dish. She began to loudly thank the prince for another gift she had received on this extraordinary day. As it turned out, she still had a lot to be surprised about. Following the young man, many more people entered the dining room and stood in front of the girl. She did not expect that all the servants who served the prince's palace would gather there. These people came and told their dear mistress that they congratulated her on her first birthday in the prince's house. Ellie thought that this day would be the happiest day of her new life. She had received so many gifts and she liked them all very much. Besides, so many people would probably never wish her a happy birthday again. Cyan also said to her, "Madam, happy birthday." Her older brother followed suit. Of course, it was the prince's turn to say, "My daughter Leticia, congratulations on your 10th birthday." At first, it seemed to everyone that the young lady had lost the power of speech, and she also looked as if she was sad, and this even excited everyone present. But as it turned out, this was not the case at all. The girl was simply preparing words of gratitude that she was going to say to all these people dear to her. Elle smiled broadly and cheerfully thanked everyone for the gifts. She said that she was very happy and that this was probably the best day of her life. The girl started her breakfast. They immediately poured her favorite tea into a cup, and the butler was already holding a bowl with a birthday cake in his hand. Her father and brother admired the girl, who today was her 10th birthday, and she greeted it with a new name. Lei was very happy and decided that she would never forget this happy day given to her by her new family. For some reason, she remembered something that happened, it seemed, in such a distant past. Several years ago, one winter evening, she and her friends, as usual, were standing outside a toy store and looking into its window. But the girl didn't see what was happening inside the store at that moment, and her current father was standing there, looking at the toy in his hands. He said, "I wonder if he'll like it." The servant standing next to him said that it was not particularly important. The only important thing was that he had chosen it personally. Moreover, the young master already had everything. As Callan moved towards the exit of the store, he noticed that a whole gang of street boys and girls rushed to run away from the window of the store he was visiting. They ran, quickly disappearing around the corner of a nearby house. When the prince asked who these children were, the owner replied that they were kids from the gateway. They thought that it was the owner of the store coming out, and so they began to run away. When the prince asked the butler if this meant that they were not running away because of him, he answered that he did not think so, because usually shopkeepers, when driving away children, believe that they might steal something. The prince looked in the direction where the children had disappeared. He noticed that they were now peeking out from around the corner. He thought that it was very unpleasant when the shop owners drove away these children who were already deprived by fate. It is not known whether the prince remembered that among these children was his current adopted daughter. Together with other children, she was looking around the corner at these elegantly dressed people who had just left the store, near the window of which they were hanging around. The young man turned his head to the side where the children were looking at him and noticed a girl with hair of a very unusual color. He certainly should have noticed her. The prince handed his butler a gold coin and told him that it should be given to the shopkeeper and that he should not turn off the lights in the shop that night. And when the butler looked at him in surprise, the prince answered him that his son would throw away this toy anyway, so he had to give a good gift that at least someone would like. Cyan looked at his master in bewilderment. This was not like him at all. He could not believe that he had decided to do something nice for some stray children. It happened on a cold winter day on the eve of Christmas. It was very frosty then, and the whole capital was covered with snow. But despite the cold and snow, the little girl was glad to have the opportunity to stand in front of the toy store window. She thought it was a coincidence and tried to take advantage of the opportunity to enjoy the spectacle to her heart's content. Never in her previous life had Ellie been so happy. She looked at the toys in amazement, trying to touch at least the glass that hid them, and did not notice the winter that reigned around her. But life did not stand still. The case of the red-haired fortune teller was finally closed. A month had passed since she received her new name and celebrated her birthday. The girl spent this month in the house among toys and books. She was told that she could not go outside for the time being until her wound had completely healed, and she devoted all this time to learning to write. At the same time, dresses arrived from the store, which they had bought together with the prince's sister. These dresses almost completely filled her wardrobe, and the girl also gained weight physically. This was due to regular and calorie-rich nutrition. When she began trying on the dresses she had brought from the capital, it turned out that she had even gained a little weight. People began to say that a sparkle had appeared in her eyes. When she began to try on her dresses, Maria could not hold back her admiring oohs and ahs, praising the beauty of her little niece. She looked at the girl standing in front of her and said, "Is it possible to recognize in her the girl who once came here?" She was simply delighted with this sweet girl and asked her about the fact that she was probably going boating for the first time. Lei told her that it was the first time in her life that she was going so far away, and she really wanted to enjoy this boat ride. The aunt combed her hair. She said that the girl looked cute and full of expectations, and then asked how she felt. The prince's daughter felt just fine. Her brother had spent the entire summer in his room. Perhaps he felt awkward with her. But today, he was supposed to go on a boat trip with her. When the hairdo was finished, Maria and her little pet looked in the mirror together. The girl told her that if something suddenly hurts, she should come back immediately. The girl thanked her for the hairdo. For a moment, Maria felt sad. She thought that this is probably how someone who raises a daughter feels. She told the girl that she would soon become a beautiful lady, and she would really like to see her as an adult. Her niece also became sad for some reason. She had recently learned that the girl sitting next to her could not marry because she was a holy virgin. Sometimes she seemed a little sad to her. Perhaps that was why. To somehow cheer her up, the girl told her that when she grows up, she wants to become as beautiful as she is. Then she added, surprised by her words, Maria, that she wanted to be as beautiful externally and internally, a radiant person, like her. The girl immediately began to hug and kiss her tightly. She said that the girl was very kind and asked where such an angel had come from. She also asked her not to take up her aunt's habit of drinking. When her older brother appeared at the door, the girl shouted his name loudly. The boy asked them if they were ready for their walk. When Maria saw her nephew, she told him that wine is a joy for everyone, and her nephew should also learn from her how to drink it properly. The girl thought that Maria was an exceptional holy virgin after all, but Jad had a completely different opinion. He told his aunt that she didn't study, but still drinks well. The girl was upset to learn that her aunt would not go with them on the ride and asked why she did not want to go with them. The girl kissed her firmly on the cheek and said that, unfortunately, she could not do this, because there would be an event in the temple after lunch. She wished her niece a good walk. When they went for a walk, her aunt remained standing at the door of the palace and waved her hand to them as she said goodbye. L.E. began to catch up with her brother, who did not say goodbye to his aunt, but had already gone ahead. All the way she chatted carelessly about something, happy that her brother had finally come out of his voluntary confinement and decided to take a walk with her. At that moment, the girl did not even suspect what the picnic she had been waiting for could turn out to be. This long-awaited trip immediately justified all her expectations. She had never been on a boat before, and now she could not help but admire how quickly she moved along the fast river. Wherever the girl looked, everything delighted and surprised her. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth never closed for a second, because she was always delighted with something, and asked her brother if he had ever seen anything like it. She kept saying that it was very beautiful here, then sat down in the boat opposite her brother, having calmed down a little, and told him that it would be very nice if the prince went with them. The boy answered her that, according to the butler, he had to attend a government meeting today. Although his position was not high, his presence at the meeting was mandatory. The girl remembered the prince's face at the moment they said goodbye. And it was clear from his face that the prince was also sorry. L.E. was a little sad that her father and aunt were not with them. It would be great if they could go for a walk with them today. After a while, the attention of both children was drawn to someone's shouts coming from behind them. Someone shouted loudly at the little travelers and asked if they were heading to the island. It was a group of some teenagers, about the same age as the little girl's brother. They were happily waving their arms and shouting something. The girl thought that Jad was very upset about this. He said in a strange way that they were lucky, and it seemed that these boys were swimming in the same direction as they were. The boys behaved differently, but judging by their behavior, they were a little strange. L.E. asked her brother if he knew these boys. He replied that he was studying with them in the same academy, but they were a little older than him. And besides, he wasn't that close with them. They were just all on the student council together. The boat, in which the brother and sister were, moved forward rapidly, cutting through the surface of the Blue River. They were approaching the island where the picnic was to take place. Following them, but seemingly a little slower, was a boat with 3 of Jad's fellow students. Its passengers had already calmed down and were sitting quietly on the benches. The girl turned around again, and it seemed to her that they had broken away from them. She said that, by the way, she had not seen her brother go to the academy and asked if she didn't have to visit it every day. Jad replied that this was usually the case, as attendance marks were also important, to which his sister asked if this meant that he was an exceptional case. His teacher at the academy told the boy that he could just do well on exams, a lot of exams, so that his grades would cover the attendance points. And then the boy told her that their family was a clan of hereditary magicians, of which there were very few in the empire. It was possible to come up with an excuse that he needed to go to the magic tower to train. She was very surprised by the boy's answer. She said that it was a lie if he did nothing at home instead. Jad said that he had been messing around with her a lot lately. That's why she could be considered an accomplice. After some time, they approached the shore of the island. The pole of the man who was steering their boat hit the sandy bottom of the river near the shore. L.E. thought that the tuition fees at aristocratic schools were probably very high, and she began to dream that she too would one day be able to study at the academy. But then she decided to just enjoy life. You can't be greedy. You have to be grateful to the prince for allowing her to live in his house. When she jokingly told the boy that she felt he was teaching her bad things, he replied that he was teaching her the main thing. Bad and outstanding things are as good as kindness and loyalty. When she told her brother that she would be doing something in between and hadn't even managed to master writing yet, he immediately jumped up to her and said that when she learned to write and read, she would immediately become much smarter, and asked about the fact that perhaps she already knew how to write some words. L.E. replied that yes, now she can write her name, although sometimes she makes mistakes. When he asked what else she thought, began to draw with her finger in the air, and told him that she had also been taught how to write the name of the prince and his son. The teacher also told her that it was customary for aristocrats to exchange letters with close people. She screamed loudly and told her brother that this was why she really wanted to write him a letter too. When Jad coughed a little and started smiling, the girl asked him why he was doing that. He replied that she was very funny. Lee immediately puffed out her cheeks angrily and said that there was no need to tease her. The boy smiled slightly again and promised her not to do it again. She couldn't say anything to him after he asked if she missed anyone. Lee remembered the face of a boy with whom she often spent time on the street and who often loudly called her name. And she told her brother that she had a friend named Walter, with whom they lived together on the street and sometimes spent days together. He helped her a lot. When Jad asked who else besides that boy, she became sad and said that they had agreed that they would pretend that they didn't know each other outside that street. They had promised each other that. The boy felt sorry for his sister again after she told him that she and her friend had agreed that if one of them fell ill or was dying or was beaten while begging or was caught and sent to an almshouse, nothing should bind them together. She continued her story, although she seemed ready to cry, and said that even if someone was lucky and got to a good place, they agreed that they would not look for each other and pretend to know each other. and everyone knows about it. The girl remembered that children who grew up and lived on the street also have their own moral principles. As long as they can, they help each other. This is the main rule. She remembered that one time some bad kids had picked on her and she had been forced to fight. The rule of these kids is to forget everything that happened to them on the street, including these bad kids. The girl smiled and said that she was very lucky because winter would soon begin, and winter is very hard. It is terrible when you have to warm up your frozen feet and sleep under a blanket. That is why she is very grateful to the prince and his son. The boy listened to her attentively and asked a question, as if she had said earlier that the alley where she lived was warm. The girl remembered that she had lied to make a good impression of herself, and she said that despite all the difficulties, she was very healthy. And it was warm there almost always, except for the coldest winter days. Jad realized that perhaps she had not told them the whole truth before, and immediately pestered her with questions about why she had not immediately told them about what her life in the gateway was like. In the girl's opinion, both the prince and his son were very noble. He stood up and told her that even if it was all so, she should not thank them so much for what was natural, and added that his house was now her home as well. Elle sighed heavily when she heard this. She had been grateful to these people before, but it was very nice to hear such words again and again. She decided to tell her brother that it wasn't so, and the more natural their help was, the more grateful she was to them. She remembered that her mother had taught her that in her past life. He asked her if this was true, and when she confirmed it, he said that then he too should thank her more often. Jad leaned over to his sister, who was amazed by her words, and said to her, "Thank you for coming to their house, and thank you for getting well and coming to go boating with him." L.A. was simply stunned by his words. She really liked the little boy's emotions. She noticed his warm feelings towards herself. She immediately threw herself on the boy's neck, began to hug him, and shouted that she was grateful and very happy that he was her older brother. The boat was already at the shore, but the passengers were still there. The girl hugged her brother and thought that it would be great if she could fold all these emotions like a postcard and keep them in her heart. Even as she stepped out of the boat and ran forward across the grassy lawn, she thought that if she ever had a hard time again, she could go on living by remembering these happy moments. After a while, she calmed down and started walking slowly. The girl looked around and shouted, "Wow! How beautiful! There is so much space here." She began to urge her brother on, tugging at his arm by his jacket. She wanted to look around here as quickly as possible, and so it seemed that he was moving very slowly. When Jad asked her to worry and said that she was still sick and she shouldn't overexert herself, otherwise she would get tired right away. He added that she was planning to walk around all day. The girl cried out happily and said that of course that's how it would be, and she was planning to walk around here all day. The boy watched with pleasure his sister, who was now bending over the rosebush and saying that it smelled very delicious. She admired the blue roses and their beauty. Having learned from her brother that blue roses bloom on the island once a year for 3 days and that now was the season for their blooming, the girl told him that they were very lucky. But Jad replied that he had specially chosen this day, and at this time of year there were no people. You could enjoy a picnic in peace. She continued to admire the roses, saying that there really was no one there, as if someone had rented the entire island. And if they were such rare flowers, shouldn't there be plenty of people here? The boy asked her to be careful with the thorns and said that there were bad rumors about these blue roses. When L.E. asked what these bad rumors were, he took one of the flowers in his hand and said that the poison of the blue rose could drive a person crazy. Anyone who came to the island when the blue rose was in bloom would surely die. It seemed that his words really scared his sister. She seemed dumbfounded, and Jad asked her if she had heard that terrible legend about this island. The girl sighed with relief when he said that, of course, all this was just superstition, and few people believed in such nonsense. It's like you can die if you sleep in a closed room with a fan on. The girl thought that it was like being dragged away by a ghost if you wrote your name in red ink. L.E. gently touched a blue rose petal with one finger and said that she was very sorry. They were so beautiful. Why were there such terrible rumors about them? Jad replied that the bodies of people who died suddenly had been found here twice, and it had still not been possible to determine what caused their death. After these words of her brother, she again became very afraid. And although he carelessly touched the bush of blue roses, the girl trembled and hid behind his back. Jad smiled slightly at her and said that this was where the bodies of these people were found, and pointing his finger forward, said that it was in these very thickets that it happened. After these words, she seemed to have some kind of unpleasant feeling. She became all alert and seemed to start shaking slightly. Her eyes and face also changed color. The brother decided to tell her the truth. He said that, to be honest, those roses turned blue for a reason. The explanation turned out to be very simple. Their color was changed by crystals buried in the ground not far from here. The girl sighed with relief. Her brother told her that until it was discovered, there was a belief that they contained poison that made people go crazy, but in fact there was no poison in them. At that moment, they heard someone calling them. It was the servant who had arrived with them and was now informing his master and mistress that they had everything ready for dinner. As the children moved towards the servant, they met Jad's classmates, who were already sitting on the lawn and eating lunch. One of them told the boy that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, since he hadn't been seen at the academy lately, and asked how he ended up there. The boy confirmed that they had not seen each other for a long time and said that, in his opinion, the place should have been deserted today. So he came with his sister to admire the flowers. His words surprised the boys very much. They immediately began to look in surprise, trying to discern the named person. They had never heard that he had a sister. The girl was very afraid of strangers. Perhaps in the alley where she used to live, she often saw bad rich people, and that is why she was still afraid of young aristocrats. These people looked like that, so she decided to hide. Lei peered out from behind her brother's back with one eye and thought that if he decided to introduce her to his classmates, then she would still have to greet them, because it would be impolite. She heard Jad tell them that it was fate that they met. Then he said it was nice to see them, wished them a good day, and clarified that he meant separate from him and his sister. He moved towards his servants. Right behind him walked a girl who did not fail to think, was this possible? They couldn't get away from these impudent fellows quickly. One of them jumped up to them and told Jad that he was still as abrupt as ever, and asked to give them at least a chance to say hello to the young lady. All three young men stopped in front of the confused girl and her seemingly calm brother. Jad sighed slightly and, deciding to introduce his sister, told them her name. Lei felt shy and blushed, but she overcame herself and said to the boys standing in front of her, "Hello, my name is Letticy." She thought these young men were crazy. They shouted their names so loudly that her ears were blocked. They turned away from the discouraged brother and sister and immediately began to discuss her, saying that she was so cute and wondering why the prince had such a pretty daughter. Then the young men began to approach them one by one and say their names. The first to approach was a rather pleasant-looking boy who said that his name was Rion. Le was surprised to see him. It seemed to her that she had seen him somewhere before. The second was a cheeky fellow who said his name was Fercy. He added that he was 3 years older than Jad and bowed low. The girl was forced to bow to him in response and said to him, "Hello." When he turned around and started to walk away from them, the girl thought that he was behaving strangely, but she couldn't understand what had happened. The third of the young men approached the girl and gallantly took her hand. He said that his name was Jex. This one said that he thought a fairy had appeared in the flower field and was already preparing to kiss the little girl's hand. But this young man was to be disappointed. The next moment, the little girl's hand literally slipped out of his palm. Jad grabbed his little sister by the armpits and quickly lifted her up above his head, thus freeing her arm from the young man's grip. Instead of kissing the little girl's hand, he kissed his own palm. Jad continued to hold his little sister up and asked for forgiveness for acting that way. But his sister is very afraid of strangers. It seemed that these impudent fellows were not going to calm down at all. They started laughing loudly and kept repeating that he simply had such a cute little sister. The boy said that's exactly it. She's very cute, but he can't touch her. Otherwise, there will be problems, and he himself can cause them. Elle, who was sitting on his lap, told her brother that he had some real jokes. But looking at his face, she thought that it seemed like these weren't jokes at all, and that he was very serious. The brother and sister came to a place where the servants had laid a generous dinner for them. The servants told them that they would come for them a little later. They walked a little further, turned around and said they would see each other soon, but in the meantime asked the children to enjoy their breakfast in the open air. Le immediately took advantage of this opportunity and immediately began to eat. Her mouth was simply stuffed with delicious food. In her hands, she held a thick sandwich that she had already bitten into, which after a short walk seemed like a real delicacy to her. When her brother sitting next to her asked her if it was tasty, she replied that it was very tasty, and that this sandwich had everything she liked. The brother began pouring tea from the teapot and said that he had finally decided to spend time with his sister, and then such a coincidence. As it turned out, these impudent fellows started following them again and came closer. Jad waved his hand at them and said, "Have a cup of tea and move on." The loudest of the boys still wouldn't calm down. He pretended to cry and said that for once such a coincidence had happened, and he was so cold to his classmates. The boy replied that instead of going to school, they had come here to test their courage. The other boys immediately began to say that Jad had a very sharp tongue. Another said that he stopped him. He did not want to come here because he was afraid of the curse of the blue rose. Another immediately said that he liked blue roses. The girl couldn't take her eyes off one of the boys. She thought it was very strange. She kept thinking that he seemed so familiar to her for some reason. She didn't understand where she got such confidence from. After all, she knew for sure that she didn't know any aristocrats. She turned her gaze again and again to this young man. At first, she looked at him when he was telling something cheerfully. Then she decided to look at him at the moment when he fell silent and, as it seemed to her, slyly squinted his eyes. After a few moments, Ryan asked if they wanted him to tell a funny story about Jad's time at the academy. Another boy joined their conversation and said that maybe it was about how he fell asleep while everyone was being scolded at the ceremony, and added that it was really scary then. And again, Ryan took the floor and said that he could return to another story about what happened at the ball at the academy. Eventually, the little girl's brother seemed to get fed up with it and asked the boys to speak more quietly. His sister seemed to enjoy all this, because she began to laugh so loudly and infectiously that tears even appeared at the tips of her eyes. Jad just sighed heavily and thought that these idlers and impudent people would never shut up, and therefore he should probably just endure all of this. The boys still wouldn't calm down. One of them suggested that they bring his sister to the academy for a tour sometime. Another said it was a good idea. But Jad said he was afraid that all sorts of bugs would pester her there, and rejected their offer. The girl continued to laugh. They looked so good-natured, and perhaps she only imagined that she had seen them somewhere. First, he said that Ryan is the best student at the academy, but the boy in question said that compared to Jad, he was average. The first of the young men did not calm down and said that being too modest, in his opinion, is a disadvantage. And he added that, by the way, in childhood, he seemed to be even more shy. When he was like Jad, everything was worse. He couldn't even talk normally. It seems like when they were about 15, Ryan suddenly seemed to become a different person. Ryan started laughing and said that he simply changed thanks to their friendship after the boy said that he thought he ate something bad, but then he became like he is now. Jad decided to hint to these young men that it was time for them to leave, and nodded his head in the direction of the things collected nearby. First, he told the girl that when she made her debut in high society, she should come to a ball at his house. But his friend just patted him on the shoulder and said that a ball in his house was too much. His house would be more suitable for the first ball. Lei looked at all this and had the feeling that she was being treated not as a child, but as a lady from high society. Her brother, who was standing next to her, said, "What debut?" She was still little, and what's more, where she should go first? He and his father would decide. Hearing this, the girl seemed upset and asked her brother if his words meant that she couldn't go anywhere. The boy replied that when she grew up, she would be able to choose for herself, but only if these were safe places. She was very pleased with her brother's answer. She laughed loudly and said that it was very nice and she would look forward to the moment when she would be given the opportunity to go out into society. Percy still did not calm down. He began to cry and said how it was possible that such a little girl turned out to be such a beauty. Jad was getting pretty fed up with all this. He said as sternly as possible that it was enough to talk about other people's sisters like that. The young man immediately looked at the prince's son and said that he seemed to be completely different from himself. A friend standing next to him confirmed this and added that it was the first time he had seen him like this. He had always been arrogant and cold before, and this seemed to mean that he was acting differently with his family. The girl thought that although she was not her sister, it was probably because of the blue rose. She looked at the noisy young men and thought that this was definitely not about her brother. At this point, the third, the most silent of the young men, announced that he wanted to go admire the roses, and he would like to pick some roses for his sister, which she liked very much. His friends immediately looked at their comrade strangely, and the girl noted for herself that he said the word liked. First, he looked even stranger. He seemed to have darkened, and his face changed greatly. His eyes became sad, and he asked the young man if he wanted him to go with him. Rion turned around and said that it was not necessary. After all, he was not such a fool as to accept these legends, and the blue rose was too close to his heart. Besides, he was going to go back soon. One of the young men continued to be sad, but the second tried to joke and laughed, saying that a person couldn't really just go and die from the smell of a rose. But then he thought that he had said something unnecessary, or something inappropriate at that moment, and suddenly he fell silent, biting his tongue. The little girl still couldn't understand what had happened. She was interested in the question of whether this boy was okay, and whether nothing had happened to him. Jack said his friend was fine, and they had only made the young lady worry for nothing. He also told her that Ryan's sister had passed away last year. When he said he wanted to pick flowers for his sister, it meant he wanted to put flowers on her grave. The girl learned that Ryan's sister, Eliza, was a famous beauty. Many young men in the capital knew about her beauty. Then the young man told her that she was also engaged to a friend who was now sitting next to him. They got engaged when they were the same age as the girl now, but they had known each other for a long time. First, he said that this girl grew up in the village, and therefore they saw each other rarely. But she was very nice, and there was a very friendly and good relationship between them. Lee asked the young man if this girl had been sick and thought, just like me in my past life. The young man fell silent for a moment. A tear ran down his cheek, then another, and he said that the fact was that she died of pneumonia. The girl realized that this young man was in a very bad way. She felt sorry for him and for the girl he had just remembered, and for whom he was probably very sad. She understood that unfortunately she could not help him in any way. At this time, Rion returned. In his hands were the blue roses he had picked. The young man asked them what they were talking about. The girl turned to him and, after thinking for a moment, said that, judging by the expression on his face, he had probably heard everything. And he came up to them and leaned slightly and said that it was indeed so. And to be honest, he came here today for his sister. She said that she would like to see blue roses at least once. For some reason, the young man's face was always covered by the wide peak of his cap. He said that he did not want to tell such sad stories and therefore did not tell the purpose of his visit to the island. He also told them that he had accidentally discovered his sister's things yesterday. The box where her things were found contained many blue objects. She loved this color very much. The young man then turned to Percy and told him that he was very grateful that he remembered his sister and had not yet become engaged to anyone else. His interlocutor asked him not to say that and said that their family had nothing but money, and Eliza was an outstanding girl from a famous family. This is his first love, which means a lot to him. Rion replied that it was the other way around. He was very grateful to him and thanked him for not asking for the return of the jewelry they had given their family for their engagement, which was why they were able to get back on their feet. All the young men who had just recently been happy, having fun and unable to restrain themselves, suddenly became sad. They said that perhaps it was time for them to say goodbye. Then one of them suggested that perhaps they should all go to Eliza together. The dead girl's brother said that would be great. She would probably be happy if Percy personally brought her flowers. The girl listened attentively and watched these friends. It was all very sad. She felt sorry for both the young men and the dead girl, but the friendship of these three looked, in her opinion, very worthy, and he began to wipe the tears from his cheek and suggested that they talk about something else. He immediately asked the girl if she was interested in knowing about the life of the capital. L.E. immediately answered him that she knew little about it, and, to be honest, she had rarely been there. The young man standing in front of her told her that there were many good places there. He grew up in the village, so for him the capital was a completely different world. He still remembers how he felt on his first day at the academy. He also told her that he clearly remembered the red tiles, flooded with the evening sun. He also still can't forget the excitement when he got off the train. The sound of the bell coming from the blue clock tower and the blue doves that were frightened by its ringing and flew away around him in different directions were forever etched into the young man's memory. Ryan told the girl that it was a great honor for him to spend his adolescence in the capital. The girl thought that her alley in the capital was certainly different, but she also really liked the blue clock tower at the station. She told the boy that he spoke as if it had been a long time ago. When they said goodbye to their three friends, the brother and sister were able to rest a little from them. They settled down comfortably on the lawn. The girl lay down, and her brother sat next to her. When Jad asked her if she had fun here, Elle replied that she really liked it here and would like to come here again. The boy smiled and said that it seemed that he had brought her here for a reason. He was pleased that his idea of a walk to the island had worked out and that he had managed to please his little sister. When he asked the girl if she wanted to sleep, she replied that she would like to take a little nap here. Ellie was a little scared and told her brother that she had to be woken up and not left here alone. She thought that her new life still seemed like a dream, and she was afraid that it would all disappear because of one stupid mistake. She looked again at the boy sitting next to her and was frightened by the thought that this might be her last meeting with him, and she would have to live on the street again. To keep the sun out of her eyes and to help her fall asleep faster, Her brother pulled her hat over her face and wished her pleasant dreams. She immediately pulled off this hat, thanked her brother, and once again reminded him of his promise to definitely wake her up and not leave her. She was glad that she was so lucky to have a brother. She was happy that he cared about her so much and organized such a wonderful outing for her. Despite the fact that autumn had arrived and the trees had already begun to change the color of their leaves, it was quite warm. Moreover, this day was windless and quiet. L.E. woke up and began to rub her eyes. She felt a bit uneasy after being asleep for a while. She noted with pleasure that her brother was still sitting next to her. The girl raised her body, sat down next to him, and wondered how long she had slept. Percy, sitting with his glass in his hand, looked off to the side and said that he thought there was a girl somewhere nearby. He looked closely and saw that not far from the shore, Callan was standing on a boat, surrounded by young girls hidden under umbrellas. The girl also noticed her father and loudly shouted his name, Callan. Her brother turned his head slightly to the side and said the word, "Father?" questioningly. The prince said goodbye to the girls who accompanied him, thanked them for giving him a ride, and said he had a good time. The girls replied that they would see each other again. When their boat had already set sail, the girls continued to wave their hands at the prince and shout to him, inviting him to come to their ball sometime. They considered the prince a real hero. Moreover, he was very popular in the capital. When the girl ran up to her father, he immediately caught her in his arms and threw her high into the air. He asked her if she was having fun here, and she in turn asked why he had come. Callan told his daughter that he came to visit her. She had been so upset that morning, but the girl didn't really believe it and said that maybe he, under the pretext of meeting her, just wanted to go boating with those ladies. The prince immediately pulled his little daughter by the ear and told her that he was not making up any excuses, and only she could make him drop everything and come running. At this time, one of the young men sitting nearby on the ground dropped a glass from his hands and the wine poured into it spilled. These boys, who had recently been so impudent and brave, were now afraid that the girl would tell her father everything, and were already prepared for severe punishment from him. And while the prince and his daughter were looking at these young men, the prince's son came up to them from behind and asked them to lower the girl to the ground. The prince lowered his daughter to the ground, bowed slightly to her, and told his son that he wanted to ask him a few questions. When the prince spoke, it seemed that he looked like a real courtesy. He asked his son to tell him who these people were who dared to be near his daughter without an escort. He looked around and added that they were also drinking alcohol in the presence of a little girl. The boys were definitely sweating and started making excuses. They apologized and said they were just going to have a cup of tea. And they hadn't done anything that could offend the young lady. One of the young men immediately began hiding bottles of wine in a box intended for picnics. It was not so easy to leave the prince alone. He looked angrily at the young men and ordered them to introduce themselves immediately. The boys immediately stood in one line, and began to call out their names one by one. Rian's face looked very strange. He was sweating more than the other boys. Jad said that they were seniors from his academy and they met them by chance while walking. The prince smiled slightly and asked his son, "Are they harmful insects or not?" His son smiled back and said, "Not enough to get rid of them." The girl listened to their conversation and thought that they were talking about such terrible things in such a gentle voice. The prince smiled again and asked the young men not to worry, saying that it was just a joke and that he simply had a very beautiful daughter. The girl's little toy was forgotten, and she watched the events on the lawn all alone. It seemed that the prince's son was a little worried by his father's appearance. He asked him why he had arrived so early. After all, the government meeting usually lasted quite a long time, and he always returned late. He also said that it was not out of jealousy that the brother and sister had decided to spend time together. Callan sat down next to his daughter and asked her to move a little closer, and told his son that His Majesty hadn't been working as hard lately. That's probably why he finished earlier. When the boy told his father that he was even curious whether this wish was his or someone else's, the prince did not answer. He turned to the three young men sitting in front of him and said that he was glad to meet them, and asked what they had talked about. One of the young men continued to be sad and silent the whole time, and his friends said that they were telling the young lady about life in the capital. The prince immediately cut off his chatter and said what kind of expression that was. If there was something to say, then it was necessary to say it. The girl thought that it seemed to her that they were both afraid and at the same time somehow amused. Percy stood up, apologized, and said he probably needed to take a little walk. He thought he would sober up a bit while he did it. Jax seemed to cheer up again and, turning to their newly arrived guest, said that, to be honest, he was very interested in learning about his magic. And he even planned to choose this as the topic of his diploma thesis. Ryan, who was sitting next to him, turned to him with a request and also asked him for something. He asked the prince, if possible, to tell about the times when he was on the student council. L.E. was surprised that the mood of the departed young man had changed so suddenly. She even wondered if he was sick with something. The prince looked at his daughter and asked her if she was interested in the same thing that the young men had asked. The girl replied that she was interested in absolutely everything that was connected with him. As soon as she said this, the prince said that in that case he would tell, and then he began his long story about his studies in magic and how he had once been a member of the student council. The girl also listened very attentively to her father's story, but at some point she felt cold and suddenly began to shiver. Her brother came up to her, took off his jacket and covered her with it to warm her up a little. And her father said that maybe it was time for them to go home. Ryan jumped up from his seat and said that he would call the servants. The young man said that he would return soon, and also informed them that he had arranged to signal the servants with a mirror from the shore. A moment later, they heard something splash loudly into the water. When they looked towards the river, they saw strange circles spreading out on its surface. The girl became curious about what these strange sounds were and what caused this gurgling. When one of the boys said that there were many water birds on this island and perhaps one of them was the cause of these sounds, the girl realized that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. Ryan was just hiding his little mirror and answered in the affirmative when his friend asked if the servants had seen his sign. The prince's entire family continued to sit next to him. They watched the young men who began to gather their things. One of the young men remembered that for some reason their friend, who had gone for a short walk, had been gone for a long time, and said that perhaps he had become very drunk. Ryan said that maybe it would be worth going after him, because when he drinks, he starts to have severe mood swings, and it's a bit worrying for him. When the young men began to talk about Pharisee possibly going to pick roses, the girl jumped up from her seat and said that the prince had never seen blue roses before, and suggested that they go and look at them before going home. She immediately volunteered to show them to her father. She immediately lifted the prince from his place and dragged him along, holding his hand. She kept urging him on and telling him what beautiful flowers they were. The prince went into some of his own thoughts. He thought about how this girl's mood and well-being could suddenly change. Just recently, she was shivering from the cold, and now, as if nothing had happened, she was pulling him to look at some flowers. But suddenly, something changed in the prince's gaze. His eyes seemed to have become those of a bird of prey. His pupils turned red, and he seemed to become very angry. His daughter also noticed these changes. She began to look at her father's face with anxiety and fear in her eyes. She did not understand what caused this behavior of the young man. She stopped and looked at the prince, and as it turned out, her older brother had exactly the same face. They both looked as if they were worried about something, and she couldn't understand why they had such faces. The girl turned her head in the direction where her family members were looking, but she could not understand what had happened there. She looked closely, but could not understand what had caused the prince and his son to change their mood so quickly. Then Jad came up to her, pressed her head to his chest, and told her that she shouldn't turn around and she shouldn't look in that direction. The girl, still not understanding anything, analyzed the reasons for such strange behavior. She was impatient to find out what had happened there, and she decided to look with one eye in the direction where her brother had advised her not to look, and was horrified when she saw it. She saw a body lying on a bush of blue roses. It was not moving, and she thought it might be Pharisee. The girl was still in her brother's arms, and he asked her father if it was suicide. The prince did not answer his question. He sat down near the rose bush on which the body of the young man lay, and in his hand he had a sharp knife. It seemed that the prince had decided to investigate this case. The man continued to sit silently next to the body of the young man lying next to him and did not answer his children's questions. His daughter was surprised that the prince seemed to be smiling at that moment. She would very much like to know what he was thinking about now. Kalen told his daughter that she should now step aside, count to 3, walk 10 steps and shout. She should call the other two and not look here, while he and her brother examined the body. The girl was frightened by the fact that next to her lay the body of a man who had just recently been next to her and was enjoying life. She said that she would immediately fulfill her father's request, and while she walked away from this terrible place in the direction of the other youths, the prince and his son stood over the body of the murdered man. The boys continued to pack their things after the picnic and were very surprised by the little girl's cry that something bad had happened. Ryan immediately asked her what happened. His eyes looked scared. I raised my hand and pointed my finger towards the rose bush and shouted that it was there. The boys seemed terribly frightened. They looked terrified and could not utter a single word. When they came to the rose bush, they saw the body of their friend there, and stumbling and stuttering, asked the prince what had happened. Kalen told the upset boys that he had just inspected the scene, and judging by the wounded wrist and the bloody knife, it looked very much like suicide. Ryan approached the prince's son and, taking him by the shoulders, said that the young man could not commit suicide, and this could not happen, because he had his whole life ahead of him. The second young man sat down near the bush and said that they had been together all this time, and there was no one else here. The shore where the boat could dock was also only on the side where they had been. The little girl listened to him attentively. She decided that the young man wanted to say that it was definitely suicide. She began to wonder if it could be otherwise, and he hung his head low and said that it was all because of him, and because he started talking about his sister. Pharisee must have had a hard time about it, and he just pushed him. Ellie thought that it was probably an impulsive suicide. That was also possible, but she couldn't figure out why it happened today, exactly a year after the death of her fiancé. She looked at her father, who continued to examine something near the rose bush, and thought that the young man had even been joking before the conversation turned to his bride. When her father extended his hand to her and asked if she was scared, the girl thought that she had seen the dead so many times before. But the story she had read in the book had long since ended. She was sad because, unfortunately, she knew nothing about the content of the story she had once read. She really knew nothing and could not solve this puzzle. Jex turned to the prince and told him that he did not want to offend him in any way. But Pharisie's body was discovered by the prince and his family members, and before the three of them decided to take a little walk, they were all together. Kalen calmly answered him that there was no need to suspect them of having plotted, killed the young man, and called his friends, despite the fact that there were all sorts of rumors about their family. The girl wondered what kind of rumors these were, and in the meantime, her father said that if you look at the amount of blood and the hardened clots on the rosebush, it becomes clear that death occurred at least 30 minutes ago. The prince turned to the second young man, who was surprised by his words, and said that his name was supposedly Rian. And it turns out that when he went to the river to signal the servants, their friend was dying at about that moment. Then the prince said that this looked very much like a perfect suicide. In principle, one could say that everyone present here was innocent, and although he was neither a doctor nor a detective, the police would come and sort it out themselves. The girl looked at the young man comforting his friend and thought that she had this strange feeling, as if they had missed something, as if it had not been suicide. She still couldn't understand why she was so confident about this, but the same thought kept spinning in her head that she hadn't noticed something. Her father noticed that something was wrong with the girl and asked her if she was in any pain. Her thoughts were occupied with something else, and she only looked at him in bewilderment. And the prince said that he asked her if she was feeling well. The girl had already decided to say that she was fine, although in fact it was not at all true. She felt that something was happening to her. The prince also saw that something was wrong, and he put his hand on the girl's forehead to check if she had a fever. His worries were not without reason. The girl realized that this was happening to her again. As a couple of times before in this life, some kind of vision seemed to appear before her eyes. She could not understand the reason why this was happening again, and only prepared herself to experience it. She didn't know what it meant and was transported to some new place. The girl saw a steep cliff with sea waves beating against it. Then she saw a girl and a boy was watching her. He shouted at her, calling her to come to him. When the boy told her that she was there, the stranger asked him why he appeared in different places. I still couldn't understand whose memories these were, but I was sure that it was very important and somehow connected with recent events. Through the eyes of some person, she saw a boy in front of her, but unfortunately, it was the back of his head, and therefore she could not make out his face. But then, as if through the eyepiece of a kaleidoscope, she saw many faces of the same boy, but his details were blurry, and she still couldn't make an effort. She couldn't understand who he was. Then she heard someone calling her name, and her vision stopped. The girl was still in the same place, standing with her eyes wide open. Her father and brother were in front of her. The boy said that she seemed very frightened, and the prince asked her to be patient for a while until they met the police and went back. The girl saw that 3 empty boats had just appeared on the shore. These were probably the policemen who had arrived to conduct their investigation. She wondered if her eyes had been open when she had seen the girl and the boy in her vision. The prince and his son were very worried about the girl's health and decided that it would be good if the girl would rest after they returned home. When her brother put his hand on her shoulder to hug her, the girl asked him if it was murder. He replied that of course it was murder, but there was something strange about it. They looked at the boats off the island and decided that if there was someone else on the island besides them, although on the other side, the boat could only dock in one place. It was very quiet all the time. Otherwise, they would have heard the noise of the boat. The boy looked towards the river and said that the killer could also be a mermaid. The prince only smiled when he heard his words and said that it would be clear after the investigation. They were very lucky today. The girl was going over the details of the day in her head. She thought that someone had been hiding on the island from the very beginning, or the criminal had been among the people. She wondered which of these was more likely. Suddenly, Le remembered her vision and thought that perhaps it was not at all accidental and was somehow connected with today's incident. She began to examine the crime scene again and seemed to have come to some conclusion. Looking again at the two young men, the girl thought that if her guess was correct, then the criminal had made a mistake. She looked at the two young men who were grieving for their friend and thought that the one who killed Fercy would die at the hands of her father. When the body of the dead young man was being carried away, someone said that it was a great pity, since he had a wonderful future ahead of him, but he had cut his own life short by cutting his veins. L.E. heard Jex tell the policeman that Fercy was an excellent fencer, and with such skills he was able to cut both a vein and an artery at once. The policeman listened attentively to his testimony and carefully wrote it down in his notebook. Another policeman told the prince that there had been many strange things happening around him lately, to which he replied that the city itself was strange and that nothing could be done about it. The prince added that it was just a simple coincidence. The girl looked closely at the man who was now talking to the prince. She had already seen him near the studio, and when the prince asked him what his name was, he answered that he was Inspector Sheldon, and that was exactly what he could call him. When Callan asked the man if he could go, he took off his hat, bowed, and said yes, of course. He also thanked him for his help. The father offered her his hand and said that it was time for them to go home, but the girl was still busy with her observations. She kept her eyes on the action going on nearby. The police were questioning witnesses, and one of them was now still crying, and then asked if perhaps they could come too. L.E. ran up to the prince, pulled him by the sleeve of his cloak, and said that she was very sorry for Rian. Chad, who was following them, asked what was the matter. L.E. answered him that when she heard the story of his dead sister, she felt very sad at heart, and she felt very sorry for this young man. So could they not walk him home? The girl turned her head back and saw her brother, and behind him 2 other young men, and told him that she would like to console the dead girl's brother on the way. And then his late sister's fiancé had died, and he must be in a very bad way now. The prince said that if the 2 friends were left alone now, they would certainly begin to blame each other for the death of their friend. The girl reached out to her father and hugged him and said that this was what made her sad. And that was why she was asking him to help this poor young man. The little girl's brother immediately came up to Ryan and started pushing him. He said that if their child wanted it, there was nothing to be done and he would have to go with them. The girl thought that maybe this was a way to save Ryan. At least it was better than being alone with Jax. She was glad that her father and brother listened to her opinion. She turned back, looked at that damned island again, and thought that, impossible, her guesses would turn out to be correct. L.E. turned around again. The police were still searching for evidence of the crime. It seemed to her that the remaining young man was very confused and scared, but she could not help him. The prince, with his family and the young man whom they really wanted to help, got out of the boats and approached the outskirts of the city, where the carriage left by the prince was already waiting for them. Ryan really didn't want to go with them. He kept repeating that he could get home on his own and didn't need anyone's help. The little girl was relentless. She kept pulling him by the hand towards his father's carriage. The girl said that the young man was too pale and was about to faint. The prince smiled when he heard the young man thank his daughter and say that he did not want to cause so much trouble. The man said that they should quickly climb into the carriage. In their house, it was customary to fulfill all the whims of children, and if his daughter wanted it that way, it would be nothing for him to give the young man a ride. Rian was simply dumbfounded, not wanting to enter the carriage. He said that it was completely unnecessary and he could handle it himself. But the prince pushed him from behind and he was forced to obey. It was already getting dark when the carriage with its passengers moved off and headed towards the city. The lights were already on in the nearby houses. A little girl sat down in a chair in the carriage next to her father, and opposite them sat 2 young men. The family's guest looked as if he had been frightened by something. L.E. kept thinking about what had happened during the picnic today. She couldn't shake the thought that she had missed something important, and now she was looking for an answer to that question. When she looked at her smiling father's face, she thought he had an expression as if he was asking her if she knew any funny stories. The girl looked at the young man who was now sitting in the carriage next to her brother and thought that he had killed his friend today with a very simple trap. She was interested in two questions. Why did he do it? And why did he use this method to kill him? The girl kept her eyes on him and was very curious. She hoped that her guesses about this reason would also be correct. Lo would really like to tell her father everything, otherwise she will feel uneasy. She was sure that Callan was a fair man, but he would not listen to everyone's personal stories. That's what was written in the book. To her regret, she did not know how it all ended, but the content of the novel was quite sad, and in the book, the prince was not a happy man. The girl looked out of the carriage window, and it seemed to her that this area looked quite familiar to her. It seemed to her that she had been here before. L.E. thought that according to her calculations, they should have arrived by now, and it should have been somewhere right here. Deciding it was time to act, she turned to her father and said she had something to tell him. He immediately interrupted his thoughts and asked his daughter what had happened. The girl pointed towards the carriage door and said that the bow that was on the bear fell out the window. The prince was forced to knock on the window, demanding that the coachman stop. After his question about whether the bear had a bow, his daughter replied that Maria had tied the same bow on him that morning. The coachman heard his master's demand, and their vehicle slowly stopped at the very place that she thought the girl needed. The prince handed his servant a coin and told him that his daughter had lost a bow on the way and asked him to look for it. The crippled young man sitting next to them was sweating all the time and constantly looking around, as if something was bothering him. Then he began to pull his cap over his face and told them that he would get off here. The girl seemed a little surprised because she asked here and said that this was a rather deserted place. And besides, it was dangerous. When the young man said it was nothing and he didn't want to inconvenience them anymore, they thought he had a reason for getting off in that particular alley. That was what she suspected. She grabbed Ryan's hand and said that she wanted to ask him something. He was very surprised and began to pull his hand out of her palms. The girl told him that it was not a very important matter, but she needed to know if they had met by chance before. The young man replied that it was unlikely because he would not forget such a nice girl. The little girl's next question surprised him greatly. She asked that if they had met, then who was he? The girl said that she had met Ryan before, and it was a long time ago. Elle, who was sitting next to the young man, immediately asked her what she was talking about. But L.E. did not answer him, but said that she had one more question, and asked what color the clock tower at the station was. Ryan immediately said that how could one not know this, and said that it was naturally golden. This was true. The highest clock tower on the station was bright golden, but when they were on the island, Ryan said something different for some reason. That time he said it was blue. Hearing this, the boy sitting opposite her seemed to be very upset. It seemed to him that he had made a mistake, and he began to look for some excuse. The young man said that he couldn't have said that. Perhaps it happened because he had drunk too much and simply made a mistake. L.E. answered him that he was not mistaken at all, because the tower was not only golden, but also blue. She thought that thanks to his mistake, it was easier for her to unravel the puzzle. The clock tower at the station is painted with a special paint. That's why it's golden during the day. But this paint has a special property, thanks to which the tower turns blue at night. Usually street children use it as a meeting place. The phrase, "meet me at the blue tower," means that they want to meet at night. The girl remembered that once her friends invited her to watch the trains during the day, and so they secretly entered the station. It was then that she noticed and told them that this tower was actually blue. Ordinary people do not go to the stations at night. All trains in the kingdom stop running at 6 p.m., and the entrance to the station is closed at night. The only people who use the tower as a meeting place are the guys from the lower village, mostly pickpockets. Lei went on to say that she had once seen a young man sitting in front of her at the station. She said that she was born in the same place as him. Rion remained silent, so she asked him that he was from the lower village. Then she said that she was very worried about today's incident, but he seemed to say that he was born in the village. The prince listened to her attentively and asked what was happening. He said that it was too complicated for him and he could not understand. There could not be two Ryans, two people. Rion immediately began to stutter. He tried to start his story a couple of times, but each time for some reason he stopped. The next moment, someone from outside suddenly pulled the handle of their carriage and opened the door. Although the girl was prepared for something like this, she was still simply taken aback and very surprised when she saw this man in front of her. The young man who jumped into the carriage quickly pulled her out by the hand, grabbed her with both hands, and put a knife to her throat. He was the spitting image of the man who was sitting with them in the carriage. He dragged the girl along with him and ordered the prince and his son, who were in the carriage, not to move and to remain in place. The one who grabbed the girl demanded that Ryan be released. She thought that they were twins. And so that vision, the vision in her head, was a memory of Rayan. At first, she thought it was just a hallucination and she was seeing two Ryans, but it wasn't. They were twins. The prince turned to the man and told him to let his daughter go, and promised that if he did so, he would kill him without pain. The villain did not let go of the girl and continued to hold the knife near her chin. He shouted that Ryan should be released first. Otherwise, this girl... The prince asked differently, what would happen to this girl? Perhaps he would leave a mark on her cheek from a slap, or perhaps he would break her finger. The prince waved his hand or felt the effect of her magic again. Some black whirlwind swirled near her face, which immediately freed her from her captor. At first, she closed her eyes in fear, and when she opened them, she saw that the man who had just recently threatened her with death was now lying on the stones of the street. The knife had fallen from his hand, and a black, inexorable whirlwind was swirling around the young man. As it turned out, the prince's magic was very effective. The young man writhed in pain, and his knife spun around his head under the influence of the whirlwind. Lee approached her father, who told the young man that just because he threatened to hurt his daughter, it didn't mean he would stand by and watch. The girl looked at the prince, who was moving towards the criminal. Black whirlwinds were swirling around him, ready to attack anyone who threatened him or his relatives. She realized that it was again black magic, which her father had mastered to perfection. And now he was very angry that someone dared to touch his adopted daughter and threaten her life. L.E. approached the carriage and decided that it was better for her not to look at what could happen now. The young man was still lying on the stones and could not move, since he was tightly bound by the prince's magic. Kalen began to make some movements with his hand again and told the killer that he would kill him in the most painful way. His twin brother, who was still in the carriage, was watching all this closely. He shouted his brother's name loudly, calling him Ridden. Like his brother, he had a knife hidden somewhere in his clothes, and the young man tried to snatch it to protect his brother. Jad immediately snatched the dangerous weapon from his hand, grabbed Ryan by the jacket, put the knife to his throat, and shouted to his father that he would finish him off. Both twin brothers were captured. One of them had a sharp knife at his throat, its blade ready to pierce his skin at any moment. The second one seemed to be lying unconscious on the ground, tightly clutched by a snake created by the prince's magic. And noticed that both brothers could now expect a fatal outcome. She screamed loudly, turning to her relatives and demanded that they stop. Jad immediately turned towards her when he heard that she wanted to listen to them. The girl looked at him and their father and said that she really asked him to wait and listen to her. She stood next to her father, who continued to use his magic, and who was finally forced to listen to her request and say, okay. But the girl was simply horrified by the words of the prince, who said that since this criminal dared to threaten his daughter with a knife, he would first cut off both of his hands. The prince had already taken the knife the criminal had used and was preparing to cut off his hand. But the girl thought that this was the same as killing, and if he cut off both his hands, the boy would die. When the girl ran up to him and assured the prince that she was fine, and the young man had not even touched her, he said that he was not a fan of listening to the stories of murderers, but if she asked so, then nothing could be done. Near the place where their carriage stopped, there was, it seems, an abandoned, derelict house. And it was there that both criminals went, as well as the family who had caught them. Both youths were strongly bound by the prince's magic and were kneeling at the feet of the prince and his children. Between their bodies, a black snake with glittering predatory eyes wriggled all the time. To her surprise, the girl only saw today that it was a snake. Until now, she thought it was a chain and could not understand how her father summoned it with magic. She looked closely at the young men and was literally dumbfounded. She noticed that one of them was completely soaked. Jad approached Rion and his brother and asked since when they started to trade with each other and which of them killed Fercy. Both criminals remained silent because, in addition to their bodies, their mouths were also bound by the sinister snake. Kalen was interested in another question. He decided to ask his daughter how she knew all this. Lei was a little taken aback by this, but she still decided to say that this was not the main thing now. The girl smiled and asked her relatives if they didn't want to know how exactly the murder happened. Her father looked at her closely and thought that, it turns out, his daughter had a talent for manipulating him. The girl exhaled heavily, as if preparing for a long conversation, during which she decided to tell about the details of this crime. The prince leaned over both twins and freed the face of one of them. This was necessary in order to talk to him. Kalen, seizing him by the chin, lifted his head up and said that he would give him the opportunity to speak. And if he did not say anything, then he would have no choice but to torture him until he died. The prince's son told his father that when he said such words, he should cover his little sister's ears. The girl thought that she had heard this many times before. The prince said that they would now begin the interrogation as his daughter had wanted. He ordered the young man to speak and asked why he had done such a thing. He began to stutter again, probably not knowing where to begin his story. He was very worried about his brother's fate and was ready to tell everything. The murder of Fercy turned out to be as the girl had expected. It was all based on the replacement of twins. When Ryan went to pick roses, he was already replaced by his twin brother Ridden. While Ridden was talking to them at the picnic site, Rion, who was hiding in the bushes at the time, killed Fercy and disguised it as a suicide. After that, he sent a signal to the mirrors and they switched places again. It was a fairly simple substitution trap. The girl noticed that the young man who had been murdered had died without even screaming, and asked if they had given him some kind of potion to drink. The young man said that in that case, she would have guessed everything right away, because she was so perceptive. It happened differently. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief soaked in a potion, and he lost consciousness for a while, to lure Fercy to blue roses. He always gave his ex-fiancée only blue objects, and talking about these objects managed to touch his memories of the past. Kneeling before them, the young man said that he had absolutely no regrets since that scoundrel Fercy had abused their sister. He also said that their family was quite poor, so when they were born, his twin brother had to be given to a foster family. But unfortunately, the family soon went bankrupt, and Ridden found himself on the street. The young man said he was very surprised by the girl's words that she also grew up on the street. And perhaps that was when she saw him, when he tried to steal something at the train station. Ryan said that he met his brother when they were just over 10 years old. This meeting was quite unexpected and predetermined their entire future. This was incomprehensible to the little girl's mind, and she asked if they both still lived as one person. Ryan replied that it was exactly like that. They swapped places and attended classes at the academy. No one noticed the substitution since they looked so similar. At least in this way, he wanted to return his brother to the life of an aristocrat. Ali said that both brothers probably trained to look like one person. Jad, who was standing next to her, said that perhaps that was why the young man sometimes seemed like someone else to him. The prince's family continued to rise above the bound murderers, and his son asked the youth why he had killed Fercy. It was scary and pitiful to look at the faces of both young men. They both suddenly became strangely sad, and the one who had the opportunity to speak said that it was he who had brought their sister to death. Eliza was a very beautiful girl, and with each passing year, she became even more beautiful. Their sister had entire queues of wealthy suitors who wanted to win her hand and heart. There were even some among them who offered her money if only she would break off her engagement with Fercy and accept the proposal to marry one of them. Fercy, of course, found out about this. He was never a good person, but only pretended to be a decent member of the family and society. The prince closed his eyes and said that it was obvious since Fercy had a lot of money, so he was stupid. When the young man confirmed the prince's words, L.E. said that this was not all. Ryan turned his head towards her and said that she was indeed a very mysterious person, as if there was someone else living in this small body of a young lady. And he added that she was absolutely right and that it did not end there. Ryan told them that Fercy was once in a country house. He got drunk and in that state did something to their sister. It always happened to him that when he drank, he became a completely different person. But what made things even worse was that there was not only Fercy in that mansion, but also several other very dishonest young people. They began to incite the owner of the house. He got drunk and passed out. And then, Jad said that it was all very disgusting, and his little sister thought that these people were real demons. She asked the boy if his sister had then committed suicide. Their captive said that when in aristocratic circles they talk about an unmarried person dying of pneumonia, in most cases they mean suicide. He also said that their sister told them both everything before her death and then cut her wrists. When Rian told them that they wanted to kill Fercy in exactly the same way, the prince asked if that was probably why they killed him like that. And he said that one of them didn't even grow up with his sister. The young man said that it was only once. It was only for 1 week. One day, all 3 of them lived together in their estate. According to Rion, it was the only happy time, and he still remembers it as if it was yesterday. Lee remembered what she had seen during the vision and decided that it was the memory of one of the now-bound youths. She wondered how she had managed to see it. Ryan stated that he committed the crime and said that they could use him for experiments in black magic, and it was not important at all. But he really asked to let his brother go. The prince remained absolutely calm. He said that he did not need test subjects, and it seemed that the young man was listening to empty rumors about him and what he was doing. Ryan decided to ask one question that had been bothering him for a long time. He said that he was curious as to how the young lady knew that he had agreed to meet his brother at this very place. The girl said, "What, oh, that?" as if it was something unimportant or self-evident. She looked at the faces of her father and her brother standing next to him, and it seemed to her that they were simply incinerating her with their looks. Ellie decided to explain everything and began her story by saying that they were always together with this young man until Percy came. If it really was murder, then there had to be someone else on the island besides them. But when the police arrived and combed the entire island, they found nothing. The girl decided that this someone had run away before the police arrived. She said that on the opposite side from where they got into the boat, there was a bridge. Well, in other words, a suspension bridge. And it was pretty close. You could get to it by swimming down the river. There is a hole in the ground under this bridge that leads to an underground road, and you can use it to get into the city. Kaylin and Jad were simply amazed by the story of their little relative, who was able to explain everything to them so easily. And Ridden could not hide his amazement at the story the little girl told him. She spoke as if she had known from the very beginning everything that was going to happen. The prince said that it turns out that this place where they are now is the exit from the tunnel. Lay laughed and said that this was exactly the case, and all the kids from the back streets knew about this secret path. Jad said that perhaps, even on such a small clue, his sister had made such a serious conclusion. The girl laughed again and said that if Mr. Ryan knew about the night clock tower, then he could have heard about this too. The named young man raised his head up and told the girl that she was unusually smart, and he couldn't even believe it. The girl thought that all this was thanks to the detective novels that she read so many of in her past life. The girl said that she could have told him earlier who the murderer was, but she was very curious about the reason for the murder of her dead younger sister's fiancé, and that was why she acted in such an intricate way. The young man asked the prince what he intended to do now. Jad asked his father if he would kill them without any leniency, as usual. Kaylin decided to think for a bit and said that, to be honest, his intuition immediately told him that someone had killed Percy. That's why he was going to investigate, check Jex and Ryan to find out the real culprit. After that, he wanted to personally come to him and punish him. Lay listened attentively to the prince as well as to her brother, who now said that he did not know about Ridden, but Ryan definitely met the prince's criteria. It seemed that the young men were also frightened by the outcome that awaited them in the very near future. They looked at each other and awaited the prince's decision. When the prince asked his son what he thought about this, the boy stroked his sister's head and said that he sympathized with them. When the prince was surprised and asked him about this again, Jad replied that it was so, and since he was now also an older brother, he understood the actions of these young men. He started walking around the room and said that if anyone dared to touch his little sister, he didn't even want to imagine it. Jad leaned over the two boys and said that right now he was ready to kill one of these guys just to let out his anger. But then he added that, well, this time it seemed they could be forgiven. Then the prince turned to his daughter with the same question, who was very puzzled by it and did not know at all what to answer him. Lou could not understand whether the prince was now asking her to decide the fate of these two young men. And when he asked her if she wanted to take her brother's side, she thought, is that not possible? The prince said that if that was the case, he would not want to leave them alive. He was not one of those fathers who are not distinguished by their generosity of soul. Upon hearing his father's decision, his son seemed to change his mind and said that in that case, he too would vote to kill those young men. The girl immediately grabbed her head. She did not understand what was happening and what she should do because the prince insisted on the death penalty, and it seemed to her that her relatives were jealous, as if they were little children. L.E. didn't know what to do, and out of helplessness, she clenched her hand into a fist. She also thought that this was some kind of don't take anyone's side but mine psychology. She thought that everything could have been just like that, and she would have completely agreed if she had not had a vision. But remembering what that happy girl looked like, she decided that she felt very sorry for her. And although she had never met her, her fate was not indifferent to her. She decided to persuade the prince and said that she would really like him not to regret his actions later, because now he could make a mistake that could not be changed later. The girl knew very well what kind of person Callan was. He was a dark hero who hunted criminals throughout this kingdom and destroyed them. As in the book, and as she later discovered in reality, he was a sad character in this novel who tried not to think about his actions, but to silently carry out his bloody justice. L.E. looked at her father again and thought that he had no pity for the criminals. But she really wished that this time he would make a decision after listening to their story. L.E. would hate for her father to make a mistake, because these two twin brothers are different from the criminals he has killed so far. They were driven not just by the desire to kill, but by aspiration, retribution, and vengeance for their dead sister. Kaylin told her that everything would be fine, and to be honest, he wanted to thank his child. Because if it weren't for her and her words, he might have missed an important fact. The girl looked at her father with gratitude and seemed to shine. She knew it. The prince also changed his mind after hearing the poor girl's story. After this, she asked the prince not to kill these people, since they did not wish for anything bad, but only to avenge the honor of the insulted, offended sister. It is not worth doing this, but it is better to hand them over to the police. She pointed her hand in the direction of the young men looking at the prince with a pleading expression and asked the prince not to do something that he might later regret. After all, these young men did not kill for pleasure and were not villains or maniacs. Apparently, the prince had already made some decision. He turned to one of the young men named Rayon and asked him if he remembered the names of those bad friends of Fersi who were with him in the country house. He leaned low towards both boys and looked them in the face, demanding an immediate answer. He said that other people who had done bad things to their sister needed to be punished as well. Both young men raised their heads when the prince said that of course he remembered them. The young man replied that it was impossible to forget such a thing even in a dream. And then the prince asked them to introduce him to those guys. Kaylin stood up, walked away from the boys, and said that if he found out their names now, he would let both boys go. But they would have to remember that all this was thanks to his daughter. The girl was simply horrified by the prince's words. He spoke so calmly, as if he were asking to introduce her to good people. Her brother sat down next to one of the boys, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that next time he might even say hello when he met him. When he asked Jad what it meant, he replied that he was starting to like him. But then the boy looked at him sternly and added, "But if he dares to say hello to his sister, he will definitely kill him." Jad moved closer to the ear of Rayon, who was sitting next to him, and said that he had done everything well and correctly, only he had killed his sister's enemy too easily. And in his place, he would have made him suffer and tried to kill him with the slowest possible death. Hearing all this, Elle thought she had known it. She thought too highly of both father and son. They could not be stopped. It was in the nature of their character. It was their whole predatory, bloodthirsty essence. The prince told his daughter standing next to him that the worst thing is when you clean up alone and there is a lot of garbage left behind. But she shouldn't worry because he is a garbage removal specialist. If someone is guilty, they must be punished for it. The girl remembered that this is the same rule of Callan. He absorbs magical powers from human bodies, and those who feed on magical powers are called eaters. And there are only 3 options when the prince can absorb the devourer. Firstly, it can happen if it is a murderer. The prince can do the same if it is a person who has recently died. And finally, the third is the one who dared to touch an innocent girl. This crime, in the prince's opinion, is even more serious than murder. The girl thought that, in the end, for her father, a murderer and a rapist were on the same level. Although, in her opinion, even that was not enough for them. In the end, the prince heeded the requests of his daughter and, probably, common sense, and freed both young men, who immediately got back on their feet. Both twins immediately grabbed each other's hands and couldn't believe their luck. They kept asking each other if they were really alive and kept saying that it couldn't be. Then they turned towards the prince and asked him if he was sure he was letting them go. The man replied that he had decided to do just that, but that it was only because his little daughter had convinced him to do so, and added that they should remember that those who had once tasted blood would never be the same again. Callan snapped his fingers in a strange way and told his brothers that he would leave his mark on them. And if they did anything else, he would come for them. When the young men began to look around and examine themselves as if looking for something on their clothes and flying, the prince told them how they could think that she could be seen with their own eyes. Then the young man told his daughter to come to him. He picked her up and prepared to step onto the carriage steps. But at the last moment, he turned around and told the boys that, by the way, thank you for the treat. One of the young men looked at the prince with dismay. He could not understand what he was talking about, and so he asked what his last words meant. Holding his daughter in his arms, the prince turned around and replied that he meant the moment they discovered the body of their former friend. He said it was a fresh corpse. This particular incident was exactly what Callan's second rule about eating the eater was. And then he told the girl to go that way. Count to 3, walk 10 more steps, and scream. The girl understood why he told her to do that then. Jad pulled the door handle to close the carriage door. He said that once he thought that the murdered youth was so mean and could do this to a girl, his heart would become lighter. Still, it was a little strange that his father had swallowed up his friend. It seemed that one of the twins still couldn't understand what was being discussed and continued to look in their direction in surprise, and then asked again what it meant. When they had settled comfortably in the carriage and it had already begun its movement towards the prince's estate, it was late evening. The picnic unexpectedly dragged on, and thus they were forced to return home very late. Kalen let the girl go and sat down inside the carriage. He said that he really liked trash, and besides, he thought that only fun adventures were waiting for him ahead if he followed his daughter. After his daughter was comfortably settled on his lap, he informed her that he now understood who she was. Le thought that the prince had somehow managed to discover her secret, which was not surprising after she had seen his success in magic. And so she was a little scared and asked the prince what he meant. The prince's answer both reassured and discouraged his little daughter. He told her that he thought she was a genius. It seemed she didn't want to be considered as such. Elle opened her mouth in surprise, trying to find some answer to contradict her father. Then the girl started waving her hands, saying that it was not like that at all. And she had just made a guess. She herself did not think that she would guess who the criminal was and how he acted. Her brother was also sitting in the carriage and was almost asleep. He told the girl that she was lying, because if an accident happens twice, it is already inevitable or perhaps even a pattern. Then Jad said that he seemed to agree with his father's words. That a child without education could be so smart seemed incomprehensible to the mind. And then he asked the girl if she accidentally remembered words that she saw once or some unknown figures. His little sister immediately started denying everything again. She said that if she were what they thought she was, would she be living on the streets? And she added that she couldn't read before. Then the girl suddenly calmed down, and her face became sad for some reason. She began to remember what her life on the street had been like before. This happened because she happened to look out of the carriage window and noticed a girl who was covering a homeless boy. He was apparently cold and shivering. The girl covered him with some old rag. Le remembered her life on the street. The hardest part was surviving the winter, when it was unusually cold and there was nowhere to hide from the frost and snow. She thought that this winter would certainly be cold. Jad noticed such a dramatic change in his sister's mood. She was staring out the window and it seemed like there was something wrong with her. He would really like to know what this girl was thinking at that moment. She seemed to have calmed down completely, and when the prince put his hand on her head and began to stroke her, the girl said that she really was an ordinary child, and no different from other such girls. Her father said he thought differently and thought she should be checked. He knew doctors who had examined the girl's brother as a child. Le was frightened by the prince's words that these doctors could check whether she had abilities. She thought that if they began to examine her, they would immediately understand that she was not a genius. Then the prince could decide that she was absolutely useless to him and refuse her. It was almost night when the prince's carriage arrived at his palace. And although the rays of the setting sun were still reflected in the windows, candles had already been lit inside the building. As in all previous cases, as soon as the carriage appeared at the door of the palace, the doors immediately opened. This was done by the butler, who said welcome back and added that they were late. Looking at the girl sitting in her father's arms, the young man noticed that the lady looked tired. Then he asked if something had happened. His master answered him that a lot had happened today. But the most important thing was that today he had managed to find out that his daughter was a real genius. The prince's answer literally discouraged his servant. He looked into the distance at the departing gentleman in bewilderment and thought about what the prince's words could mean. As soon as Le found herself in her room, she immediately realized that she was hellishly tired from the events of the day. She immediately fell flat on her bed and was too lazy to even move. She remembered today's dinner and could not forget that the prince had spent the entire dinner talking only about her, praising her successes today, and tirelessly repeating that she was very talented and insightful. She was worried that the prince considered her a genius and decided to take her to the doctors for an examination. She was afraid of not living up to his expectations. After some time, there was a knock on her door. It was her older brother, who said he was worried about how she was feeling and had come to make sure she was okay. Le told him that she was fine. It was just a very long and hard day today, and she was probably a little tired, but he seemed unsatisfied with his sister's answer. He asked the girl why she looked so sad when they passed an intersection in a poor neighborhood. Le decided that there was no point in making anything up and that she should tell the whole truth right away. And she reminded her brother that she used to live in an alley not far from this intersection, and at that moment she remembered her past life. The girl hugged her favorite teddy bear to her chest and said that every time she passed by those places, she remembered how cold she was there. This is probably because it has become ingrained in her body. As soon as she thinks about it, she immediately gets cold. Her brother leaned over to her and asked if it was all true and if she was feeling okay. Because if something was bothering her, she needed to tell an adult right away. Lee told him that she also thinks about her friends when she drives past that intersection, and she does this very often while sitting at home. But then the girl laughed and told her brother that he really shouldn't worry. After all, street kids have a rule. They forget about each other as soon as they leave the confines of the gateway. The boy stroked her head and asked her to start resting. After this, Jad left her in the room and wished her good night. She continued to sit on her bed for some time and think. There was a question that interested her very much. It was connected with the events of today, and she could not get rid of the thought that it was very important and it was necessary to understand why and how this was happening. Lee raised her palm up and began to examine it. Today she had a vision when the prince touched her. Today's events were different from what she read in the book in her past life. She had to understand what it was. Without lowering her hand, the girl thought that it was unclear when and why these memories of completely different people came into her head, and why it happened precisely when the prince put his hand to her head. She thought about it for a long time, but still didn't come to any definite conclusions. Having squeezed her soft friend in her arms, she fell asleep on the bed. After that, the prince did not even mention his daughter's genius for several days. He was busy with his usual affairs and did not remind his daughter of his promise. Therefore, she decided that he had completely forgotten about it. But one of the following days, she was very surprised and frightened by the prince's question about whether they could go somewhere. She decided that this was exactly what she was so afraid of. Lee immediately jumped up to her father and, burning with impatience, asked him where they were going. Her mouth started to water after her father said that Maria had told him about the cafe that the girl had liked so much last time, and added that he had business nearby and they could take advantage of the opportunity to visit the cafe. The girl shouted that she would quickly get ready and they could go. She did not wait a second and quickly ran to her room. The butler walked behind her. He asked the lady not to run and said that she should order the servants to take care of her. Still sitting in his chair, the prince laughed as he saw how quickly his little daughter rushed off, hurrying to get ready for the cafe. While the girl was getting ready and tidying herself up, the prince also managed to get ready, and a harnessed carriage was already waiting for them at the entrance to the palace. The last few days had been quite cold, and so Ellie had been forced to dress warmer than she had done before. The prince told her that she looked beautiful and attractive. He was surprised by the girl's request when she said if she could hold his hand. After he agreed to do this, the little girl jumped up, wrapped both arms around his neck, and began to hug him. In response to these actions, the prince told her that she was simply driving him crazy. The girl kept waiting for the prince to take her hand and asked him to make sure to do so. After it happened, she looked a little surprised. It seemed that her theory was not confirmed, and no visions appeared to her after her father touched her. After the incident on the island, Elle tried to grab her father's hand at every opportunity, but nothing happened. The same thing happened now. As they sat up in bed, she kept thinking about the same thing and could not understand what these abilities were. They drove up to a house that had a huge sign on it with something written on it. She lifted her head up, trying to read what was written on the sign. She read slowly and syllable by syllable. Dr. Sybil's laboratory. When they got to the door, L.E. asked where they were. Her father replied that it was the doctor's lab and he would try to run a short test there. The girl wondered if they were really going to experiment on her. And she remembered that in her previous life, she had been promised to take a genius test in exactly the same way. But it turned out that they were taking her to the dentist. Now the prince promised that they would go to a cafe, but at the same time he decided to deceive her. The prince said that it would not last long. He would quickly finish his business and return for her. Then he added that all this was only for her sake. L.E. did not want to go to this doctor at all. She dug her heels in and said that she did not want to do this, and that she would rather wait for the prince in the carriage while he went about his business. The man literally dragged his daughter by the hand into the open door of the house they had approached, while she called him a lying prince. When they left the house, they were met by a rather young man. He said, "Welcome," and asked them to go into the room. The girl could not believe that this man was the doctor because he looked very young. The prince told him that he had business to attend to and that he had to leave, but that there would be a guard outside at that time. Any unnecessary movement towards his daughter could cause the doctor big problems. The girl clung to her father's leg, still hoping that he would change his mind and take her with him. And the doctor replied that he would treat her with special care. She again, like a capricious child, clung to his sleeve, demanding that he stay and asking where he was going. Kalen told her that he needed to leave immediately on business and that she should talk to this man in the meantime. He stroked her head and asked her not to worry about anything, adding that he would be back soon. Le continued to follow him until the prince pushed her aside and locked the front door right in her face. The girl was forced to comply with the prince's request and turned around. The doctor said that he was very pleased to meet the lady and again gave his name. The girl was offended that they treated her like that, and so she puffed herself up like a turkey and quietly mumbled her name. She had no intention of being nice to this doctor. She was simply afraid of what he might see in her and then tell the prince about it. She wondered why this doctor was smiling, so she asked him about it. The young man laughed again and said that she was so cute, very much like a puppy that had lost its owner. When he again confirmed to her that he was a doctor, the girl told him that she thought all doctors had gray hair and must be old. Her answer did not faze the man standing before her at all. He thanked the girl and said that he had only recently come of age. The doctor also told the girl that other people call people like him, who were able to obtain an academic degree at a young age, geniuses. He smiled sweetly at her and asked her not to be afraid of anything. After all, the prince had brought her here to check if she was a genius too. After all, people like him could help her. Despite the fact that the doctor told her that both the prince and he wanted to help her, the girl immediately replied that she absolutely did not need anyone's help and thanked him for his kindness. The doctor was puzzled by her words that she was not a genius and therefore did not want any experiments to be conducted on her. As before, he laughed again and asked her not to worry about anything. He said that such things sometimes happened in aristocratic families. Ali immediately asked him what was happening, and the doctor, as if nothing had happened, told her that sometimes stupid parents consider their child to be a genius and bring him to him. The girl immediately considered this doctor arrogant because he dared to call the prince stupid. How was this even possible, in her opinion? Then she had to listen to a long lecture from the doctor, who said that sometimes there are parents who get very upset because they believe in the genius of their child. But such are usually from the category of those who want to profit by using their children. But in his opinion, this certainly does not look like a prince. The doctor also said that if she really was a genius, then he needed help. Help for the girl. She thought that she already knew everything, and was it really necessary to do this? She began to deny everything when the doctor said that he knew that she did not yet know all the letters. The doctor was busy crawling under the table to look for some tests and hit his head on it. He told the girl that since she didn't know all the letters, he would use beads and she should try to solve the problems he would give her. The doctor also said that this often happened to him when he hit his head, but fortunately there was no blood. And that was fine. The girl was surprised that, according to the doctor, he was a genius, but at the same time somehow absent-minded. She could not understand what was wrong with him, and when he said that they should start right away, she immediately agreed with him. After that, the doctor started telling all sorts of amazing stories. He showed her a piece of paper and asked how to draw a line to get out of this labyrinth. He also began to show her complex labyrinths of numbers, asking about the connection between the plot and the ending in stories. She answered some questions, but did not know the answer to others. They also played a new game for her. The girl tried to do her best to complete all the tasks given to her. If you think about it, she never really learned anything in either that life or this life. She died as a child and therefore could not go to school. Some of the games were quite interesting for her. She even told the doctor that it turned out that the princess couldn't get out of the labyrinth because the first night had destroyed her path. It is unclear whether the doctor was surprised by her decision or whether he took everything with his characteristic calm when the girl told him that this path was also closed. On the other hand, all these riddles were quite interesting, and about 2 hours passed until finally the doctor said that he needed to summarize the test results, and therefore the girl should wait for him a little. Le immediately became sad. She thought that the test results would probably show that she was not a genius. This, of course, upset her. She closed her eyes and began to dream that perhaps she could still do it. She knew that geniuses usually remember words at first sight. Moreover, such people invent amazing things. She thought that geniuses could learn 10-digit numbers and do calculations in their heads and things like that. The girl laid her head on the table and thought that there really were parents who considered their children geniuses, and then became disappointed in them. She would really not like the prince to be one of them. She thought that perhaps the man hoped that she would help him in his work. She did not forget how the prince told her that now he would take her opinion into account, and she could ask him anything she wanted. Ellie couldn't get rid of the thought of what would happen if she turned out to be useless, and whether the prince would be disappointed in her in the event of an unsuccessful test. She hoped that he would not throw her out then. Then an absolutely incredible thought came to her mind that suddenly the prince would not throw her out, but instead would oppress her and mock her, forcing her to do all sorts of housework. And at the same time, pick on her. In the end, the girl thought of something that even made her cry a little. She couldn't figure out what to do, and these thoughts only made her sad. What worried her even more was that the results might not be ready today. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even hear or notice that the door of the room she was in opened and someone entered, quietly stepping with their soles on the wooden floor. But when one of the floorboards creaked treacherously, L.E. immediately turned sharply to see who had come. Entered turned out to be her father, who seemed to have finished all his business and was now returning to pick up his daughter. The man noticed that the girl looked unusual and immediately pestered her with questions, asking if something had happened and if the doctor had told her anything. His daughter denied everything, but then Le could not stand the nervous tension and let the feelings that were troubling her break out. Tears began to stream down her cheeks, and she began to wipe them away, asking the prince for forgiveness. The young man was very surprised that his daughter was crying. He was also surprised by her words that she was not a genius. When he sat down opposite his daughter to wipe away her tears, she told him that the doctor had asked questions today, and she had not answered any of the 3 main ones. She also said that she had an ordinary memory, and it seemed that she would not be able to help the prince in any way. The man took the little girl's head in his hands and asked her what she meant by help. The girl replied that she thought he would be disappointed that she was not a genius. The prince felt very sorry for his little daughter. He took her by the back, pulled her a little closer to himself, and hugged her tightly. He said that she was a very kind girl and that everything would definitely be fine with her. After that, Callan decided to look her in the eyes and sat down next to her to be on the same level. He said that he thinks it's true what people say about daughters making their father's hearts beat faster. It's true, and he's felt it all the time since she came into his life. The prince began to embrace his daughter, who responded in kind and clinged tightly with both arms around his neck. Callan told her that he had never expected anything from her, but had simply been concerned about how she felt. He told her that, as she knew, people with outstanding mental abilities were often born in their family. It was no wonder that he or Jad skipped grades and got their degrees early. Hearing that he was so concerned about her health, the girl was very touched and a tear ran down her cheek. She told her father that she was different from him and her brother and thought that she was not his real daughter and therefore could not be like them. Callan replied to his daughter that this was not what he meant at all when he spoke about her genius, because it often happens that a real genius is born who can easily solve any problem and achieve success in any field. But that's just one side of the coin, because usually such people commit suicide or become depressed. It's such a misfortune to have outstanding mental abilities that you can't cope with it. Ellie stood in front of her father, who continued to sit in front of her and hug her around the waist. When she heard about the suicide, she was very surprised, and the prince also told her that in childhood her brother had also been sickly and weak, although not to such an extent, and therefore his father thought it would not be better to prepare in advance if she suddenly turned out to be a genius. The girl immediately began to cry when she heard from her father that she might have thought he expected something from her. But how could she not be happy? After all, any parent would be happy with such a sweet and smart girl. His daughter became sad again. She buried her face in the prince's shoulder and told him that she was not so smart. To which her father replied that she did not have to be smart. She could be a fool. When L.E. said that what was the point of fools, they couldn't do anything, the prince answered that she didn't have to do anything. She should have a completely different life, and her job was to spend his money. After all, on the other hand, he could provide her with everything she needed. He also said that this was the point of being his daughter. Callan then stood up and asked his daughter if she had had enough crying and said that she should not have any reason to worry. Lee told him that he had a rather strange way of comforting her and thought that she might regret it later when she was lying there kicking her blanket in anger. The prince asked his daughter if it was time for them to go to a cafe in that case, and when she asked if they would definitely go there, because she thought that he had done it on purpose and lied to hide his visit to the doctor, the prince replied that, of course, because he had promised her a visit to the cafe and would buy her everything she wanted there. His little daughter thought for a moment, wiped her nose and eyes with her sleeve, and said that then she wanted chocolate cake. Callan thought again and said, of course, he would fulfill any of her wishes. Then he decided to calm her down again and added that any result was good for him, so they should still wait for the doctor. And when he talked to him, they would go. The prince also decided to inquire whether the doctor treated her well. The girl replied that everything went very well, and she even liked it. The tests were quite unusual and interesting. At this moment, the door leading to the next room opened, and a doctor appeared from it, holding a huge pile of some papers in front of him. When the young man saw the prince in front of him in the room, he immediately cried out loudly and seemed to cheer up. He said that he was very glad to see the prince, and when the prince asked if the results of the examination were ready, he replied that almost everything was finished and their conversation would be a bit long. The prince did not want to wait long, but he still wanted to know the results of the examination. And so he asked the doctor to be brief since his daughter was now having a snack. The doctor leaned over the table, began to read something in the papers brought, and said that it was good. He reported that the young lady was not a genius who required any special treatment, but in some areas she clearly had unusual abilities. At first hearing this, L.E. thought that her assumption was correct, and she was not a genius. Besides, the doctor said that with such abilities she could be called gifted. She thought about what this word could mean. It was clearly different from genius. Her father seemed puzzled by the doctor's verdict as well. He became thoughtful and began to reflect on what he had just heard. And then the young man attacked the doctor with harsh questions, who seemed even taken aback by such an attitude towards him. The prince asked what all this meant and demanded an immediate explanation. The doctor immediately began to search for something in the sheets he had brought, as if looking for an answer to the question posed. He reported that the young lady had extraordinary abilities in language. She expressed her thoughts well, given her current level of education. She also had a predisposition to reasoning, a good understanding of the situation and reaction. The girl and her father also learned that she remembers things much faster than ordinary people. And what shocked the researcher even more, she never learned to count, but she has an understanding of numbers. This is simply incomprehensible to a young man. The prince was very pleased with the doctor's conclusions, and his daughter was literally stunned by this, because he said that the girl had very rare abilities, although she would need to study a lot. The prince smiled and said that he already knew that his daughter was a genius. Lau frowned and looked at her father standing next to her. She reminded him that the doctor had said that she was not a genius. Kaylin smiled even wider and told her that a gifted person is a genius, and she is also small, so she is definitely a genius. The girl smiled after her father touched her nose with his finger. She still asked what this had to do with it, and said that just recently he had told her that she could be a fool. The prince touched her nose with his finger a couple of times again and told the girl that she might be a fool, but life was much more interesting for smart and rich people, and she needed to master writing as quickly as possible and generally learn a lot more. The doctor's guests did not say goodbye to him. They simply turned towards the front door and continued to talk among themselves about something. The prince said that it was time to eat chocolate cake. The doctor seemed reluctant to let them go home. He turned haltingly to the prince and said that he understood that they were busy at the moment. But there was still a consultation with the young lady, and in his opinion it was very important. His titled guest immediately turned around and seemed angry at being forced to stop. He sternly told the doctor that he thought he had spoken to his daughter long enough. His little daughter turned to him and, pulling at the sleeve of his coat, said that perhaps it was worth listening to the doctor, who said that there was still something left. The doctor seemed pleased that they agreed with him. He pointed toward the door he had just come out of and added that he was conducting consultations inside. This seemed to surprise and anger the prince a little. He also looked tired, but he still agreed and asked if they could talk here. The doctor immediately began to explain everything to him. He said that for a frank and confidential conversation, the consultation should be conducted without the guardian's accompaniment. He pointed towards the door again and said that this was necessary for the purity of the examination. L.E. was ready to go with the doctor. She liked the examinations today, and so she said that there was nothing wrong with it, and she would gladly go to the consultation. When she looked at her father, she could easily see that he was very unhappy. He was glaring at the doctor as if he thought he would dare to harm her. When they entered the room where the consultation was to take place, the girl was surprised to notice that this room was significantly different from the one they had been in before. The entire space in it was filled with books. Besides the books, she noticed some other devices and instruments here. There was a lot of equipment on the tables and in the cabinets. She couldn't understand why the doctor needed all these things, and so she was going to ask him about it later. She immediately began to turn her head and look around, wanting to examine everything. The girl asked the owner of the room what all this was. The doctor seemed to be heading towards his desk, which stood in the corner of the office. He told her that this was his personal laboratory, and in this place he researched various objects related to many areas of knowledge. The doctor seemed very happy and satisfied after the prince allowed them to continue the research. He told the girl that, to be honest, there was a special educational course for gifted children like her. However, the prince valued her so much, and in his opinion, he would not allow this course to be held because it was organized by a special institution that was quite far away. Lee hardly listened or heard the doctor anymore. All her attention was absorbed by the things that were collected in this laboratory. With her mouth open, she examined the contents of this office. Suddenly, the girl felt as if something was happening to her. She couldn't explain it, but it was as if it was some kind of awkward feeling. The doctor noticed this and said that perhaps she already understood what was going on. The doctor sat down comfortably in his chair opposite the girl and began to explain everything to her. He said that perhaps she had already guessed that this room was the last test she needed to pass. The girl was very surprised by the word test. She did not know what it meant yet and was ready to undergo any test. She listened attentively to the doctor and prepared to pass this task. She seemed to be all ears. The doctor asked her if she would like to try, for fun, to solve the last riddle he had given her. He said that this riddle was about finding something hidden inside this room, and it had to be found. Elle decided that she had nothing to lose and would try to please her father and find the answer to this riddle. The girl stood up and began to examine the interior of the room. A brown desk, a chair for visitors, identical bookcases. She noticed that the layout of the previous office and this laboratory was the same. She thought that the books and other things lying around here were completely unnecessary compared to the previous room, and if you remove the documents and devices from here, most likely, it will look absolutely identical to the previous one. The girl immediately imagined the previous room, where she had spent the previous couple of hours with the doctor. And sure enough, the room was exactly the same as that one, and in her opinion, the game was about finding the differences. L.E. decided that if she needed to find obvious differences, then the documents and devices clearly did not correspond to this, and so she began to examine the walls and noticed a picture hanging on one of the walls. This painting looked quite unusual. Somewhere on the lawn, the artist depicted a wooden fence in the form of a circle. The plot of this painting itself seemed unusual to the girl, and so she decided to take it into account. She remembered that she had seen a painting that was somewhat similar to this one. In the same place, in the second room, there was a painting that depicted a lawn with two paths crossing it in the form of a cross. A rather strange landscape, in her opinion. The girl realized that this was the difference. That picture showed a crossroads of forest paths, and this one showed a round fence with flowers along it. L.E. thought about what all this could mean. She abstracted herself a little and thought that the paths were in the form of a cross, and the fence was in the form of a circle. So she came to the conclusion that perhaps the answer included the words cross and circle. The girl decided that perhaps she was close to the solution, and so she went to the doctor and asked if there was by any chance a book in that cabinet that had the words cross and circle in its title. She would have looked for it herself, but she had not yet learned to read very well. The doctor immediately jumped up from his seat, and from his movement the girl realized that she had probably managed to solve this simple, in her opinion, riddle. The young man stood up from where he had been sitting and went to the lower cabinet. He said that gifted people were different after all. After that, the man started to take one of the books from the bookshelf and told the girl that she had traced the riddle so easily, although she could not read well yet. It was very wonderful for such a small child to cope with a riddle that no adult could solve. He said that the name of the book was The Cross and the Circle. He handed the girl the book he had taken, and she wondered if this was the whole puzzle, since Dr. Sybil had said that she had tracked down the riddle. And so she told the doctor that this book might be the right answer, but she didn't think it was that simple. The girl looked towards the bookcase where the book had been kept not long ago and noticed that there was some kind of sign there. She touched it with her finger and felt that perhaps someone had deliberately drawn a circle on the board. Leigh remembered that in one of the paintings there was a cross-shaped intersection, so it's a cross. The picture in the previous room showed a fence in the shape of a circle. So the answer was circle, and now she discovered that perhaps the answer to the riddle was another circle. The girl decided that she therefore had to put two circles together. And when she did, she got a figure that looked like a snake biting its own tail. Leigh began to think about what it could be. Perhaps it meant nothing. But when she compared all three answers, the infinity sign appeared in her head for some reason. The doctor was simply amazed by her words after the girl asked him if he perhaps had another book called Infinity, or something similar somewhere in the closet. When the doctor recovered from his amazement, he went to the cupboard and brought another book. He showed it to the girl and said that the title of this book was Eternal Beloved. The girl immediately began to rejoice and shout, "Wow!" Zrania, happy that she had managed to guess the riddle. And the doctor opened the book in front of her and offered to take a piece of paper on which the word, "Well done," was written. He said that cross and circle were also the correct answers, but he did not think that she would think of that either. The young man told the girl that he had a few more riddles, but now perhaps they did not have time for this, because as it seemed to him, the prince's patience was close to its limit, and therefore they should end it here. At this time, the prince was really very nervous and angry. He was angry at this doctor who had taken his beloved daughter away from him for so long. When L.E. told the doctor that she was very interested, the man explained to her that on the back of the card she found was the address of the laboratory. The girl began to look at this card and noted to herself that it was the business card of the person she had met today and had such an interesting time with. Her new acquaintance put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that gifted children like her, with age, increasingly feel and understand their difference from other people. After all, he knew this well, because in childhood he was the same. The doctor began to tell her with enthusiasm that he was a teacher of such talented children and their assistant. And if she felt that she did not know where to go and what to do next, then she should definitely come to him. His laboratory was always open. Ellie thought that this doctor turned out to be a very pleasant and sweet person, but at first she was afraid of him and did not want to talk to him. The doctor also decided to tell the girl that, in his opinion, the prince most likely did not place any hopes on her, but was simply proud of her abilities. The girl immediately asked the young man in surprise how he had managed to find out what she thought about it. Her thoughts turned to the prince, and she decided that this was why he was so excited, simply because he was proud of her. The doctor still didn't want to let her go. He started explaining something to the girl, using some words and terms that were incomprehensible to her. Meanwhile, the prince, who was in the next room, could not wait for his daughter and sighed heavily. He began to talk to himself and said that the conversation had dragged on for some reason. In his opinion, this was suspicious. The prince decided that he should not wait any longer since some trouble might arise with his daughter. He burst into the next room and pushed the doctor who was there with the girl. When the doctor began to explain to him that he had merely given the prince's daughter a business card, he asked his daughter about it again and asked if she had been harmed during her interaction with this man. Lee immediately confirmed the doctor's words, showed her father the business card she'd received, and began to laugh loudly. Kaylin told this absent-minded man that he was not so much a doctor as a comedian. L.E. decided to find out if the doctor's conclusions were correct. She immediately decided to check with the prince and asked him about something she'd been thinking about for a long time. She said that the doctor told her that he was very proud of her. When her father stroked her head and said that the doctor was absolutely right, L.E. said that she too was proud of the prince, and it would be great if he continued to do so. Kaylin stroked her head again and told the girl that he would really like her to call him Daddy, and added that in any case he was not going to rush her into it. After this, the prince again turned to the young man and told him that they would already go, and promised to send him payment for the work with his servant. It seemed that the doctor had not yet recovered from the prince's push. He was still either frightened or surprised, and responded by saying only one word: "Good." As they were leaving the room, Ellie turned around to say goodbye to the doctor and waved goodbye. He also said goodbye to her in response and said that she could come to him at any time, whenever she needed. Then the doctor locked the front door, went to the other end of the room, and began to swing his foot around on the floor. Closing the door, the doctor told himself that the girl had completely lived up to his expectations. As he had heard before, she had turned out to be quite interesting. He walked over to the bookcase and stuck his hand into the gap between the books and the top shelf, and said that this girl was so close to the right answer, and she was just a couple of answers away from solving it all. He pulled out a wooden box that was lying somewhere on a bookshelf and said that the answer to the riddle was not in the business card. The doctor opened the wooden box and looked at its contents with affection. He said that the answer to the riddle was inside this trinket, and it was a red flower. Then the doctor rushed to the bookcase and said that there was definitely someone else he couldn't forget. He started to move the bookcase to the side. When he had pushed this cabinet completely aside, another room appeared before his eyes, and inside it, in a shining light, hung the body of a man in the air. The doctor said that the next riddle was the question of where the real doctor. Siebel was Dot. The young man began to pull the edge of her hair with his hand, apparently with the aim of getting rid of it, and said that since all the girl's answers were correct, but she had not managed to find the right one, then this was already a problem of imagination. The man with the very strange tattoo on his arm also said that perhaps the imagination of this precocious and insightful girl would develop when more violence appeared in her life. The man let down his hair, which was tied with a rope at the back of his head, took off his glasses and said goodnight to the real doctor, noting that he would need his name again in the near future, since it had been quite useful so far. When this man got rid of his glasses and changed his hair, he looked like a completely different person, who was now thinking about the young lady he had met today. He thought that she would grow up to be a great woman, and he would look forward to that moment. The young man stood near the wall and smoked his cigarette. He watched two people talking, one of whom said, "How can this be?" and added, "This man broke my friend's arm." The other, apparently a policeman, replied that it was important to understand that there was no evidence. The young man looked around carefree and took a drag on his cigarette, releasing huge clouds of tobacco smoke into the air. He also heard other people talking about his friend Percy, who was said to have never forgotten his fiancée and had therefore committed suicide. The young man only smiled when he heard this. He thought that wasn't he a fool to commit suicide, because for money you can meet as many women as you want. And it was unclear what was so special about that poor woman, but in the end he decided that perhaps it was better this way. Because if it became known that they had had a hand in his bride, there could be nothing but trouble. And he walked towards his carriage, preparing to go into town. He didn't hear a man approach the place where he had stood just a short time ago. This man stopped near the cigarette butt he had thrown away and looked at its trace. The young man also did not hear the approaching steps of this man, who with incredible force grabbed him by the back of the head with his hand and began to press him to the ground. This man was Callan, who now towered over him and greeted the young man. He told him that his friend had told him all about him, and that was why he had come. He also asked that his friend's name seemed to be Percy. Pressed by the prince's powerful palm, you couldn't say a word in response. He was terribly frightened and only stuttered, trying to free himself from the strong hand holding his head. He felt something squeeze his neck and gag his mouth, preventing him from making a single sound. Then the boy heard someone call his name Gensel de Dite, added that he is a pervert who killed a woman for money. The same stranger threw his body at his feet, stepped on it with his soul, and said that he had also committed countless other attacks on girls, and 15 similar cases that were not confirmed. He also said that this young man was such a scumbag that he was a real gift. The prince looked at him and asked if he was still alive. He said that the young man would not be able to utter a single word and added that it was time to start eating, because they say it is better to eat when a person is still alive. Gensel lay on the ground and thought that he had seen somewhere the man who was now bending over his body. He really wanted to scream, but he could not understand why his tongue did not move. The man pressed his foot hard on his chest again and said that maybe it would hurt a little now. Although a person like him, who lived like a dirty animal, should probably die like an animal. After that, he told that he now has a daughter too. And so he decided to hunt bastards like Gensel first and foremost, and his name is Callan de Levelton. Therefore, he should remember the name of the person who will kill him, because this is also a mercy. The prince began to pull the snake's tail, which at that moment had wrapped itself around the villain's neck. He said that he was also going to play with his friends a little later, but he would kill him right now. In conclusion, he said that the young man should go and say thank you to his friend Percy. Gensel saw a black snake with glowing red eyes appear out of nowhere near his head. It hissed and stretched out its tongue towards him. Then he again saw before him the executioner, who looked inexorable and was preparing to carry out his sentence. The last words this villain and rapist heard were a wish for a pleasant appetite. His blood spurted onto the stone pavement of the street, and he fell silent forever in his death throes. The prince straightened his tie, which he had just tied, and said that it seemed it was time to go back for his daughter. The young man pulled a watch out of his pocket, looked at it, and noted that his daughter's test should be finished around now. After he had dealt with this criminal, the prince looked around to make sure that no one had noticed him and went towards the doctor's laboratory to meet his little daughter. After the father and daughter said goodbye to the unusual doctor, they went to the cafe that was the purpose of their trip to the city. On the street in front of this cafe, there was a board on which the current delicacies were written. As soon as they sat down at one of the tables in the cafe, a waitress came up to them and brought a menu. The prince looked at it and said that he wanted them to bring all the cakes that were there. Le was surprised by her father's desire. She was not going to stay there for long, and so she told him that she would not be able to eat it all, and one chocolate cake would be enough for her. The prince looked at her carefully and thought that it was rather strange, but at such moments his daughter had such a stern expression on her face, as if she were an adult. And when he asked her if it was true that she would be satisfied with just one chocolate cake, the girl showed him 2 fingers and said that she had been working her head a lot today, so perhaps she could get 2 pieces of cake. The prince was thinking about something. He propped his head up with his hand and began to look out the window. His daughter became worried and asked him what had happened to him. A moment later, the prince became cheerful again and, giving the waitress the menu, said that they should bring all their chocolate desserts. When the cafe employee fulfilled his wish, the food they had ordered was brought to the table in front of them. The prince told his daughter to begin eating. Le was happy to receive such a huge number of different desserts. She grabbed a knife and fork in her hands and, wishing her father a bon appetit, began to eat. When she had already satisfied her stomach a little and was full, she asked the prince where he had gone while he was waiting for her. When Callan asked why she was so concerned, the girl replied that he looked so happy, and his tie was tied differently. To the prince's surprise, his daughter said that it was not Cyan who had tied the tie, although he was very good at tying ties and handkerchiefs. The man thought that he remembered that he had tidied up his clothes after he had finished. He again noted the little child's keen observation. He thought that she was so cute, and she also had an excellent memory. The prince answered the girl that he had met a new friend and had just dropped in to say hello. Le immediately said that she understood everything and asked if she could meet him too. But the prince replied that it was no longer possible to see him. Yes, he was not such a close friend. His little daughter's words about how, it turns out, there are different types of relationships between adults sounded very strange. During their conversation, the prince periodically looked at what was happening outside the cafe window, and at some point he noticed movement there. He thought that it seemed that Gensel's body had been found. The young man knew that finding a corpse was a common occurrence, and that he would likely be recorded as having died of unknown causes. The low arrest rate in the kingdom was to his advantage. The prince smiled slightly, covering his mouth with his hand, and thought that after all there was no time to be bored in the capital, and he liked that. And besides, a new joy had appeared in life, which he could not even think about. He looked at the girl sitting in front of him and thought that she had a cute appearance, a mysterious character, intelligence, and just a little bit of suspicion. The man decided to tell his daughter that he loved her very much and added that let every day be like today. When she asked him what was so special about her today, the prince replied that she was simply charming by her very existence. And although she told him that she felt awkward, he replied that it did not matter if his words brought her joy. The little girl was very pleased to hear such words from her father. She was simply happy today. And the prince told her such important words. She also wondered if he was like this when he raised Jad. Then Le broke into her wide smile again and told him, calling him Prince, that he still looked for some reason very pleased. The young man looked at his young daughter with tenderness in his eyes. He asked himself when she would start calling him Daddy, deciding that today everything was perfect except for this detail. As they were leaving the cafe, the waitress decided to escort such sophisticated customers outside and told them to come back again. Le was also grateful to her for such a delicious treat and bowed deeply before her. She didn't even notice any presents next to her. Only when she heard someone say hello to her, she turned her head towards the speaker. The girl saw her elder brother sitting in the carriage and their butler standing next to her. She immediately asked them if they had come for her and her father. It seemed that her brother was also admiring the girl. He invited her to get into the carriage, said that something very interesting was waiting for her. The girl thought, "What kind of day is this?" When everyone was comfortably seated in the carriage, it moved off, and its passengers began to discuss the events of the day. At some point, the little girl discovered that for some reason she felt very cold, which seemed very strange. Le looked out the window and realized why it happened. The reason for this was that they were passing that alley where she spent a lot of time. That's why she felt cold. Then she was very surprised, because for some reason they did not take the usual road that led to the prince's estate, but turned into an alley where there were many houses and their inhabitants that were familiar to her. The girl had come to this street for the first time since she had gone to look for work in the prince's palace. She recognized the familiar area, of course, but it seemed to her that something was wrong. Even when the carriage stopped and the girl stepped onto its running board, she realized that this street had changed significantly since the last time she had been here. She quickly ran out of the carriage and began to look around while the prince followed her. The girl saw that the street where she lived had changed greatly and looked completely different. In that house, near which she and the boys gutted the garbage bin, and the owners pretended that they did nothing. And that warehouse where they often sat close to each other because of the cold that surrounded them and froze, to the little girl's great amazement, all the familiar places had disappeared. And now she was standing in front of a huge, pleasant-looking decorated house that had not been there before. She noticed that there was some kind of sign near the house that definitely wasn't there before. She wondered what these inscriptions could be. Her minimal reading skills were enough to look at the sign and read that this house was not simple. It said that it was home to friends of Ellie. She became so curious about what this meant that she couldn't stand it any longer, ran to the window and began to look inside the house. The sight that met her eyes was very pleasant. The interior of the room looked simply magnificent. It was clean and cozy. It was filled with many toys, and there was also a fireplace. When Ellie turned back to ask her father what it was, he replied that it was a joint creation of him and Jad. They did it because she was worried about her comrades and they wanted to do something special for her. Her brother said that every time they passed this street, the girl always had such a sad expression on her face. That's why he started thinking about how to change it. Ellie was surprised by his words. She wanted to thank her brother and father very much for what they did. Jad also said that they did it so that she would not frown. The girl's father approached her, leaned towards her, and said that sometimes it happens that adults know children better than they know themselves. Ellie was surprised by what these people did for her. She was even more grateful for what they did for her friends. The prince said that she did not want to break the promise she had made to her friends. She remembered the words she had said to her brother one evening. She had said then that there was nothing to worry about, because the rule of the kids in the alleys was to forget each other. When she asked the prince if Jad had told him about this conversation, the boy only spread his arms out to the sides and smiled slyly. Kylan told his daughter that he bought all the houses on this street and paid their owners generously. These people were very happy about it. Then he connected the buildings and created one big house out of them. He told his grateful daughter that only children can come into this house and warm themselves here at any time in winter. L.E. almost cried when she heard that her friends would now be playing in the warmth with the toys that the prince had bought. She thanked her father for what he had done for her. Kylan told her that there was no need to thank him because he was her dad. And when the girl repeated the word daddy, Jad explained to her that his words meant that the prince wanted her to call him daddy. And he personally liked both Jad and his brother. Elle decided that she was not ready to do this yet. She remained silent, looking with her huge eyes into the face of the man sitting opposite her. Before this, she couldn't call him dad for several reasons. And unfortunately, she couldn't explain all of this to them now. The girl was afraid that one day she would have to leave this family. She was afraid that she would expect too much from the prince, as from her own father. But now it seemed everything had changed. Today had been a turning point, and she had realized how and why the prince treated her like that. She immediately threw herself on the prince's neck and began to hug him tightly, and called him Papa. Ellie started to cry. She said, "Thank you, Dad. And thank you, brother." She also said that she was happier than ever, and she couldn't even imagine that she would ever find happiness in this world. Then she ran to Jad and hugged him too. She thanked him for being her brother, after which he asked her not to forget these words. The girl thought that even if they were a little strange, it was okay. She still wanted them to become her family. The prince came up to her and stroked her head. He said that she could be L.E. or Lettucey, but it didn't matter. She just needed to throw away all the sad memories associated with this street. The butler told the girl that part of her name, L.E., became this house. And now this word will be able to warm children. Her friends will come here and remember her with gratitude and warmth. When they had already decided to go home and got into the carriage, the little girl's brother said that, by the way, he had tried to find a boy named Walter, but had not been able to. He had been told that he had recently left town. Ellie was not at all surprised. She replied that she understood everything and that he had probably left to earn money or moved to the lower village. Jad asked if she wanted him to find the boy. The little sister laughed and said that there was no need to worry about him. He was such a sneak that he could find a place for himself anywhere. She remembered that on that day her friend was supposed to die at the hands of a killer. But thanks to her intervention, his fate changed. The girl looked at the moon and asked her for one more favor. She hoped that her friend would also live in better conditions. That day, L.S. house appeared, and the little girl's winter came to an end. The young man was reading a fresh newspaper and retelling its contents to his brother, who was standing next to him. It said that teenagers were being murdered for unknown reasons. Another was one of the guys who had abused their sister, and this was already the third murder after Gensel. Could this really be the prince's doing? His brother pulled his cap down even lower and said that only the prince remained. There was no one else to do it. The young man standing next to him said that it seemed to him that the doctor also looked very much like the prince. And when Ridden asked if it was because they were both abnormal, Ryan replied that he didn't even know. He just had the feeling that they were birds of a feather. And he thought they could do something out of the ordinary without even blinking an eye. When his brother said he was interested in how Letticy was doing, Ridden replied that he had enough of talking about her. He had even gone to the prince's house and left a flower there, although he didn't know if she had found it. And he said that he was very grateful to this little girl because it was she who saved their lives. And he often remembers her, because if she was unknown, what would have happened to them? He asked his brother if he shouldn't tell this girl about the doctor. Ridden replied that it was the doctor who suggested the method of killing Fercy. He is the one who plans such things. His brother remembered how one day he was sitting on a bench in front of the academy, and Fercy and his friends came out. He himself did not understand how he had uttered the rumor that he would kill him if he could. He heard someone come up to him and say that this was exactly the expression on his face. He turned around and saw a nice young man who turned out to be the doctor. Ryan asked him who he was. And then this very strange man said that his name was Dr. Sybil, and he sometimes came to the academy. Then he asked that it was him. The young man looked in the same direction his new acquaintance was looking. He looked at the frolicking teenagers who were discussing the sister of the young man sitting next to him. The doctor said that this was the one who insulted his sister and brought her to death. The man then leaned close to Rian's ear and told him that he understood him and understood how sad he must be seeing this man. He also asked if he needed help killing this man. It was the doctor who came up with the plan to kill Fercy. The murder plan he had devised was quite simple to implement and proved easy for both twins. But on the island, the prince's family and his little daughter intervened in the matter. After Ryan and Ridden failed, there was nothing left to do but tell the doctor about everything that happened. They told him that a girl named Letticy had figured out their involvement in the murder. It was also from them that the doctor learned that the prince had decided to let them go, and thus they escaped punishment for murder. The doctor did not require any further explanations. He sent both young men to deliver the flower. But Rion and Ridden decided to leave a blue rose there instead of a red flower. They did this as a sign of respect, apology, and gratitude to the little girl who had saved them. And at the same time, this flower was supposed to serve as a warning to her. And now both twin brothers were at the train station, discussing how they had already broken the doctor's orders and brought a non-red flower. The second brother said he just wanted to warn the girl that this doctor knew about her. Ridden answered him that it was he who told the doctor about Letticy. Now, if the prince finds out about it, he will kill them. Rion said they had to leave this city. And they would do it right now, as if nothing had happened. Ridden turned around and started moving towards the train standing on the platform. He said that it was the last train, and therefore he had to be faster. The young man turned around, shouted to his brother, urging him to go faster, and asked why he was frozen there. His brother had no face. He seemed to see a ghost in front of him and said that this man looked very strange. Two people were talking on the platform. One of them was a blonde man with long hair and glasses. He said that he had not noticed his interlocutor. The fat man standing opposite asked him to be careful. Ridden put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. But unfortunately, the twins didn't have time to do this, because a young man who was actually a doctor came up to them from behind and asked where they were going and weren't they going to catch a train?